unidentified anomalous phenomena.
Unidentified aerial phenomenon.
Who are they? Where are they from? And what is their intent?
All questions that immediately come to mind with the mention of UFOs.
A Pentagon report is detailing a dramatic increase in UFO sightings, more than 350 since 2021. Many of them are explained as being drones, birds, or weather events, but about half of them remain unexplained.
There's a whole fleet of them. Look on the SA.
My gosh.
They're all going against the wind. The wind's 120 knots from the west. Look at that thing, dude.
This video taken by the Navy showing what he describes as pyramid-shaped UFOs flying over the USS Russell off the San Diego coast in July of 2019. The Pentagon has since confirmed that the video is authentic.
Headline edition, July 8, 1947. The Army Air Forces has announced that a flying disc has been found and is now in the possession of the Army. Army officers say the missile, found sometime last week, has been inspected at Roswell, New Mexico, and sent to Wright Field, Ohio, for further inspection. Late this afternoon, a bulletin from New Mexico suggested that the widely publicized mystery of the flying saucers may soon be solved. Army Air Force officers reported that one of the strange discs had been found and inspected sometime last week. Our correspondents in Los Angeles and Chicago have been in contact with Army officials endeavoring to obtain all possible late information. Joe Wilson reports to us now from Chicago. The Army may be getting to the bottom of all this talk about the so-called flying saucers. As a matter of fact, the 509th Atomic Bomb Group headquarters at Roswell, New Mexico, reports that it has received one of the discs which landed on a ranch outside Roswell. The disc landed at a ranch at Corona, New Mexico, and the rancher turned it over to the Air Force. Rancher W.W. Brazil is the man who discovered the saucer.
There's footage and records of objects in the skies that we don't know exactly what they are.
More people are coming forward with their own sightings.
Videos recorded by U.S. Navy personnel have added a new layer of evidence to the current national debate about UFOs.
Right at that moment, I saw what looked like 5 lights flying in formation in kind of an inverted check mark.
The NASA independent study team did not find any evidence that UAP have an extraterrestrial origin. We don't know what these UAP are.
The mysterious flying objects are still a mystery. NASA will continue investigating them and has appointed a director of UAP research.
Technology that we faced was far superior than anything that we had.
Truth Seekers! It is Friday. It is Friday, yes. And I hope that you have had a productive week and everything else. And you know what? Hang on a minute. You know, I got a lot of energy from this coffee stuff that I've been drinking. Let's do this. Let's get back to a little bit better pace. Truth Seekers! All right now, I want to welcome you to Roderick's Martin High Strangeness. Yes, you could have been any other place tonight, but you chose to be right here, right now. And with that being said, I'm going to serve you. Now, how am I going to do that? I'm glad you asked, and that is to be the boldest, baffling, belligerent YouTube channel in the world, creating captivating conversation that'll certainly cause controversy. Now, I want to tell you, put the children to bed because what we're talking about tonight will give them nightmares. But I'm going to give you a little background story. I'm located in the Jumbo State. This is where those UFOs come out to play. It's a Texas thing, y'all. And in Texas, everything runs big by nature, and it's a great place to be. So I want to bid you good evening, good morning, good afternoon, anywhere in the 24 time zones that this show is being aired, and we're everywhere. The podcast is now in 37 countries on Spotify. Yes, we're blowing up. So, anyway, I'm excited because the conversation is one that I think we all want to talk about tonight. It is Freaky Friday, so we're going to get into that sleep paralysis stuff. So get ready. And like I said, let's do this thing. Let me find, there is some comments early tonight. All right, so I'm going to welcome all of y'all here already because you know why we are doing this thing the right way, okay? And we're going to hype it up and do some stuff. So I'm going to turn this music down and pretty much do this as well. Yep. Let me get my notes together. All right, so that is the end of the chime there, and that's the end of the music, but I want to thank everyone. I'll give a shout out to some of you in the chat in a little bit, especially for those of you who are here early and early on. I also want to say that, you know, it's been a great week, and I want to thank everyone who has been supporting the show, especially for those of you who have said, okay, Roderick, we can get some of this coffee. And I have to bring that up because also today I had to give a shout out to Maya. She joined me not with just the coffee, but as a business partner. So we're going to be working real close together and helping her family take this great product and also change their lives financially, which what I'm doing to put into this show. And so I've said it before, you know, for those of you out there who want to be part of Operation Thrive, where the health is our wealth, and then of course the wealth is the shield, because there's a lot of stuff going on out there. So we'll get into that. You can contact me through my email address, contact@whybsecret.com, if that's something that you want to do. We're also putting the website together for Project Black. It'll be up probably by next week, and we'll start putting articles and content there as well. And we're already planning for our first webinar in about a few weeks. It's going to only have limited seats, maybe 50 people or so. And once it's sold out. And so I'll be getting with you all on that as well. I'll try to see if we can pick that up to more of 100 seats, but right now it's going to be probably about 50 seats because we want that first group of people to get something that they've never gotten before. All right, we're going to get down into sleep paralysis, and I think a lot of us talk about this, and if you want to be honest tonight, you can say that you experience sleep paralysis. Now, the key to it is it alien contact? That's something that we want to know. And some of you might feel this. I mean, there are stories of how heavy, like something is laying on you. And have I experienced it? Yes, I have. So I'm going to tell you, I've experienced sleep paralysis on a few occasions. I've woke up with scars on my arm, or over here, or shoulder or something. And oftentimes they kind of equate that, or we equate that with some type of abduction. But I'm still not claiming that. But hey, it was just a rough night, whoever it was coming in to visit. So, and I make it rough. I don't just let it happen like that. You just can't take it from me like that. You know what I'm saying? So it's rough. So other than that, yes, what's going on? My boy Honor is there in the house. Yeah, I'm full of energy. I just have to point it out there. I've been drinking this latte. You know, everybody's been buying the black, which they're, you know, we got some hell of a testimonials from that shit. But I've been drinking this cream and caramel latte because I wasn't a coffee drinker, and it's got me off the roof. Today I was mowing the lawn. I'm talking at the business lawn outside at around 10 a.m. this morning. People driving by blowing. I'm like, yeah. I had two people like, hey, man, you want me to, I can do that for you for X amount of dollars. I'm like, dude, I got this. You know what I'm saying? And usually I would have just paid somebody, but hey, I was down with the program. All right, let's give a shout out to, I'll try to scroll down a little bit and catch a bunch of y'all, but y'all was in it early. Serious Poems, Flurge is in the house, Ian is in the house, Mark, Jarrell, is this Kendra? Okay, Tells is storyboard, and Keith is in the house, Philly Cat is in the house, Mars is in the house, Girlfriend of Bay is in the house, and then we have Alicia in the house today, Miss Thomas, Rainbow Light Warrior, Minnie, Body Electric Supplement, and of course the godmother, y'all give her a shout out. Diana's in the house with us today, and I'll keep going, but if I missed you, you know, Cosmostrology in the house today. He'll be up here a little later to do a reading. I think we already decided it's going to be Kim tonight, and then we'll talk about that. That'll be later on in the show, maybe an hour or so to in. And then Me and the Moon is in here as well. And I'll have her up here in a little while later. As y'all know, she's been groomed to become part of the show sooner down the road. But right now, y'all can see if she, you know what, give her a shout out if y'all think she's doing a good job, just being the audio phase of what we're doing versus anything else. But y'all let me know. So we'll get her on screen pretty soon. We're working on a few things right now. We just got to make sure that we, find the right disguise, so some of y'all don't really know the true identity. But anyway, let's do that. He talking about she's wearing that bonnet. I know. All right. Okay, so let's get down right into it. I'm going to get right now to it since we already in this thing. And one of the things I want to talk about, we're going to break this into like 4 different segments. We'll talk about, are we lab rats? That's something I've always thinking, the unsettling similarities to sleep paralysis and abduction tales. So I just want, we're going to talk about that in the first segment. Are we lab rats? Rats, are they just toying with us when they come in? Then we'll talk about what I call some of the blurred lines, and that's going to be when the dreams become nightmares of sleep paralysis. And I think that's where it gets blurred, where people don't really think of the interpretation of what's happening, but we'll discuss that tonight. We'll discuss the frequency of fear, why sleep paralysis feels so otherworldly. And I think that's important. We'll get that by the third segment. And then the fourth segment, we'll do some call in, or some of y'all can hop in to share your sleep paralysis story intensively, because we want to get down to the bottom of those things. And so let's do that. Oh, well, we have, and I know they know we live streaming, but I wonder if I can put it on my phone. I don't know if it works like that. Let's see. Charles, can you hear me? Oh, wait a minute. I don't know why this phone is not connecting. But anyway, we're on live tonight. So, huh?
Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah. So we're on live tonight, and I just got you on speakerphone, but definitely hop in the chat. And make sure, is wifey home tonight?
Yeah.
Okay, so y'all get y'all cameras ready. About the second hour or so in the show, I'm going to bring y'all on screen tonight, too. So. All right, so let me turn this off. I'll get with you.
Right here.
All right. So, all right, Helen, I'm going to have you and hubby to get on tonight when we do that. I don't know why. I thought this phone should be hooked up pretty much, but it's not working to the device there. So, Charles, I'm going to have to call you. I don't know why the phone is not hooked up where I can do my call-ins, but it's not working. But I'll try to fix it later. So let's get started into the show. Are we lab rats? The unsettling similarities in sleep paralysis and abduction tales. We'll talk about that right now. And the first part of that, is there an overlap? Now, paralysis, which is a sense of presence of floating sensation, medical experiment vibes, in both scenarios. A lot of people, there is a medical term, and people are saying that it's just a medical thing. It's just something that we're doing. But when you start thinking about it, or if you ever experience it, you know it's no joke. You feel the pressure. You feel something holding you down. In some cases, you can feel something really touching you. So I don't know if you've all had that experience, and if you have, chat it up, because again, like I said, we'll talk about it a little later, but it's some serious ducats, man, when it comes down to sleep paralysis, and is it alien messing with us? Okay, we can go into scientific mode, but dare not. We're not doing that tonight. We're going to just stick with what we think and what I think. I think it is some type of utterly worldly contact. Is it aliens? Maybe. Or maybe it's something from the other side, something from a parallel universe. Maybe it's the shadow people. Maybe it's something else. But whatever it is, it does come in and it does hold you. And when I have my experience, and I've had several of them, you just feel like you can't move, and you be like, And that one time I remember I kind of like screamed out. And I remember doing a show a long time ago, this lady, a lot of people was talking about how she was told to say, oh, Jesus, 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 and it would go away. And funny enough, I got into this story a long time ago, and one of the ladies said that if it is some type of entity, is what she told me. And she said, it doesn't care about you talking about Jesus. In fact, it laughs when you say Jesus. It's like this doesn't work, but out of respect, supposedly it has respect, that it then will just leave. So obviously it either has something to do with free will. I don't know. But I've, tried everything before until finally I get to a point when it was happening. I just fight back. I'll be like, no, this is not going to happen. And I can feel my will within this thing. And they'll be like, no, we can't mess with this dude. And so we want to do that. And like I said, I'll look up here in the chat a little bit. But if you've had a sleep paralysis story, and tonight you want to come on in our fourth segment, we will then, I will put a link in the description and you can come on and do that. Well, let's talk about the classic gray alien descriptions and the shadowy figures common in sleep paralysis. There's always been, there's always been a connection with people that feel that the sleep paralysis is connected to gray aliens or, like I said, shadow people, because it's usually what someone sees. Some people saw it with eyes. Some people have seen them with, just whatever. But the gray aliens. Now, are they using some type of cloaking device? Or are they using some type of whatever? Because a lot of people have reported when they were abducted that the aliens will use some type of mechanism that will paralyze their bodies. And they can hear, feel, and see what's going on, but they can't move. Could that be it? Could they be coming through our walls at night or however they're coming through, hit us with whatever device that they have, hold you up a little bit, and then begin to do whatever process that they're doing. In some cases, if I've heard stories that felt sexual. We'll get into that. I've heard stories that it felt probing, or you can feel hands, or you can feel it moving up your body. You've seen pictures where people say it raised their legs and turned them over to the other side. There's just so many stories of that when it comes down to sleep paralysis. What is your story? What is your story when it comes down to this? And have you, so put it in the chat right now, anyone who has experienced sleep paralysis more than once, maybe 2 or 3 times, but just put the number that you think and where you stop counting when you're done this. Put it in the chat so I can at least throw it out there for some of you to say, yeah, I felt this and this is something that we have done. All right. So, yeah. And, all right. So Jay Harris says, hey, I've done that, Roderick. I've done Jesus thing as a kid and it worked. And as an adult, not so much. I just realized that I'm alter reality and I bring myself out. Yeah. So what happens is supposedly the Jesus thing works because they laugh at it. And as a kid, they know you're doing it out of fear. And so sometimes that's out of respect that it moves away. But as an adult, it laughs. I mean, that story, you can hear that countless of times that there's a different contrast between children crying out when this happens as opposed to an adult who they probably just saying, whatever, dude, get a life, or, stop being afraid or whatever. But it is an awkward situation. So somebody else said 112 times. Damn, you've been counting. Woof. Someone else said 20 plus. So at least out of almost 100 people in here, only 2 people have had sleep paralysis. Great interacting with me, people. Thank you for interacting, those who are doing it. Ancient folklore. Did incubi and succubi demons inspire modern alien abduction mentality? Or mythology, what I'm trying to say. Can we go back to, is sleep paralysis some type of ancient folklore? Is it demons? Is it some type of negative spirit that is coming to see us at night? The question is, what do you think? So do some of you think that these are demons? In fact, how many of you think it's demons? Or some type of, well, we're just going to call it a demon first because there's no level of demon 1, 2, and 3, and 4. A demon is a demon for my concern or my point of view. So do you think that sleep paralysis is demonic at some place? Let me see if some of you who think that, put it in a chat so I can see your thoughts when it comes down to, do you think it's a demonic gesture? So I would love to really get that from you as well. So I think one of the things that we really would look into would be, once again, the stories of how demons. So let's first go into like the paranormal. We know the paranormal things happen in different dimensions because they can come through walls. We know that. We hear about the reptilian stories. They can come through walls. We know that. We know that at some point, if it's demonic, they can come through walls, right? And so is that more of a different parallel dimension? But when they come into the physical realm, is it possible? Now, I can go all the way to the movie Ghost that Whoopi Goldberg played in. Some of you folks are probably young, very young, and you don't know anything about that at all. But you can probably go into this and say to yourself, remember how the ghost couldn't talk? The girl, Whoopi can see him, but there was one of them that developed the way that they can touch and move things. You couldn't really see them, but you can feel the energy. I wonder if sleep paralysis is ghosts that actually are trying to make contact with us, or, some relative or some just trying to get our attention. I don't know. So what do y'all think when it comes down to that? Body Electric said a big demon pressing on me at night. Well, yeah. I mean, is that all they doing? Just pressing? Or do you think it's something more? Maybe they're trying to procreate in another way or something. I'm not really for sure how that happens, but I would assume that it does, when it gets down to those things. All right, so that's more or less about, are we lab rats? That's the question when it comes down to that. And so while we're doing that, let me give the shout out to our sponsors of what we're doing here tonight. And I have to do this, so I know it may aggravate some of you, but, just hang in there and let me do. Tonight's show, as always, is my brand partnership with Lear Coffee. All right. They actually have other weight loss supplements if you decide that you want to lose some weight, like I'm working on. They got collodion silver, immune system. They have everything. You can go check it out. Meal replacement shakes, noni juice, goja juice, metabolism boosters. If you just need something to really boost your metabolism up, they can do that. But anyway, you can go to livepure.com/Roderick and do that. But like I said, we've had a lot of people that had got some tremendous results from that coffee. In fact, I talk about Judith, and let me play her testimony so y'all can hear it again.
Okay. I am sitting here at work. I made the mistake of having 2 cups of the coffee that our dear friend Roderick is promoting. Oh my God, I've had so much energy today. My neighbor, my desk neighbor, observed me today dancing at my desk, singing, and this is not normal. It's not normal. Forgive me. I got caught in the rain today, so yeah, my hair's looking crazy. 2 cups, y'all. 1 cup is good enough, but it was so good, I made myself another cup. Don't do it. 1 cup a day. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to go to sleep. It's almost 5 o'clock here. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I guess I'll have to go home and clean up my house. I don't know. Yeah, that's it. Bye, y'all.
All right. So anyway, livepure.com/Roderick. Go ahead and get you some. There's a link in the description as well. It does support the show. It does support Project Black. It support what we're doing here. And like I said, I can always ask for your contributions, but at the same time, if you are getting something in return, you can do that. And shout out to all the people this week. And there is a latte version. Everybody's been getting the black, which they're satisfied, but there's a latte version for some of you who want the caramel and cream. All right, so let's get into what I call the blurred lines when it comes down to sleep paralysis. And I'm going to speed things up a little bit because we'll get some people in here to kind of do your testimonials a little early. It is Freaky Friday, so we'll crash it out a little bit here. But when dreams become nightmares, it is something that I want to harp on, because there are people that report, they scream, they try to fight within this thing when it gets down to sleep paralysis. And I'm sure some of you have experienced that. And so now you're thinking, wait a minute, is this a dream, or is it a nightmare, or is it, something else, when it comes down to this. And it's important because we probably still having children that's happening this to you. I don't know if you got your kids coming in saying, Mom, Dad, I was dreaming, I couldn't move, something was holding me down. What do you explain to them that is? What do you tell your kids, or what would you tell a child that woke you up in the middle of the night and said they just been released and something has been holding on to them, and that you've been having it? So are you going to scare them? Oh, baby, that's some aliens. Baby, that's, grandma or grandpa or something. What would you say to these children when it comes down? And I'll be really shocked to know. I would like to hear what you're going to be talking about. But when we get down to hallucinations, especially are you seeing shadow people or remnants of your dreams? So sometimes there's a mixture of both. Is it shadow people? Or is it something, with their dreams and all that? It's a little mixture of both. And I think that's something to really, think about when it comes down to that. Now, Mars Dreams Production, Marla says she think they're demons, okay? I get you. I'm with you there. And some of you have said some things that I will look and see. And it looks like some of y'all have had a lot of experiences there. I see what you got in the chat there and pretty much from there. So we will find out. But are they, have you heard of shadow people first? How many of you have heard of shadow people when it comes down to this extraterrestrial thing? And is that more paranormal or cryptid, right? But we're talking about shadow people. There's Heidi Hollis, if y'all have heard of her, She has whole books and stuff on shadow people, so y'all might want to look that up. That's somebody who can really share some stuff with you when it comes down to that. Shadow freaking people. And again, they're supposed to be out there. They're out there all the time. Out-of-body experiences. Let's get into that. And also first, let's give a shout out to, we have a new member. I have to, and I don't care how many people do it, but there we go. We got a new member to our membership area. I appreciate it as well. So that's fine. And hold your comments about that, because not cheering them on, but I will get comments and people say, Roderick, why don't you just wait to the end and tell everybody thank you? You know what? No, forget that. It's my show. And when somebody do it, I want them to know I appreciate them and everything else. It's just so shocking, some of the comments that you get. I've got comments of people say, oh, now he's trying to promote coffee. And I said, well, support the show. How do you support my show? Well, blah, blah, blah. I blocked them. And not because they can still watch. I just kind of, you know what, forget it. But it makes me really crazy when people are like, you know what, don't, you're trying to promote or what. Dude, sometimes I spend 6 hours working on some of those videos. That's just putting the content together. Another 12 hours of editing. They're not paying me for that. I'm hoping to get bigger and let YouTube do it. But anyway, let me get out of that. But I just want to thank all of y'all who are supporting. Out-of-body experiences reported both sleep paralysis and some abduction claims. Is something pulling our consciousness out? Think about that question. Is out-of-body experiences and sleep paralysis and alien abductions, are they working on our consciousness? Are aliens or whatever it is working on our consciousness? Think about it, though. Think about the state that you're in when this sleep paralysis happened. Think about that for a minute, okay? Just think about, and you can't move. You can feel and see what's happening. In most cases, some people, like I say, you see the shadow. Now you're talking about abduction claims. There's people been saying that the Greys will come in and they will put you in a sleep paralysis, and they've seen themselves float right on out the door, where they just take them with them and bring them back. You get what I'm saying? I mean, this is real stuff. So is it some happenstance or is it some coincidence that this is going on? Because you know what? This is not real, or maybe we're just making this up. I can't think of the scientific thing to this. I don't see where it is. I don't see where the scientific thing is. It's just our mind in this dream state. It cannot be. Now, okay, we can talk about that the mind, how powerful it is. In some cases, don't know that whatever you're dealing with is a dream or is it reality of you waking? So theoretically, there are some things people can sweat, feel, whatever they do, in some cases heart attacks or whatever, because the dream is to the body and the mind it sees it the same way, and so the experience is the same, and then ultimately whatever outcome from that becomes the same. So I've heard that too. So we have to think about that as well. Yeah, I don't know. It sounds like the product for me, the coffee. Well, you need to get some and go to the website tonight. Whoever go there tonight, I don't have any for y'all to cash out to buy, so I'm out. But go to the website and get you some, and then I'll give you a shout out. Just order or whatever. It's coffeeconspiracy.shop. That'll let you just go and hear more testimonials and things about that. So hopefully tonight hopefully tonight at least 10 people support the show by going to get you a box of coffee. You have to, because we're still trying to prove to the company that our community is worthy for what they're giving us with all that good stuff. Let's get into neuroscience versus the unknown. We're going to play with the concept of our brains being inadequate to perceive full reality. Is that something lacking within us, that we cannot perceive the full reality when it comes down to this? Is that it? Could that be the scenario that we're dealing with, full reality? Can we do that? Because once again, it's something that we can do, but I don't know. So we can kind of look into that. But I just think when we're dealing with the dreams of all that, we have to then look into, I'm just going to say it right. I'm going to just say it right off the bat. I think it's aliens or some type of other spirit beings coming into our reality of consciousness, and they are trying to make contact or making contacts, or they got a fucking humor, and they said, we're just going to play with you while you doing whatever you're doing tonight. I'm going to play with you and whatever. So we can kind of see how that works. I don't know. That's my theory. Let's talk about the frequency of fear. Why sleep paralysis feels otherworldly. Why does it feel that it's not something we're dealing with in our reality? Why does it feel that way? That's the question. Not how it's happening. We never, how is never as important as why. So some people have reported buzzing sounds. Some people have reported humming sounds and electrical interference of otherworldly communications. Now this UFO, UAP detector that we have here that just came out, this is it in this box. There it is right there on my desk. It can pick up electromagnetic things. I don't know if the aliens, if they coming in at sleep paralysis and they're in their spacecraft and are emitting the frequency, this UAP UFO detector will pick it up. So I would love to find out it happening and that thing is going off. So I'm going to start taking it to the house. I'll leave it to the office, but I'll take it home and just put it by the bed and see what happens if it picks up stuff at night. I think that's pretty cool to look into. All right, so let's keep going. Let's talk about terror as a default. Why doesn't sleep paralysis feel friendly and positive? See, that's another question, because some people are like, oh man, stop talking about the aliens that they're bad, or stop talking about what they're going to do, or man, you can't say they're going to do this or do that. And I'm like, okay, all right. Are they friendly? Are people reporting that this is a friendly encounter? Is this what's happening? Probably not. It's not fun. As Laura says, it's not fun. So I think, once again, we got to look into understanding what that could be and what possibly it could be at that point. We can talk about the theories of why sleep paralysis might be more frequently in some people, or these people more receptive, or are they more linked into a different frequency when it comes down to consciousness or anything else? Why does some people, in fact, who has never experienced sleep paralysis? if you never experienced sleep paralysis, put it in the chat. Oh man, this thing is melting. Just put that right there. Got water everywhere now from ice. Yeah, who has never experienced sleep paralysis? I want to hear about that from you. So Meemaw says me, I never have. Me and the Moon said I never have. Well, sometimes they don't want everybody. Don't get me wrong. Sometimes, they just don't want the food with everybody. I mean, it's not a good idea, people choking you and all that stuff to be messed with at night, sleep paralysis. Now, I think some of you might have and just, you probably don't know it, or you don't know, and you might experience something else. And so if you never felt sleep paralysis, then I can get it. But other than that, I don't know. But okay, there's a bunch of y'all say y'all haven't. That's cool. I get it. But there are certain people, like I said, in the middle at night, they just don't want to mess with. So do you want to experience it? If you do, I can give you a way to do it. I can give you a way to call the aliens into you, or the spirit, whatever they are, and they're going to come and check you out. If you want the recipe, or should I say, if you want the way to do that, just let me know. All right. So ancient sleep paralysis, demons across cultures. Is there a common source to this universal experience? So, y'all saying heck yes, heck no. All right. No, hell no. How? No, sir. Why are y'all afraid of something you don't know nothing about? You never had it. So how do you know? Your experience could be totally different. You know what I'm saying? You could be you could be just totally different, period. Why would you be afraid of something you don't know? That don't sound right at all. It doesn't sound right at all. So we would do that. All right. So I don't know what I'm going to do here. If I can try to I wish I should have tested this phone thing out earlier today. I just don't know why it's not working. Do y'all hear that dialing stuff? I just want to know if y'all hear me dialing a number. Or, let's see.
Today is Friday, April 19th.
So, do y'all hear
the
this?
time and temperature is coming up after this.
Do y'all hear
If you've got old windows, you're probably losing heat in the winter, cooling in the summer.
Okay, y'all did hear that. Okay, cool. All right, so what I'm going to do is give me and the Moon, I'm going to give her a call to bring her into the show. And then I'll call her on the phone line today. And we'll do it like that. So if y'all can hear that, then obviously it's starting to work. That's interesting enough. So we will do it and see. Well, that's not working. Oh, there we go. All right, let's try and see what happens here. All right. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, so y'all make sure, test that y'all hear me and the Moon on the phone tonight. And y'all make sure y'all let me know.
Friday, happy Friday.
All right, so I prepared a little better picture for you so that you know who you are. No, it's not you wearing a bonnet, okay? But for those of you who want to know, okay, let me pop this up. There you go. So now they know who's on the phone right now when you talk. So I put it on the screen. There you are.
I can't even see.
Well, that's cool. You might not approve the look, but it'll work. I think it'll work just fine for now. All right. There you go. So
how's
first,
everybody?
Yeah. First of all, you're saying you never had a sleep paralysis? Nobody's visit you at night like that?
No, I've never experienced it. And you asked if we would want to, or if anybody would want to. Heck no. I don't want that. That sounds scary to me. And then you went as far as saying that you were going to add your device to your bedside. What?
Well, the device picks up electromagnetic signals, and it picks up a few other things. So it'll be perfect to hear that, you know? Yeah.
Yeah, that would be crazy. But I would want to hear the story, though. So that's cool that you're the brave soul that you are, because I definitely want to hear the story. Just, I don't want it over here. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. Well, let me give a shout out to Ava for being a new YouTube member. Right there. All right. Give a shout out. Y'all, everyone, give a shout out to Ava in the chat for being a new member and supporting us. Thank you, Ava, 120%.
Ava.
Yeah. Well, I mean, listen, I think it's not the bad scenario of, I mean, putting a machine here to know when they come or whatever, or alien. I think it's great for a lot of people who think they're being abducted, that they at least want to know if it's happening or not. Wouldn't you want to know? And if this device pick it up?
That's a good point, because, you know, we tend to question ourselves when it comes to things. And I think that would be a good way to pinpoint if that's what it is. So, yeah, you know, you're absolutely right. I agree.
Yeah, well, I mean, there you go. So I want to know. Now, obviously, you have no clue of what they do to people. And matter of fact, have anyone in the chat, and if some of y'all, let me make sure I make this statement. Some of you are making statements, and it's like you're like 2, 3, 5 minutes behind. You might want to check your YouTube feed and fast forward it so that you're in live response. Because sometimes if you come in, everybody's going to come in at a different time, and it will, it will have you commenting on something I said 5 minutes ago, and it'll show up here, and you're really behind. So I would tell everybody to try to make sure they're in real time. So, but anyway, I'm just saying, there's a lot of people that report those UFOs coming over their house at night or whatever. Now, if they are using a aircraft to come to someone, and then they're going to come in there and do some sleep paralysis to you, then obviously the craft has to be cloaking up above. So this device will pick up 3 different things when it comes down to that. It has an app, and even if you were asleep and didn't know it, but you leave your phone on, like most of us do, the app, the device sends a signal to the app. So when you wake up the next morning, you can see if you have been visited, because it'll give you the timelines, the exact time they came, when that signal went off. So I think that's pretty interesting when it comes to that. So this is the first of its kind of UFO UAP detector, and I have 5 of them now. I had 7 that they're sending to me. So if you want to be some of the first people to try this, and you see that little beep right there. Now, 2 things that's happened. One is the lever. So I just got an alert to my phone right now, and I picked it up. So it was just saying that this a gravitational field. So that was me just moving it around. You got to keep it still, but that's how sensitive that thing is, right? So it's pretty cool when it comes to that. So anyway, I don't know. I think it's pretty much. Charles and Helen is in the house tonight. I'm gonna put up a thing on the screen for y'all in a little bit. Huh?
I'm just shouting them out. I'm sorry.
But go ahead. You can do it now, because we can't talk at the same time.
I know. See, you're right. And I don't try to do that. That's why I say I'm quiet. Then when I'm quiet, you say, well, you're not saying nothing.
Well, I mean, listen, you're a grown woman. You have to know when to say something, though. You know when to say something. Don't be like, so please, you know what I'm saying? Go ahead, say something now if you like.
No, I just was saying hello to Charles and Helen. That's all.
Oh, okay.
My apology.
That's all good. All right, Nicole is in the house. Y'all say hello to our lead researcher for the team and all that. We're going to have a good team meeting next week, and we're going to get down into some good stuff. All right, so I'll bag up for a minute. Or do you feel different that you have not had, or any of y'all, you feel different that you have not had an experience of sleep paralysis?
You know what? I think you were right when you said that it's not for everybody. I did catch the jab that you threw, though. I did catch that.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
With that. But I think you're right. And the reason why I say I think you're right is because I don't think that I would be able to handle that. And I think that, you know, people and beings and things, they know, spirits and all that, they know who can handle it and who can't. Because even when it comes to spirits, like that kind of visitation, I say, like, you know, I will say it out loud, do not come and visit me. Now, if you want to communicate with me, you are welcome to come into my dream state and communicate with me that way. But me seeing something, no, that I'm not with that. So I think you're right by saying that, you know, it's not for everybody. It's definitely not for me.
Well, and here's the deal. And I'm not saying this in any kind of fashion, but maybe they have it good enough that they can blank you out that you just don't remember, because that happens all the time. There are erasing memories now. And maybe you are a great sleeper. Oh my God, that's probably what it is. You were probably like just tired all the time. So if you tired all the time, you're in a deep motherfucking sleep all the time, then probably you wouldn't know what's happening. And before you get into that jab I just put out there, Tipnico, is it Tipnico? She says, I would try the machine. I want to know what's happening to me. Why not? You should, if you are interested. It's not, I think it's for the technology and what it does with the app and what it can potentially do in the future. It's worth, it's about $300 in this thing. But I know a lot of investigations. We done been on some, but I wish I had this thing pretty much, because we can see, because there was a landing in McKinney a few years ago and we saw the prods where the thing hit the ground. But stuff like this is but it's not going to pick up a UFO or UAP that's 30,000 up their feet going past a 747. This is when it's flying low, when mostly they do in a cloaking capacity. If some of you are interested, hit me up. Tell me you want the device. You know, you can cash out me $1 with your telephone number and put the device in the notes. I can see it at least, or you can email me. Either way, I will call you and get one out to you. You will not be disappointed, because what'll happen is, wherever you live and where I live and all that, we can all work together simultaneously. So when this thing is flying around or somebody says it's picked up over, because they move like that, and we can all work together in unison. So, but anyway, so back to you. Yeah. So maybe you just don't know. You just in too much of a deep sleep that you don't know. Now, have you ever waken up in the morning with little scratches or something you just didn't know where they come from?
No, I've never had that experience before. Never. And you know what? If it's done that way, where they wipe my memory, I'm cool with that. I mean, kind of. I'm not saying cool, but I would rather that than me being aware, like the next day, or, you know, that night I wake up and I knew that happened to me. I wouldn't. Yeah. That would be cool for me.
Yeah, if there's a lot of people wake up with bruises, I would tell you, if you woke up with bruises, having a device like this will be off the chart useful. And like I said, I've waken up with bruises before and be like, what the hell is going on? Now, of course, you know, I'm in a mix anyway. So if they're going to want to contact me, they're going to do it anyway, because I'm out here. They know I'm talking. They know I'm, you know, so tell me, you know, come and hit me, Ike. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, you know, come and see me. But if they're not, and it makes you wonder, though. I mean, you appear on the screen, that is your picture, to be a beautiful woman, and you in the fact that they're not coming to see you, I think that's kind of weird. You might want to know why.
I don't know, you know, and even like lately,
wearing that damn bonnet. I bet you wearing a bonnet. They don't come and fucking with you with a bonnet. But anyway, we're not getting on no bonnets. But go ahead.
I even with dreams, like I've been disconnected from my dreams as well. So I'm thinking, because I saw that Laura said she's a light sleeper, that could be it for me too, where I don't allow myself to get into a deep enough sleep state in order to, or something like that, you know, where I feel like I've always had that issue since I was really young, where I'm like a night owl, but I'm tired too at the same time, so I don't truly allow myself to get into a deep sleep. So that can have something to do with it.
Yeah. All right. Y'all give Like and Werewolf a shout out for being a new member. Let's do that. I'm telling y'all, I really appreciate this. Everything is going so well with everybody and all the people. I mean, a lot of people have been buying coffee, but getting that membership too, that helps out with YouTube. And I'm telling, I cannot wait to give y'all what I'm working on in the future. But anyway, give Lycan Warehouse a shout out as well. And
yes.
Now, any of y'all want one? I see a lot of y'all saying y'all want one. Okay. So it's in a box. It's going to give you all the instructions, and you can turn the sensitivity up. I mean, and it comes with some cool stuff too. But this thing is the real deal. This guy who created this is going to be doing some stuff with us, and I'm telling you, he knows the government. The government has a frequency that all people report, all the pilots and everybody report when these UFO stuff encounters, and it's 1.6 gigahertz. Okay, this thing is set for that. So we already know whatever they drive, whatever they emit this particular frequency of vibration, especially if they're cloaking and you can't see them. And this is the key. Mm-hmm. So this device will pick this up. Now you can turn the sensitivity up. Now we're going to do, I'm working with some telescope companies right now. I did my first email today. I think we and you talked about that. And to do some night parties. So imagine coming to Dallas or in different places. We got telescopes and then we got all these UFO detectors sitting out there, and then we doing some CE5 shit. Oh hell.
Yeah.
You got the perfect recipe now. We dealing with something. So right now I have 5 left. And like I said, I know y'all talking about what you want, but this is not something everybody's going to get their hands on, because once this get out there, I guarantee all the serious ufology folks are going to buy these things up, and you're not going to be able to get one. But I'm one of the first in my group, and I asked for 10, and I ended up getting a few, and now this is what it is. It's probably one of the best gadgets and toys that you can get for Christmas. And we can and so, but again, if you need one, y'all, okay, I forgot. Damn. All right. I understand. Need and want is totally different. Everybody saying I need one is not telling me that you want to buy one. Damn, why have I not thought about that? And you should have corrected that. You should have known that I was saying the wrong verb.
I wasn't seeing it like that. I was seeing it the way you were at first.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because that is not the same. It is not the same. I don't know why I didn't know that. I mean, everybody needs one, but not everybody will want. Yeah, and so somebody said I want to buy one. Listen, I have them. If y'all want to buy one, somebody put up my email address in the chat, and y'all can email me. You know what? I don't even want to do that, because when I do it, they be like, "Oh, I'm gonna email you." I love y'all. I love this audience. I love my community. But I will tell you, because we fantasize about aliens, mermaids, unicorns, spirits, after death, near death, past lives. Some of you can lie like my God, did we tell some stories? I'm not going to use lie. Some of y'all tell some stories. Oh my Jesus creepers. All right. If I had $1 for everybody who says, I'm gonna email you, or I'll call this, I'll send this, y'all wouldn't have to donate nothing. We'll be in Hawaii doing live streams. We'll have dancers. We could afford all of that. I'm telling you, that's how deep it gets. Yeah. So it's $300, and then shipping is going to be about $10 or so, and I can get them right out. And I had one lady in Atlanta. She said I wanted 10, so I was getting her 10 for her group. And pretty much, so they're going to do some serious stuff. I don't believe this is a real life for me. Oh, shit, you need one of these, girl. Shoes. Man, that's deep. That's real deep.
What do you mean by that? What does that mean?
That I don't believe this is real life for me? Well, I mean, she thinks she's in, this is... Sometimes people think we're in a simulation, or this is just not it. And I get it when it happens, but I'm saying you definitely need one of these, because you might be in a whole different alternate reality. She might be.
Seriously, yeah.
Yeah, so that could be it. All right, so let's keep talking a little bit on sleep paralysis, and then we'll bring some other people in to hear their stories. Fair enough?
Yes.
All right. So you got your coffee today. You haven't drunk it yet, right?
No, and I have a headache, so I'm like going back and forth about it. Plus, I got a long day tomorrow, so I don't want to interfere with that. But I really, to mention this, guys, you know how he talks about, I don't have the packet in front of me, but the one that has, what's the name of it again?
The latte, you said. The cream and caramel. I got it right here.
Yeah. That one is a latte, guys. I told him that he should probably mention that it's a latte because that kind of changes things. Well, at least I think so. Coffee drinker, you would know that.
Yeah, I didn't know, but yeah. Oh, yeah. So it's a latte. The caramel is a latte, cream and caramel coffee. Yes, and it's got the cordyceps mushrooms in it, so it definitely had that. All right. So she got a headache, so y'all need to check and see if it's a full moon. Y'all get that later. Me and the moon. It's me and the moon. Just check. I mean, that's Scientology or not, or scientific analysis is what that is. I mean, because I was married once to the she-wolf, and I'm telling you, when I saw the full moon coming, I prepared for blows. Oh my God, did I prepare for blows? Oh, it was another story. So most of the sleep paralysis, as we said earlier, was tied to gray aliens. What are your thoughts about that? And some people see shadow people. Since you don't have the luxury of having this experience, maybe you can speak from a perspective now, and you can go either way. But if someone was to tell you that they was having sleep paralysis, maybe one of your children or family members or something, how would you address that? What would you say to them?
Well, my dad, he was a person that was like that. I remember the last show, I can't remember what her name was, but she mentioned flying. So he would have that flying experience when he was sleeping. He would get, his sleeps are pretty deep. So he goes into like a really deep sleep. He tends to kind of like talk through his sleeping sometimes, and it's real interactive, it seems like. But he would have sleep paralysis, and he would also have those experiences with flying. And I just feel like when people have that, I didn't do anything. I would just like, watch him sometimes when he would fall asleep. But I just think that those people that have those type of experiences are like really connected. So I think that their sleep state puts them in a I don't want to call it a trance, but I think it just is like an open door. Like it gives you an open door to communicate. That's just my opinion. That's what I think.
All right. So we cool. You know that, right? So me and you cool. What I'm going to do for you, and you don't have to thank me. You don't have to thank me because we're cool. I'm going to see if they can give you an experience. We'll see if we can get the aliens to come see you, give you sleep paralysis, and so that you can feel connected to the community. No, that's fine. I don't want you to thank me. I know you want to thank me, and don't worry about it. But we're going to get that done for you, and pretty much everything else. And you can thank me at another time, and because when they finish with you, and you're going to say, "Oh Jesus, Jesus, Jesus," I mean, believe that. And but you're going to thank me for the experience. You're going to thank me for the experience.
No.
I mean, I'm just saying, we're going to move on to that because Nicole says she talking her sleep too. I can imagine looking over in people talking in their sleep. Now, the ex-wife son, the she-wolf son, he used to sleepwalk. And then one time I had to keep him from jumping out a 2-story window. He was about to go out the window. Yeah, like that.
Like those two experiences are connected.
I don't know. So. I don't know. I don't know if you see some people you sleepwalking and pretty much. But anyway, like I said, thank me later. Just know the feeling. What's going to happen? You're going to feel somebody pinning you down. They're going to really hold you really tight. Okay, I just want you to know. You're going to feel them taking advantage of you. Okay. Now, if you're a stomach sleeper, and I'm telling you, don't do that in the next few days. Don't sleep on your stomach. They do not. Oh my God, that is not the experience you want. Okay, So just, sleep on your back for the next few days. Hang on a minute. Let's give a new shout out for a new member, Diane. Y'all give Diane. There we go.
Yes. Welcome,
All right now. Yeah. Thank you for being a member. And but I'm just saying, don't, you know what? You might like sleeping on your stomach. So when you do, that's really enticing. Very much. I'm telling you, ask some people in the chat. It's very enticing when you're a stomach sleeper and sleep paralysis come.
First of all.
Thank you. Thank you. First of all, thank you. I know you was going to say that. Yeah. Thank you. First of all.
Or any like that. Mm-hmm. No probing from the
aliens.
Yeah.
we got kids in here. Yeah, aliens.
Oh yeah, but no.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying. All right. So who's going to come up tonight with us and tell your story? I can put a link in the chat. Y'all can come on screen and talk to me and the Moon a little bit about your experience. In fact, I'm sure Charles and Helen will come up as well. We can actually, you know what? We can have up to almost 10 people, but y'all got to know how to mute your mics and stuff out so that you don't have it. But I can put a link in the description. And but I'm not going to do it unless 4 people say you're willing to tell us your sleep paralysis story, and give us the detail too, and what you think about it, because that's part of where we're going to go. We're still in our first hour, a couple of hours into Freaky Friday a little bit, and then we can do whatever y'all want from there. But anyway, who's going to come up and tell y'all stories? And pretty much. And so I want y'all to come in, tell your stories, and then, I'll have y'all in and out so that y'all not just taking up the space and give some other people some room to come. But I need 4 people. I only see 1. Philly Cat says she'll come.
You got E.G. He said he will. He has a story.
Who was it?
Astrology.
Cosmic Astrology?
You know who that? Yes, that's David.
Oh, yeah. All right. Who else?
He said she has it. Nicole says she's coming.
Okay, that's cool.
And Ava Marie, she says she has a story as well.
Oh, Philly Cat says she don't want to come up here and go back out so quickly. That's fine. I understand that. But the rest of y'all can come in and pretty much. All right, so we got enough? Do we have enough to make it?
Yeah. You got David, you got, you got Ava. So Ava, Nicole, David, and then who else?
Yeah. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out why people are so scary to come. I think some of these people are bank robbers or they're wanted by the FBI or something. I would assume that. You know what I'm saying?
Me too.
Well, the jury's still out on you if you're a man or not. I try to put the picture up here in bigger size so they'll know. Yeah.
You are so rude.
Yeah, the jury is a serious point. So I'm not scared. T said I'll come up.
Yeah.
All right.
So you got.
So what's gonna happen is this. I'm gonna put a link in the chat. Y'all hit it. You're gonna come up. Make sure you got your camera on or whatever. Don't tell us no weird stories. We only have 1 get out of jail free card for people to come up without their camera, and me and the Moon, she uses it every show. And so we don't have one. Say the code word, not camera. Man, y'all are funny, man. All right, I tell you what, come as you freaking are. You know what I'm saying? Camera, no camera, whatever. I can't trust some of these people because I can't trust anybody I can't see. Is something wrong with that though? I mean, we're already using aliases names, like, for example, me and the Moon, or I use all of my username is my name, no matter what sphere I'm in. I don't be like Big Daddy or Grizzly Bear or thin chip guy. You know what I'm saying? Or Mr. Small, Biggie Smalls. You know what I'm saying? I don't use all of those things. I don't use that.
My name is across the board. All my social media platforms use the same name. It's a business name. But you guys know I'm Selena, right?
But they believe that shit. They just, because I validate that you Selena because that's what I call you. But you know that ain't your real name. You know what I'm saying?
What?
Selena ain't your real name.
Huh?
You want them to know your real name?
I don't care if they already know. We had this whole conversation. They were talking about shit from Batman.
Yeah, Catwoman and all that. Yeah. So anyway, I'm just messing with you. Yeah, I know, but I'm saying I validate that. So it's Selena. Yeah, that's cool. But other than that, okay, Sirius Poem says, my name is Tamla. Thank you. I'm going to just put that on the screen. You know what I'm saying? There you go. A spirit of honesty. We could have church in this motherfucker. A spirit of honesty. You know what I'm saying? People are going to reveal who they are. You know? Your pronouns, me, she, you know what I'm saying? Whatever. Just whoever. Be yourself. Be authentic today. And come out with it.
He thought my real name was Moon. Well, technically, Selena means moon. So I guess you could say that's my real name.
Yeah.
That's why.
Well, I feel like I know her name. I don't know her name. You know what I'm saying? Y'all think I know everybody. I don't know everybody.
Jarrell gave his whole name.
Where did it? Marquise, is it Jarrell? Marquise, shit, you might well go and put the Social Security number out there.
Yeah, that's hilarious.
You know what I'm saying? Charles Davis said, we are the Davises.
I know that's right.
Yeah, we are the Davises, and yeah.
Liking this Mark. His name is Mark. Okay, Mark. Ian is Angel. Really, Ian?
I don't know.
Oh.
Okay, so let's take it into a different mode set. All right, it's dream time in the house tonight, y'all. And I'm gonna tell y'all, if you have not had your opportunity to be visited by aliens, it is an experience. It is an experience that you won't forget. Being, fully succumb to the power of whatever they're doing. They're gonna take over. And they're going to hold you down, and you're going to be defenseless at this point. But this is where the trust comes in. You got to trust whatever visiting you, whatever is, caressing and touching and holding and all of that stuff. So.
Oh, wait, can I interrupt, please?
Huh?
Can I ask, what exactly do you think is happening when?
Well, let me turn my music off. Let me turn the music off a little bit. Hang on. It messes up your audio.
Oh, I hear it.
Yeah, it messes up your audio. Okay, we'd rather hear you. Go ahead. I'll do it when I'm talking by myself.
I didn't know that you were even playing the music. I couldn't hear it. So if I interrupt.
See, that's the freaking point that I was making earlier, that you might be in so of a deep sleep. You don't even know they're visiting you. You don't even know. You wouldn't know. And I was playing music in plain sight just then.
No, I didn't hear it, though. It was choppy. So that's probably why on my end it was choppy.
No.
But first of all, do we really want to hear that music? Because the last experience we had with that music, you set the chat off for sure.
Yeah, I don't want
to. You know it.
Yeah, I'm not going to do that tonight. Yeah, we're not going to do that tonight. Yeah. None of that.
No. It matches with your voice, though, but it just puts you in a mode of late night, voyeurism type of situation.
Like, all right, sexy stuff. All right, all right, so it is testimonial time. You can now the link is in the chat right there, and y'all can see it come up. Let me make sure I go into YouTube and pin it, so I can pin it up at the top here. So I need to go into my channel to do that. Why are you laughing? It ain't funny.
No, keep going. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but you're laughing though. You making fun of me?
I'm just not going to even mention it. So you can go ahead.
Oh, okay.
I won't mention. You're still talking about your music. That's all.
Oh. I mean, I won't play it again in a little bit. I'm going to make sure I can.
Yeah.
All right. So I just pinned the link to come into the show. It's right up at the top. I don't see that a lot of black people report on talk about visitations. They don't, Beverly. I think it's we have a taboo when it comes down to this subject matter, and I think that's something that we need to kind of pay attention to. All right, so we got one person in the studio. I'll bring him up in a minute. Come on, eat 4 more. Bring yourselves up in the studio to tell your testimonials, or I can bring y'all up one at a time, but y'all, and we got one more. And always, as if you do find any value in our show tonight, you're welcome to give a contribution. We like that. All right, who else is coming? I couldn't. Y'all, I'm telling y'all, it's the same people like, oh, I will. Oh, I'm coming. Oh, y'all be cooking, driving spaceships, everything but, whatever. Robbing banks. Oh, right now, man, I'm robbing the bank right now. I will come on. Just, it's crazy. Some of the stories that I get. All right, so 3, we need 3. It was at least 5 of y'all saying y'all would tell y'all story. At least 5.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. Ava, where are you? Ava was 1.
Okay.
T.
Rita says 4:40. Yeah, she in Hawaii time. All right, so I'm gonna get we'll get David in the house here. All right, so we got David G in the house with us, man. Share your story a little bit, and then you're going to be back later, and you're going to do a reading tonight for someone. We said it was going to be Kim, but I don't see her in here tonight. So
all these people was in here talking about. Why am I echoing? I'm not sure. Whatever. But all these people said they had a story to share, and I don't know if I come.
It's like that all the time, in Dave, because I've been trying. That is the main premises of Project Black, because I gotta create this safe place to get people to, and then sometimes it results in different tactical things of how trying to get people to jump on and all of that. So it changes a little bit. Now here's my faithful Nicole, which y'all know she'll come rain, sleet, high water, except for when she's eating her pizza. So we can't do it. So
pizza.
Not pizza. Not any more pizza.
Not any more pizza. And you have lost, what, 40-some pounds now?
45.
We're going to talk about that in next week's meeting because, I'm getting on it, too.
Wow.
All right. So, all right, DG, let's start with you. Tell us what's going on with your sleep paralysis story.
Hold on. There's an echo.
You got an echo?
Okay. Yeah, I hear it, too.
All right. Let me see if I can fix something on my end. This thing called echo cancellation. Is that working better for you?
Mic check. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's good.
That's good.
Now the reason it does that, because y'all see what I'm wearing right here, right? Headphones. And I don't need to hear myself talking, but what happens is if I leave the speakers open, and when this mic hear me talk, and then the voice comes back out of me talking, because I can hear myself talking, it gets right back into the microphone. And then it starts a loop. So even for some of you, your microphone, what you're saying and hearing is going back into your computer. And then it starts that loop. That's why when you do become a regular on podcast or somewhere, get headphones, because that is, everybody don't have the ability to push a button to turn off echo cancellation like I just did.
Right.
Yeah. And then it'll be bad for the audience. And we can do that. So go ahead and let's hear what you got.
All right, so this was when I personally started my my spiritual journey. A couple months after that, and again, this is real quick for me, but I remember just going to sleep, and I was in like I wouldn't necessarily call it a deep sleep per se, but I definitely, it was one of those things where you're asleep, but you're kind of aware type of thing, like you're about to really drift off into deep sleep. And I remember literally, it was almost like I was meditating, and I seen like white figures, and they were literally performing surgery on my brain. Like, it was kind of insane. And I had to make sure, I literally sat there for a second, and I could, just to make sure I wasn't going crazy. And I literally remember them with just sharp things, literally doing surgery. And then I woke up. You know what I'm saying? They was gone. So it was it was definitely like a surreal thing for me. Like it was kind of crazy, but it that shit really happened. Like it really happened. You know, so yeah, I mean, there's other things that happen, you know, waking up with bruises and stuff like that. But that was one of those things to where, you know, I'll just never forget that because I seen it so vividly. Like I just remember seeing this white figures. There was like about 3 or 4 of them, and they were all just performing some type of surgery on my brain. Like it was really crazy.
How did you feel when you came out of it? Like, are you nervous, scared? Are you at peace? Like, how do you feel after an experience like that?
At the time, I'm gonna be honest. At the time, I wasn't sure how to feel about it. Because it was the beginning of my spiritual thing. Like I'm still within a year of like that real. I mean, because you know, a lot of people we know we're on a spiritual journey for a long time, but there comes a point to where it's very obvious and things change. And so this is kind of where it was early on in that it was around probably for me, I think this was around like August, September timeframe. And honestly, man, like at first I felt kind of weird about it. I really didn't know what to think, but I knew I wasn't getting hurt or anything. So I just kind of made peace with it, you know, because that's really when I knew like, okay, there's no reason to be afraid of these entities. They're clearly here to help me. You know, and so that's kind of when I really started to get tapped in with the spiritual realm and stuff like that. And I think now I'm able to understand concepts. I study like a lot of philosophies and things along those lines. So I'm sure that had a lot to do with it, to be honest.
Rita said upgrade, and I think pretty much that's what you're saying, and that's what it sounded like. That's when you were getting upgrade.
True.
Yeah, definitely felt like it.
All right, so Philly Cat, you said you had sleep paralysis?
Well, back around both of our birthdays, we talked a little bit, and I told you how basically since childhood up until my late 20s, I would wake up with scratches and bruises and marks, and my feet sometimes would hurt so bad that I couldn't walk. And I would tell my mom, and she would think, you know, I was trying to make an excuse not to go to school. Until one day she was behind me and she saw the way I was walking and she told me to go back to bed. And then later that night, my dad, who had been in the Army, came into my room and he looked at my arms, he looked at my hands, and I heard him talking to my mom. He said, "Those are defensive wounds." So I don't know who the hell I was fighting, but apparently I was fighting somebody. One person once told me that I was in the Army, in some kind of military, and I was going through basic training or being trained for something.
Right.
And that's why I had the scratches. I didn't even tell her about the scratches. She just knew about the scratches and the bruises. But the last time, I would say probably maybe 10 years ago, I woke up and I could not move. I mean, like, couldn't move at all. And then something was in my face, and I realized it was my hands. My hands were up in a fist. I was in my face. I was like protecting myself. And I had woken up suddenly. Something like shook me. And that's when I woke up. I don't think they're spirits like you were saying before, because I've been visited by spirits. I've seen spirits since I was a kid. And I know the difference. I think that when I woke up, it might have been a spirit, because I have been awakened from what I thought were just bad dreams by my mother and my grandparents before. My grandmothers. There's always usually one of the mothers. Bad dreams will stop for me by my father. He will stop them while I'm still asleep, and I go to a good place. I know when I see my dad in my dream, or see him, I know that it's a stop. It's don't go there. It's a warning. But in terms of, I've never had anything like David, where I'm waking up and I see somebody fiddling with my brain or any other part of me. I have awakened and been fiddled with, but I don't think that was an entity. I think it was a person, actually a celebrity that I once dealt with Scientology, and that is one of the things they teach you how to do, is to invade other people's minds. So I do believe that's what that was. So if you know some Scientologists and something's happened to you, that's probably what it is. It ain't an entity, it's a person.
Well, that that's a deep story there. Ava, for the first time, what's going on?
Yes. And this is a big deal for me because I am an introverted extrovert.
Me too.
So,
Oh.
but you know, I almost.
First of all, I'm gonna have to say I don't know what that means, but either way, we'll find out after you finish talking.
All right. Okay. And I actually wanted to call you about this when it happened back in January. Of course, this has been all my life, 55 years.
Call me.
I have had some experiences that some things that early when I was younger scared me. Were actually seeing dead people, literally. I come from my maternal lineage. My mother is from Louisiana. I have a lot of family in Louisiana and Texas. I'm in Maryland. I'm from Maryland. But I'll just, keep it short. Just more recent, back in January, right before the end of the Kali Yuga cycle, whatever they were saying it was, which was actually the Martin Luther King's birthday that day. Mm-hmm. Friday before. And just also to note that my spiritual journey, I was initiated into IFA. I guess it's been about 3 years now. It's not my only spiritual practice. Like I said, I tap into what my ancestors work with, that they had gifts. I had a great aunt that would see dead people with their heads off. I forgot what it's called. So all of that. So I'm deep, I'm tapped in. But this particular experience, and I've had a lot of experience with what I believe was ET. Actually, without them saying anything to me, but coming in a dream state, that it was time to go. And I had on put on this blue jumpsuit. And I think that's what comes from the scars and the scratches I get sometimes, because I actually believe that I am in different realms fighting. But the experience back in January, and I had posted this in there, where without them saying, I knew my pineal gland was being upgraded. I wake up a lot in the middle of the night, and I know it's usually a message for whatever. What am I supposed to do? But this particular night, I wanted to sleep, but I couldn't. So I ended up coming out in my living room and fell asleep on the couch. But that experience happened where it's like sometimes when I do leave my body and I go, I'm either being narrated to, and I may see stuff, or I'm actually in the dream, but in a different realm. So this particular, and I should say early morning, I actually came out of my body, like up to the ceiling, because I'm looking down at myself on the couch. And like in that moment, I hear this, "It's okay." I know it sounds, but that's what it sounded like. But it was no fear, but I could feel like there was something actually going in the back, going up into my brain, because your pineal gland is like right in here. And I just laid still, but it was like I was going back and forth, like watching myself, but going back in, feeling it. And I'm like laying still, like I couldn't move. But there was so much confusion when they were done and it happened, and I could feel it come out. I jumped up. And for a minute, I was really, really disoriented, because I couldn't tell whether, was that real? Or like, what just happened? And I would say probably out of all the experiences I had, that one stood out the most. Still haven't figured out what I was supposed to get out of that. I know that since that experience, it seems like my senses, and you talk about shadow people, that's something I've always dealt with. There was a time period where when I'm sleeping, and I always said it was my ancestors, especially if I'm going through something, but actually being touched or rubbed. So it was so disruptive in my sleep. I just asked, can you please come in my dreams? So that cut that out. But yeah, that was the experience. But like I said, like since that happened, it's like everything I'm extra. I can smell, like when I know that and I live alone. I have just my 2 cats. My kids are grown and gone, so it's just me. But I always can sense when there's like something with me. Nothing bad. There are crystals, things that I keep around my house for protection to ward off any negative entities or energies. But I don't feel like, I feel like I have a purpose for whatever that is, whether it is ET, whether it is other entities from another realm, I don't know. But I'm open for it.
Okay. I mean,
no fear.
And first of all, I want to just thank you for having the courage, like you said, to come forward. Because oftentimes when we tell those things, you know, they can get appear to sound extraordinary, okay, or extraordinary for some folks. But I think that, you know, the more and more people come forward, then there will be people who will probably say, man, I was getting the same stuff, or I'm hearing the same thing, or I heard something says the same stuff to me that it said to you, or whatever. And that's where I'm trying to bridge the gap, because I do know that nothing just happens. I do know that there's a connection between all of this that people are doing and going through, that it's incredibly, you know, high strangeness going on at any given point. But to create the, you know, the ambiance of stuff, then that's cool. And so I'm just, you know, again, I just want to thank you for just having the courage. And now this is kind of off the radar a little bit. You don't have to answer it or not, but you can. But it's something I am investigating and thinking about. Have you ever shared this with someone you were dating, or, I mean, what kind of, because I know there's a disconnect between believers. Okay. So yeah. I'm hitting the right buttons now. Okay. So, and I'm trying to put something together in a book and all of this, because this thing divides relationships.
Yeah, it does.
How powerful this is. And I don't think people realize when I'm talking about this and trying to get people to come forward, and the people that are in relationships where both parties can discuss the absolute strangest stuff, there's a bond there that you can't break in some areas. Well, so let's go into that a little bit. Yeah. So I'm not dating anyone. I mean, I have a really good friend. We were high school sweethearts. Things just didn't go the way we thought it was going to go when we reconnected. But him being a so-called, well, he's not an atheist, but he doesn't believe, but yet he does believe, because he does believe in high strangeness. Okay. So I'm able to bounce stuff off to him, even my family, my kids, my mother, because of course, like I said, the background, our history. So I do have them at least to share. And then some of the things my mother experiences in her dreams and so forth. So but as far as anybody else outside, now there was somebody, I will say that before well, we're not together anymore, but before I got back with him, he called me a heathen. You know,
been called that.
Okay. But it's like, and it's funny because I was raised in the church, right? My grandfather was a pastor. My grandmother was a lay minister, but I know they still did hoodoo. There was just things now that they're gone, there are things now. I mean, even more recent as in last week, I think when I'm having those experiences where I'm awake and I actually do kind of drift out wherever I go. And there's conversations that I had or questions I was asking my grandmother about why she did this or why she said that. And it's coming back to me now and I understand. It is what it is. So I'm at a point now to where, I mean, I ain't getting no young. I'll be 55 in October. I'm in a good space. If by chance I have the opportunity to share with someone this, I don't want to say final chapter in my life, then so be it. But I actually have a certain criteria where if you don't understand, then we can't. I'm not settling.
See, Roger gonna ask you that because he's looking to date.
And that stuff really does divide families because
let me process that.
I was wondering why he was so quiet.
I'm just going to process that for a moment, and because I hear voices, right now, and but anyway, all right, Nicole, what's your story? We'll go there first.
First, I would like to say, like this is one of my favorite topics because outside of, growing up in the church, this was my real first experience into spirituality.
Okay.
So kind of like what David described. My first experience with what I like to call sleep paralysis / astral projection, out of body experience was in my teens. And I was not, I wasn't afraid. And I think I've told you this before, Roderick. I wasn't afraid because I had a cousin that was a year older than me, and she experienced it, and she told me about it first. And I was like, wow, that happens to you? That's crazy. Like, I believed her because she never lied to me before. So when it happened to me, I wasn't afraid in the fact that I knew that it happens to other people, as I had somebody else's experience to go on. And so when it happened to me the first time, I wasn't afraid. I couldn't move my body, but I didn't feel any presence in the beginning. In the beginning, I didn't feel like I could see or feel any other like beings around me. And I just thought it was very interesting how my body was asleep, but my mind was wide awake. And I could see with my third eye, like I could see the TV on. I could hear what the TV was saying. And it wasn't until a few times that I actually had my first experience where I actually felt something or someone pat me on the stomach. And I was like, whoa, that was different, but I still wasn't afraid. I was just like, that was weird. Somebody came in my room in the middle of the night, patted me on the stomach, and that was it. I even told my mom about it, and I'm fortunate to come from a family that, is very spiritual, probably more spiritual than religious, even though we did go to church when I was young. So I had like a religious foundation, but I had these spiritual experiences happening to me. And I also would talk to a lot of my older relatives, and they would have very much spiritual experience. So it was kind of like a common thing. It wasn't a weird thing to like say you had a dream and somebody came to you in your dream to deliver a message, which happens to me quite often, actually. So it was embraced by my family. So I was never like ashamed to talk about it. But I had some very interesting experiences. I feel like I've encountered beings. Now, when I say this, I've felt their presence more than I've seen them. Like I can't see them, but I know that they're there. I can feel them, or sometimes like I feel like somebody's like in the corner of the room, and I look to the corner and it's blurred. I can't see them, but I know there's somebody standing there. But it's not a scary thing for me. It's just kind of like they're observing. And I'm just out of my body doing, whatever. There's a time where I floated up to the ceiling, turned around, looked down back at my body, floated back down to my body. I actually touched myself because I was like, I can't believe this is me laying down on the bed, like touched myself. And I could still hear like people cutting the grass outside in the yard. Like I could just everything around me, like my senses were heightened. Like I could hear very clearly. And another thing that would happen is I would feel like this vibration or like this sound that was like almost like a frequency vibration sound. And I felt like that's when I was like leaving the body and going into like the astral realm. You have this, your body sometimes can shake, and you have this you can hear the sound. And my cousin used to tell me she used to hear this sound that sounded like a helicopter was flying above her. And for me, I would hear like a crackling, and I would feel a vibration physically. And sometimes even my husband will say, man, you were shaking the bed. And I'm like, what? Like, I don't remember it happening, but he would get frustrated because it would wake him up when my body was shaking. And so it would be like, you come out of your body, and it's like a freeing feeling. You're just kind of like out floating around. I know a lot of people, they have the fear attached to it because of, one, there's a lot of like superstitions out there. The hag, the witch is riding you. Like I used to hear about all that. And I used to have experiences where I would be scared, and like in the beginning. But once I realized that feeling, and I've heard this before, that feeling, that pressure is when your soul is actually releasing. So it's like when you're coming back into your body and your soul haven't synced quite yet. So that's why you can't move yet. And so I would concentrate really hard on one part of my body to move, because this is my cousin, you told me she used to do. She would I would focus so hard on like wiggling my big toe. And then once I could wiggle my big toe, I was out of it. I could get up and move. But I've had so many experiences, like, to not even just to narrow down one, but I feel like I even encountered my son's spirit before he was born. So there was like a time where I looked in the mirror. I was out of my body. I went into my bathroom. I looked into my mirror, my bathroom, and instead of seeing a reflection of myself, I saw a young man, and he was staring back at me, and he was smiling. And in the background was like it was almost like a wooden shack. Like he was in like a wooden shack or like a room with like wooden, walls, like something you would see back in like the 1800s. It was weird. And he was dressed like something from the past. But he was there and smiling at me.
And you were pregnant at the time? I'm sorry. Oops.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I was early on in my pregnancy, and I looked in the mirror and I kept saying to him, "Are you me?" Because I felt so connected to him. I couldn't even, and what's funny is it didn't look like how my son looks now. But it was something spiritual, like the connection. And after that, I can't remember if it was after or before that, I also had a dream. My great grandmother had passed away 2 months before I became pregnant with my son. She came to me in a dream, and she's the one who told me I would have a son. Because in my dream, I was like, oh, she died when she was 101 years old. And I told her in my dream, I said, I'm pregnant. I remember just like saying this to her, like, I'm pregnant. And she was like, I know and she said, he's been waiting for a long time to come. And that just like really resonated. So when I saw this soul in the mirror, and it felt like it was a part of me, I just immediately was like, this soul is connected to me somehow. And when I was pregnant with him, I would dream often. I would always dream of this baby boy constantly and constantly. So I think when you go into the astral realm, you can encounter all kinds of beings. I think you can encounter, ETs that can come into this realm, interdimensional beings that can't come into the physical, but they can meet you in the astral, spiritual beings, angels, guides, loved ones that have passed on. I think it's kind of like a middle ground, between their realm and ours. So
Let
it's
me add
kind of
something
like,
too. Oh, no,
yeah, go ahead.
Okay, no, I just wanted to because I wanted to let you finish because I don't want to, want to be rude. It's funny that you bring a lot of that stuff up because a lot of the things that really happens is so supernatural. It's hard for you to explain. It's a lot with timing. Like I remember, I kid you not. I remember when I first started. Like I've never been in a tarot until last year. Like I didn't even really know what it was, and so it just popped up on my YouTube, and I'll never forget watching this tarot reader, and she was like, "Yeah, like you're gonna have a lot of different gifts come online. Like you're gonna have your clears come online." And I never knew what it was, but I remember having a conversation with two friends of mine, and I was hearing like we were having the same conversation, but it was like I was hearing a higher version of the conversation. And I remember like when I was hearing it, I got like I had a headache and I got sick like in the middle of the conversation, and I went and laid down. And they were like, "What's wrong?" And I woke back up like 10 minutes later, and nobody was, nobody. They obviously left the conversation because we were in Discord. And so when she started talking about the clairs, I was like, "What is that?" And so when I started doing research, it was clairaudience, it's clairvoyance. And then out of nowhere, I started getting a lot of the high ringing in your ears.
Yes.
And all of a sudden, when you hear it, then like you'll click, like it's crazy the type of stuff that happens. Like, for example, I learned, right? You know how when you could be walking randomly, laying down or whatever, and you feel it feels like a spider web rubs up against your skin.
Yeah.
That is the spirits touching you. They're letting you know that they are present with you. That is literally what that is. That's like you literally walking and there's no spider webs, but you walk and it feels like you went through a spider web. That's because at that point you have literally shifted to a different timeline. I've learned this stuff like just through like just what she's talking about. A lot of these things happen. It's supernatural that you can't even really explain. Like birds just be flying in front of you, all type of like, what I'm saying?
Yes.
It's crazy when she say a lot of these things, like I can really resonate with it. And it's hard to explain with people because they'll think you're crazy because they're not going to see it the same. But it's just like you got to be there to really understand it. Like just today, I was outside mowing my lawn, and it was funny because I was talking to Rod about it. I was mowing my lawn. I was listening to some tarot, and I thought about something, and I forgot what it was. But then out of nowhere, there was a crane on the edge of my yard, and it flew literally like 5 feet in front of me up in the air. And I was like, what the hell?
Wow.
So it's a lot of power in birds.
Yeah, like blue jays, cardinals. I literally
Cardinals. I get cardinals all the time.
All the time because they're very tied. They're very closely tied to ancient Egypt. They're like the most ancient Egyptian like sign or something along those lines. And I'm very close to this hawk. Like I could even show a video later on in the show.
Oh, your hawk.
I started seeing that, like when I started seeing birds, and it makes sense. I study astrology. I won't get into crazy detail, but I have a lot of planetary alignments in all of the air signs. So when I started hearing about it and putting two and two together, it made sense why I was close to birds. So I started seeing this hawk, and I'll never forget this. I was in Charleston, South Carolina for Thanksgiving, for in 2023. And when I came back, like I seen a hawk a couple times, like it would fly over me. It would fly in front of me while I'm on my bike, just random stuff like that. And so I haven't seen her for a minute. And so I was like, man, do I want to go on a bike ride? Because it was like 50 degrees at this time. It's gloomy outside. And I remember getting a thought like the hawk. It just popped up in my head. And so I was like, dang, I don't feel like going, but I'm going to just go. So I went, and I'm coming around the bend. I'm going like 14 miles per hour on my bike. And I don't even know how I seen this hawk on a tree. But she was sitting on a tree on this marsh. I even have a video of it. I posted it on my social media. And so long story short, over time, like I stopped recording her, and then she flew off, and I was sick. I was like, dang, I ain't catch her fly off. So I'm on the trail about a month later, and I have recordings of all of this. I'm on the trail a month later. I'm coming up on this hill on my bike, and she flies in front of me on this branch in like in a tree. And so I got off my bike. I'm recording her, and I was like, hey, you gonna let me fly off this time? And she turned around and wiggled her freaking wings. So she was responding to what I was saying, and she let me see her fly off. And I see her like every week. I seen her today. Actually seen her today when I was walking in the morning. I have a whole video today when I walk. It's crazy the supernatural things that happen to you, like when you know what I'm saying. Like it's crazy.
Yeah, I see cardinals.
The blackbirds.
Okay.
Yeah,
when
the
they
blackbirds.
do their wings at you, it's like, and especially if you're tapped in, and the tradition, they say that that's when you've been initiated as far as the Iyami, which is typically just for women. But if your mother, the maternal, if they are naturally already a part of it, then even the son and all those offspring, you are also. So yeah, there's a lot of this Aje Fum Fum, which is the white bird, which is typically more of the love and the caring, and Aje Pupa, which is more of like the fiery bird. There's a lot of some people lean on the dark side of things, and then you have Aje Dudu.
Question: Have you ever seen? This gonna sound crazy. Have you ever seen a goldfinch, like a real gold? Like I remember being up at 5 o'clock in the morning, and I looked up, and it literally looked like some shit off a movie. It was a goldfinch, like dark outside, and I was like, "What the hell?" Like, you know what I'm saying? And even like you said, the blackbirds or crows, like in spirituality, they're messengers. And I even learned when they fly off, if you're thinking about something, like if you're manifesting, thinking about something, and they fly off, it's symbolizing you sending the message. That's why they're flying off when you think. And then if you have a certain thought and they're coming to you, they're here to gather the message, and then you'll see them fly off again because you're sending a message. Like this is all real shit.
Pay attention to how the birds do something, because I know I'm Aje Dudu, initiated in that with the blackbirds. So sometimes I'm driving, I always see any of the different blackbirds and the vultures, or it always seems like they're following me. But I've actually seen them perched, and they're doing different, like just when I'm pulling up, like about to pass up, one will do something like that, or it's like they're communicating with me.
Yeah.
I wanted to say something to you, Nicole, regarding to what you talked about your son and the experience in the mirror. Have you ever done past life regression?
I have not, but I've had past life memories. I've had dreams that I believe are past life memories.
And it's a possibility that your son is actually an ancestor, or it you. And you know what I mean.
I thoroughly believe that we were together in a previous lifetime because of my connection with him. You know, even like in the womb, I've always felt that. And even now, like he's 11 now. And he's extremely attached to me, extremely. And so we always talk about spirituality and God and everything. He asks a lot of questions. And he always says to me, Mom, even when we die, we'll still be together, right? And I always tell him, yes, we'll be together for eternity. And he's always like that, you know. He's always says that, like randomly out of the blue.
Well, I tell y'all what, T is up here, and I got some more people in the studio, and David is going to be back later to do a reading. Nicole, I'll get you back in later, and all of y'all. So I'm going to put all of y'all back into the chat, and then T is going to tell.
So before you do that, can I ask them a question, please?
Oh, go ahead.
Okay, so listening to your experiences and knowing what mine are any of y'all negative blood?
Yes.
I'm not.
I'm not AB positive.
I'm O positive.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I can't remember because I had them on my dog tags when I was in the military, but I can't remember. Like I can't remember. So I have to get back to you on that.
I know about that negative blood.
All right. We might do another show next Friday or a couple of Fridays and get everybody with all these blood type there. But in the meantime, Ava, appreciate you coming up. David, we'll get back with you. Nicole, as always, we talk, and Philly Cat will get with each one of y'all. So let me put y'all back in the chats.
See y'all.
Yeah, and y'all go there and let's do this and let's do this. All right, and yeah. So my main thing is for you. You can tell your story too, and then Hope, Charles, and Helen. Selena, you still here with us?
I'm here. Uh-huh.
Oh, okay. I thought I heard some snoring and shit. I was like, damn, the girl snoring.
I muted the phone out of respect, but
Oh, I thought you were snoring. Yeah. I was like, no, she's snoring. Yeah. I was like, okay, there we go. All right. So first of all, before T get into her stories, what do you think about what you were hearing?
I think it's phenomenal. You know what, y'all? And I say this, and I don't know why I go back and forth. I sometimes feel left out because people have these phenomenal stories, and I don't have many experiences. So it's just very interesting to hear, and I can see how it just seems like these things definitely put you on your spiritual path because you see different, with David doing tarot and Nicole being a part of this, you just see how these things connect, and it's just very interesting to hear.
Yeah, I think it's so. First of all, let me give a shout out to Charles for the super chat, not the super chat, but the Cash App. I really appreciate you doing that. Marla, I want to thank you too. And yes, I will get with you tomorrow to get your UFO detector. She was like, no, listen, give me mine, blah, blah, blah. So we're going to take that back. The want and need for her is real. So y'all give a shout out to her. Of course, Charles and then Marina being a new member. So tonight we actually are flying really high tonight with new members, man. I'm really shocked of that, and I appreciate that as well. I think if I look at it, we got Jay Harris, Ava, Lycan, Diane, and Marina. So all of these are new members, part of our YouTube membership. So give a shout out there as well. Let me make sure that the Davises is going to be coming up here in a minute. But anyway, T, go ahead and tell your story. Let's go.
Well, I've been having sleep paralysis my whole life, like since I can remember. And almost everybody in my family, I know, like on my mom's side, that, her mother and my great grandmother used to say that was a haint riding you. But even now today, I still wake up and I'll have scratches on me that I don't know where they came from. I have different aches and pains. Like I'll wake up and I'll just feel like somebody beat me with a hammer. I can barely move whatever body part that is. And my son has struggled with that. Yeah.
Wow.
We've seen, I had, I don't know, I guess the close encounter. When I was younger, I was about 4 or 5. And back in those days, when people got off work and out of school, you come home, you do your chores, and then you can, have your little fun. But I was so young that I had to stay under my grandmother while my mother was at work. So we go over there. And one day, it's summertime. Everybody's out doing their yards and kids are playing and all over the whole block. And suddenly, we see a UFO and it stopped directly above the tree where me and my grandfather was standing outside of their house. And the next thing I remember, it was like dark and he was getting off of the phone reporting it, and they told him it was a blimp. But ever since then, my grandma, she struggled talking about, aliens and UFOs and different technologies, and they said she was crazy. And I've seen a lot of the things that she said come to pass, you know.
Wow. I mean, I think it's, again, and I keep harping on it, Project Black, we need to get more people telling more people, and eventually we will start doing a lot of these stories and stuff because I just think it's important. And I don't know if you not grew up, but doing this process, even at some point thought, am I crazy?
It's funny you should say that. And I never thought I was crazy.
Okay.
Other people have thought I was crazy, but I've never let my eyes and mind play tricks on me like that. I've always been kind of in tuned. So I don't know. I can smell BS from a mile away. And I know when somebody's lying to me. And our family have like the gift of sight in dream state. So yeah.
Well, I mean, again, I want to personally commend you to really I don't think people understand the power that it takes to talk about stuff like this. And the people that it helps in the audience that, they're sitting on the fence line and stuff, because I think eventually we're going to hit everybody. And when I say hit everybody, there's going to be someone else that's going to share that they had the same thing as you. I'm talking about people in the audience that you think it's just you. Now, it's not uncommon for people like Me and the Moon and stuff, or Selena. Let me call her Selena, so I won't be saying Me and the Moon. For those of y'all thinking, Me and the Moon up there. But what I'm saying is, it's not uncommon for people like Selena who begins to hear all these stories and feel left out and wonder why the aliens don't pick me, why I'm not being visited, how come I'm not being blah, blah, blah. Am I different? And the possibility, yeah, you could be something they just don't want to mess with. But the whole point I'm saying is it's
I think that's a blessing. To be left alone, to be able to sleep in peace, not to wake up all scratched up, bruised up, hurting, don't know why.
Yeah. Well, I mean, but don't get me wrong. She's going to have that experience over the weekend. We're going to make sure we
leave her alone. She don't need it.
Yeah,
I cannot believe that.
Yeah, we're gonna make sure that you definitely have that experience. And Ava said it was a big step, and then I appreciate you, Ava, 100%.
I have never publicly told anyone that.
Yeah,
like never ever.
So why now? What gave you the courage to come here now?
Honestly, it's the community. I've been lurking for a long time. But y'all, it's a safe space to me. Now, who's listening, and I ain't got nothing to do with that. And now if they want to follow me, I ain't doing nothing. You just gonna be watching somebody boring as I don't know what. Because the bloodline and all these different things. Like once me and my older sister, one of my older sisters, we were together and we saw a UFO flying really low. And the people in it looked like us, regular people.
See, I always tell people what they look like. What if we look like them?
they look like normal everyday people that we walk past or live next to and say hello and everything. So yeah, and my whole family has had experiences time and time again. Um, like when my son was young, he I don't know, all of a sudden he woke up one day and there was a print in the middle of his forehead between his like where his pineal gland is, and there's still a little crater right there. And
Right.
he's 34 now.
Okay.
And this happened when he was maybe 6, 7. It's like suddenly he just had this crater and couldn't understand it. He still don't understand how he got it.
So what is it that he has?
It's like a little hole right in the middle of his forehead, right between his eyes. Like, yeah, it's like,
wow,
yeah. And he's at that almost 30 years now.
Wow.
So what do you think it is?
Hey, Selena, I'm gonna go in the kitchen and get my mandarin oranges. Y'all go ahead and talk before I come back, and we got Mark here as well. Okay, so Selena, you up?
Okay.
Honestly, I think it was aliens. I mean, our whole family has had these different experiences over and over, different ones. All my sisters, my brother, my son, my nieces. Like when my niece was about 9 or 10, she woke up screaming one night and she's saying the aliens are coming to get me. They trying to take me. They're trying to take me. And unfortunately, my sister didn't believe her. But still, to this day, she's 40 years old and she swears the aliens tried to get her that night. Yeah, it's so many things that it's countless. The weird experiences that we've had. Y'all here?
Yeah, I'm here. You hear
Oh,
me?
I guess it's just me and you now.
Oh,
Well,
yeah.
hello, Mark.
Hello, how you doing?
I'm good, and you? Well,
All
you
right.
already
Hello,
know.
chat. Just waiting on Radio to get back.
Well, no sense in giving them dead silence, but I wonder where me and the moon went.
I can't. I heard something there for a minute.
Yeah, I did too.
So what happened with the sound? Was it me or was it you?
It was when I took myself off. They couldn't hear you because you were attached to me.
Oh.
But I'm gonna finish doing what I'm doing. I'm just gonna leave this up so now you can talk to him. Go ahead.
I was just talking and talking. What I was asking, I asked, how old was she when she first experienced that?
My niece, she was
yes,
maybe 9.
Oh, 9.
Yeah, maybe.
Wow.
Yeah.
And she still remembers that to this day. That
Oh
experience.
yeah, and to this day, she'll still tell you the aliens were trying to take her that night.
Wow.
To this day.
Wow. And you know what? Because you don't seem like you were ever afraid. You were more aware and you were, it seems to be observant. That's what I wonder sometimes, can fear block you from these experiences? Because I've always been a very fearful, like when I was small as a child, I was just very fearful of it. But I witnessed like my family members having these experiences, not necessarily with alien encounters, but just like spiritual encounters or, you know, people crossing over and them communicating. And I was just really so fearful of that. So I wonder, that's why I'm just wondering, you know, with someone being 9, is it like a fearful thing? Did she ever be fearful of those type of things? Because I'm sure she heard stories and stuff from all of your family members, you know, and their experiences. But I just wondered, is fear something that blocks you from those experiences?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I couldn't for sure tap into that. I was thinking more of maybe the bloodline, but I don't know. It depends. I guess it would depend on the type of entity that you're dealing with. Because I think sleep paralysis, even though they may be attached to aliens, I don't necessarily put them right there with aliens. When I have sleep paralysis, I can't move. I'm fearful at that time. You know,
Right. I can understand.
just I'm fearful.
Yeah.
And the next day, I'm still saying, "Man, I got one of them." Excuse me. You know, I'll tell somebody one of them things got on me last night.
Right.
But like for as far as my oldest sister, in 2002, she was here in town for my mom's funeral, and she stayed with my dad, her and her boyfriend. And I don't know what she was experiencing before it happened, but she said that suddenly it felt like something was pulling her through the wall. Her and her boyfriend laying down sleeping. She started feeling something pulling her through the wall. Her boyfriend started yelling and started pulling her. My dad had to come in there, and they both had to pull to get her, you know, back in the bed. They said there was something pulling her through the wall.
Wow.
I haven't experienced that one. I don't want to.
I was
But
that's deep. I will.
But I self-medicate.
Yes.
So that's the thing. If you come in, I don't even want to know. Just I'll find out tomorrow when I'm scratched up and hurting. It ain't nothing I can do no way.
Yeah.
That's just the way I see it.
Yeah, that's very interesting. It really is.
But
well, what about you? Who else is on the line? I'm sorry, I can't see.
There's Mark. Mark there. And Wisdom Royalty is here with us. Mark, go ahead and share your story, Mark, and I'll be on camera with y'all in a minute. I'm just pulling a Selena right now. And Selena, you know what I want you to do?
Okay.
I want you to hang up this phone and then go ahead and click the link and just come on that way. You know, of course, you know, keep your camera where it is, but just come on that way. I can put you on the screen up here in one of the boxes. And that way,
I'll go hang out and chat and watch the show. Nice seeing y'all.
All right, T. Thank you.
Bye bye.
All right. So, yeah, go ahead and do that. Y'all hang on 1 second.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So let me find my camera. All right. So I got my oranges out. I went to go get my dinner. So All right, Mark. So let's start with you, and then Ashley, welcome. Where's your mom and dad at too?
No more. You talking to me?
No, I was talking to Ashley for a
Oh.
second. But go ahead, Mark. Start with you.
Well, I've been wanting to come on for the longest, but I didn't dare to. But being that you brought up the subject on shadow people, I'll tell you my story from the beginning. Since I was a kid, it started when I was about 4 or 5 years old. It started with some of my family are into, like, you could say, like, witchcraft. And when I used to go to sleep, there was times that my bed used to rock and I used to fall off the bed. And there were times that when I sleep on my stomach, I used to move my legs back and forth and I used to get smacked. Then after that, I don't remember for several years till I hit about 13, 14 years old. I was living in Puerto Rico. And there was one evening about 12 midnight, there was a bright light over the house. And my sister started calling me to her room, and my brother and my mom. So when I run to the room and we look out, it was very, very bright. And so my sister said, "Listen, look, there's three little guys running." So when I looked over her, I seen what she was talking about. I said, "Yo, mom, so we go outside and check it out." She said, "No, they just stay in the house." Okay, no problem. I go back to my room with my brother, and I just started getting this weird vibe, but it didn't seem normal. I'm young. I never went through this. So I just had a feeling that let me go run to my sister's room and stay in my sister's room. So that's exactly what I did. And the vibration that I was getting was more and more intense. And the more I closed my eyes, then something started talking to me. Whatever it was, I was seeing it with my eyes closed. And there were three of them. But my mother had brought us up in the religion of Jehovah Witness. So to me, the word Jesus Christ didn't come until late. So I started calling on God's name. And what was talking to me, it wasn't talk, how can I say it? It was talking to me, how you say that word?
Telepathically?
Telepathically. And I just, in my mind, I just kept calling God's name, which is Jehovah, when I was young. Then, and it kept repeating to me, but wait, I just want to talk to you. I just want to talk to you, but I didn't want to hear it because the sense of vibration it was sending off, it didn't feel positive. It just felt something real negative. Ever since then, my sleep changed. I couldn't sleep during the night. I spend days. I used to spend the up mostly during. I used to sleep during the day and stay up all night until now. Then a few years ago, I got into a car accident with a friend of mine. He was driving. We got hit by a tractor trailer from behind.
Wow.
And half of the van went in. But the funny thing is that when I woke up, I seen myself flying. And I'm like, yo, but where am I going? But when I looked back, I seen my body just laying flat back, and then my friend was just knocked out. I said, wait a minute, where am I going? No, I can't. I gotta do something. Whatever was pulling me up, let me go. And next thing you know, I woke up. That's one of the stories. Now, a few years ago, something came over me. I like listening to hip hop, and I'm a gamer. I like to play games. And I started playing, especially one song from DMX. give me a sign. There was no other song that I could have been listening to at that time. So I kept repeating it and repeating it. And something just came over me that I just started going into tears for no reason, but I couldn't stop crying. And it went on like that for a few days. And then one day I'm in the house. I was with my daughter and my ex girl. I went to go get a cup of water. So when I go over to the sink and I turn on the sink, and when I look up, there was this ball, a orb, which I know now, which at that time I didn't know. There was an orb that flew by, and that's what made me start getting into YouTube, watching videos, because I wanted to know what is this that I've seen. So I went and told her, my daughter's mother, and as you know, relationship since then on, it just went downhill.
Wow.
So what I did was I wound up moving out, let her be, let her get her space, and I came back to my mom's house. Now, this is my second time in my mom's house. I've been here for about 8 years. And the first time I didn't go through anything. The second time, which is now about 3 years ago, I started seeing something from a corner of my eye, especially by the window. So I started saying, like, instead of y'all trying to do something bad, do something good. Until one evening, I was playing a game, a DLC that had just came out, and I played about 8 hours. And I felt something push my chair real strong, just where I'm sitting at now. And I told the friends that I was talking to and playing with, listen, something just pulled my chair. They said, it's probably you tired. You probably moved around. I said, nah. This wasn't like if the chair was slipping or I'm on a downhill. So I took a break. I left the light on, and then I left the TV on. So then let me lay down for an hour and I get back on. As soon as I laid down on my left and I got comfortable. I said, nah, let me lay it on my right. As soon as I went to go turn, that thing jumped on me and I got paralyzed. I couldn't move. And it caught me with my eyes shut. But it only let me open my left eye. And it just hovered over me and it was looking at me. Like it was looking down into your soul. And then in my mind, I'm saying, I'm calling out Jesus Christ. But it stood there for about a minute. And next thing you know, it just zoom, just vanished. A few days later, I'm laying down. I always sleep with the TV on. There's no way I'm going to leave the TV on. Even though I'm laying down and it's nighttime, I stay up all night until it's daylight. But I used to see like this shadow run across my screen. It looked like human, but the funny thing is that whatever was running, you could see the outline of it, and it looked like it had hairs. So in the morning time, when my mom used to get up, I used to say, yo, Mom, I seen this shadow run across my TV almost every night. What you think it is? She had no idea. I said, she probably thought I was seeing things. I said, Mom, I'm not seeing things because my controller stays with the wire on and it's running through my wires. So I started praying. I went into prayers, and I accidentally, you could say, I went into fasting. That I started drinking 3 to 4 gallons of water, cold water, ice water. Because when I used to lay down, I used to get up and sweat, like if I was out in the rain. And it went on like this for about 30 days. Until one night, I went to go lay down. I left the TV on, and I left the light on. And I had put plastic across my floors because I figured if anything comes into this room, they have to step on the plastic and I could hear it. As soon as I lay down, I closed my eyes. Not even 30 seconds, I hear the plastic. So when I open my eyes, to my surprise, and the only reason I'm telling you this is because you had a preacher on that he got a visit. This is the only reason why I'm telling you. But I still haven't heard nobody say what I've seen. Because I figured I live in a house, right? And I seen what, oh man, I seen the like we call Bigfoot, like coming out of a portal or somehow. But I was concentrating, looking behind it to see if I could see anything behind it, where it was coming from. But it seemed like it was coming like through a hole because he had his legs, like one of his legs like locked and had one foot in and touching the plastic and had a smile. It had no neck and it was muscular. Probably why I didn't talk to it. There was no way I was gonna talk to it. Because I figured if I'm seeing this that came into the room, either I try to touch it or try to talk to it, all it has to do is grab me by the neck and just like a rag doll. Because of the muscle that this thing had, it was no joke. It was here for about maybe 2 or 3 minutes, and it just vanished. And I told my moms and I told the guys that I played with on the console. I even told my son. I told my daughter what just happened. I told my brother. I called him up and said, "Listen, this is what happened. What you think of it?" He said, "My brother believes me, but the guys that I play with, they don't believe it." I told my moms. I told my sister about it. So we left it like that. I kept on praying until one evening, I just happened to fall asleep during the nighttime, and two guys appeared in the corner of the room, dressed in white, like angels. Let's call them angels. Just like they described them with a white robe, gold belt, bracelet, and I think one of them had rings on. But they was talking so loud, but the language that they was talking, I couldn't understand it. What they were saying. So what I did it know you were awake?
All right, Mark, hang on a second. I got some questions for you, but hang on one second.
Go ahead.
And hang on. Let me mute some of this background noise real quick. Okay, there we go. All right. So first of all, I got some questions for Mark, and then Ashley is going to talk as well. But it is late here in Dallas, and not because it's late that we're going to go. I'm not saying that, but my dear friends, Chris is my boy. Y'all know we go to the gym, we hook up, and then we in there doing in the sauna talking Bigfoot stories. He's a Bigfoot fan. But anyway, tonight he's having cake and ice cream for his daughter who's turning 14 tonight, Elena. And she believes in what we're talking about. She is a believer in the UFO at 14 years old. Now, of course, he has a whole herd of kids, though. I mean, he got plenty of them to go. So at this point, but anyway, I want all of y'all to, in the chat, give a shout out to her, wish her a happy birthday. It's her 14th birthday. And Selena's going to sing the birthday song for her. Her and Wisdom Royalty, they can do this in unison here. So I'm going to unmute both of their, I mean, they got the voices because Wisdom Royalty, her mom sings all the time. So, and Selena sings all the time. And so both of y'all, look, Selena muting her mic. I'm gonna unmute the mic. All right. So one second. Selena, unmute your mic. Let me do it. Okay. She keep muting it back, or I'm muting it back. All right. So y'all sing happy birthday to her. She's 14. Now, I'll give you a surprise after that, but go ahead and y'all can sing happy birthday to her together.
Oh, girl, you got this.
Y'all got this. What are y'all talking about? Come on, give me some. You need some beat? You want? I mean, you can rap it if you want.
Happy birthday to you.
Yes.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Elena. Happy
birthday to you.
All right. So that's our happy birthday. But I forgot to tell y'all that they speak Spanish. She's Hispanic, so y'all got to do it in another language.
Feliz cumpleaños. Feliz cumpleaños.
Oh, it's all good. But anyway, yeah, her father is cool. I just let you know you have a cool dad, and that's a good thing to have family like that, and pretty much. So thank y'all for sharing that moment, all of you in the chat, and everyone from there, and pretty much to they're gonna save me some cake. So he's gonna bring some cake to the gym later tonight. He said he would. So make sure your dad bring me some cake. She's listening to the show. And me and the Moon, or Selena. Now, Selena, you should know that they know the name Selena, and why wouldn't you have seen for her?
I was. You didn't hear me?
Nobody heard shit.
Y'all heard me.
Yeah, I heard her.
Yes.
I didn't feel the telepathy. I didn't do it. Yeah, so whatever it was. But yeah, she's 14. That's an amazing age to go, and pretty much from there. All right, so we're going to get back. I got a few questions for you, Mark. Hang on there, but I'm gonna hear Ashley's story, but I've written down some questions for you, so don't go anywhere, okay?
Okay.
And that way my co-host could ask a few questions too before she
Sure. No problem.
And we would do that. All right, so what's going on, Ashley? What's up? And where's mom and dad?
They're in the front room right now.
Okay, because we're gonna have them in here because we got to laugh tonight too. So tell them they're gonna be up later. All right. So what's going on with you?
Okay, so I've been through a lot of supernatural things my whole life, but I think that it picked up more after I did some witchcraft stuff in the mirror. That I didn't know it was witchcraft. Somebody invited me in the bathroom. It was just peer pressure. And so when I went in the bathroom, they told me to look in my left eye and count down to 30. So I went in there and I stared in my left eye and counted down to 30. And then I was like 30, 29, 28. Okay. And I have to tell you that it was a candle sitting in front of the mirror, and it was no wind in the bathroom. The flame was still. And so when I was counting down, the flame starts flickering every countdown, and I'm going like I'm counting down. And so I got down to like, I got down to like 24, 23. And then all of a sudden, okay, so I'm natural. My hair is natural curly, but I had weave in my hair and stuff. And all of a sudden my hair disappeared and it went spiral curls like my hair is now. And then it turned gray. And so I was just looking at everything, and then my eye like went at an eagle. Like I could only see my left eye as I'm doing this, like it got locked on my left eye. So I'm still counting, and then the candle's flickering. And then all of a sudden I see myself getting older as I'm counting down, and my face started drooling like I was dying. And I feel like if I would have went to 0, I would have seen myself die in the mirror. So after that, I busted out the door, and I'm like, what is going on in here? I don't know what's happening. But he's just like, you're more spiritual than I am. Why are you scared of this? You can control that. I'm like, Mom already told us we're not supposed to even be playing with this kind of stuff. So after that, took him to the grocery store, brought him back, and I left. So about a week later, I come back to his house, me and my boyfriend at the time, and where there's a couch right here that's going down this long hallway. This is the house that I did the witchcraft in. So there's a couch. I'm sitting in front of the couch going down this long hallway. There's a couch right here, and then there's a couch on the other side. So it's like three of us, and we're playing a Rubik's Cube game. It's like the Rubik's Cube. You find the colors, and then you toss it to the person to your left, and then it keeps going like that until somebody gets out. So we're sitting there, and I'm sitting on the couch by myself, and all of a sudden, I passed the Rubik's Cube to my boyfriend, and all of a sudden, you know the old school couches where it feels like corduroy, and you can like feel the texture on the couch. All of a sudden, I felt and I heard claws scratch down the side of the couch where I was. And so it scared me because I'm like, I'm the only one sitting on this couch. So I just jumped and flew in my boyfriend's lap. And so he was just like, what's going on, my bro? Like, so the other people that was there was like, what's going on? And like, why are you so afraid? And I was like, something just scratched beside me. He was like, you know, you're spiritual. You can control this. They're going to mess with you out of fear. You know, they feed off of fear and stuff. I was just like, I just didn't want this at all. And so my boyfriend's like, so what's going on? Like, and I'm just like, I didn't want to talk about it because I was nervous. And he was like, you need to tell me. And so I'm like, you know, he made me do a witchcraft in the bathroom. I didn't know what it was, but now all this stuff is happening. I just felt this claw beside me. And so he's like, oh, shoot, did you tell your mom? And I was like, no, I don't want to tell mom because I don't look. So we left. And then we left. And then like a week or two, and this was happening like every 2 weeks or every week, something was happening after the incident in the bathroom. And so after that, like 2 weeks later, me and my boyfriend gets into it. And here we go with that fear or that anger. I think that's what spirits feed off of. And so we had got into it the night before. And like I was about to leave the house and he grabbed me and he was squeezing me because he didn't want me to go, but he was kind of cracking my chest a little bit. So I was kind of in pain. So I didn't end up leaving. I just was like not talking to him. I didn't talk to him the whole night. We just kind of went to bed angry. And so the next morning, he gets up and goes to work. He has to be at work at 8. And so he gets up and I hear him say, you know, all right, baby, I'm about to leave. And so he comes to kiss me on my cheek and stuff. And I'm still like this, you know, I don't even want to talk to him. Don't want to say nothing. And so I hear the front door close and I'm just laying there in bed. And then all of a sudden I hear Ashley, listen to me. And it was my boyfriend's voice. And as he said, Ashley, listen to me, by the foot of my bed, where my feet were, the bed sunk down like somebody sat there. In my head, I'm thinking like, why is he still here? He's going to be late for work. I heard him leave. Like, what's going on? And then I felt the bed raise up and I heard, Ashley, listen to me. And it was like his voice, but it was kind of deeper. And I felt the Ashley, listen to me. Yeah. Look. I felt the side of my hips go down like he's moving closer. And then so I'm still thinking in my head, like, why is he doing that? And why is his voice sounding like that now? But I don't want to talk to him. So the last one, it said it 3 times. And it was like, Ashley, listen to me. Like the last time, and it sat right by it was right by my shoulders. And then all of a sudden I felt it roll and get on top of me. And that was the sleep paralysis so look, my mom has a story like this too.
You said roll and get on top of you, like top of you, like pancake style, like top.
Yeah, it rolled and it was covering my head to my legs. Like I was paralyzed I felt the weight and everything. I felt when it got on me and everything. So rewind to my mom had an incident like this, and I remember her telling me that story when she went through this and she felt herself leave her body, had an out of body experience, and she could see herself floating over her body, and then she was freaking out and stuff. And she told me that only thing she had was the name of Jesus. And so after all this is going on, and so now back to when I'm paralyzed on the bed. I didn't know what was going on, but the thing knew like it was there while we were arguing and stuff. And it knew that my chest got cracked because as it was like I felt pressure pushing down on my cracked chest. And I'm like, this is hurting. And that was like taking my breath away. And so instantly my mom's voice came up in my head. Ashley, this happened to me. Only name is call out the name of Jesus. And I felt like that mug was listening to my thoughts or something. Because right when I tried to say, right when I tried to say Jesus, it was like I felt a hand go over my mouth. And I was like, and I was trying to get the hand off of my face. So I was like, and then like to the point I could not breathe. And when I was about to take my last breath, I was like, Jesus. And then, okay, so the whole time I'm trying to scoop my body off and under this thing, I'm trying to get up, but I can't move. And so when I hollered for Jesus, when I finally got it out, I felt this force just shoot up off of me. And my body like went back against the wall because I'm trying to get up the whole time. And so that was like my 19th birthday. And on my 19th birthday, no, that was a little bit after my 19th birthday, because on my 19th birthday, my mom had got me a Bible and I had it right next to my nightstand. And so when that happened, I grabbed my Bible and I was just sitting there, but I was shaking because I'm like, it might be on the floor. I don't want to step off the bed.
Yeah.
So,
No, go ahead.
Okay. So I called my mama and I was just like, so in this, I haven't even told her about what happened in this house with Nate. I had did witchcraft, and so I had called my mama and I was like, something got on me, Mom, and she's just like, Ashley, I believe you. You remember what happened to me? I said, Mama was just like that. And I hollered for Jesus and I'm scared. I'm terrified. I'm crying. And so she's like, Ashley, I'm at work right now. You have to call your grandma. So I called my grandma and guess my mama had told her what happened. And so my grandma instantly calls me and she starts praying with me. She was just like, Ashley, I need you to get in your car and come to me. I was like, Grandma, I can't even step off the bed. And she was like, you're going to have to do something, And then so, and I was like, Grandma, I can't drive because I'm on a donut. I didn't think I could drive on a donut. And so, I got up out the bed with what I had on. I didn't have no shoes on, grabbed my keys and just went. So after that, I ended up calling my mama. And she came over to the house, but my ex's people was over at the house too, because he was proposing to me or something. And so my mom has this book of prayers that she prays and stuff. And so she went to my bedroom because this is where it happened. And she, okay, so I know this prayer works. Like if anything is going on, and it's just like, you have to have the faith of a mustard seed. You have to have that little faith that Jesus is going to protect you and God's going to protect you, because if you don't have that faith and you just saying Jesus, 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 they know what's up. And then so my mom prayed this prayer and she said, Lord. Okay, so she said this prayer like, I plead the blood of Jesus around this whole room. Lord, I ask you to send your warrior angels and place them in each corner of this room to fight our battles, seen and unseen. And after that, I had to pray that prayer every night because I could not go to sleep. So after that, I had one of my friends staying over with me, and her and her boyfriend was sleeping in the front room, and me and my guy was sleeping in our bedroom, and the bathroom was right next to our room, so we can hear all the traffic, all night that comes back and forth through there. So we were laying there. It got late. Everybody went to sleep. So all of a sudden, I hear traffic to the bathroom, to the front room, to the bathroom, to the front room. So the next morning, the guys go to work. And I'm looking at her like, you got something to tell me? And she was just like, no, I was going to ask you the same thing. She was like, what are you talking about? I said, well, shoot, you've been running back and forth to the bathroom all night. Like, what's going on? She was like, look, I thought that was you. And she was just like, look, Cisco was here with me the whole time. I was just like, Brian was here the whole time. She was like that. And we looked at each other and was like, that's a spirit. But it instantly clicked because my mom did that prayer in my room. And the thing was trying to get in there to me, but it couldn't come past that bloodline of Jesus. And then the warrior angels, I'm getting chills, but the warrior angels is in there too. And I always feel that. And so every time I'm scared or every time like I feel something, because I feel stuff, I see stuff. I like when you said that the orb, I've seen those too. Like mine came out there. Okay, I'm jumping. I'm jumping. I have so many stories. So after the bedroom situation, so it could not get in there to me. And so if it can't get to me, it has to do something else to get to me, And so after that, my one of my friends ended up inviting us to one of his relatives' birthday parties. And so he invited us to his relative's birthday party, and they like, yeah, y'all can come over here. Everybody cool. We're gonna be, having a good time playing cards and stuff. Y'all fit right in. So we're like, okay, that's fine. I've already been stressed, like I just need a little bit of fun. And so so we get to this house. People everywhere. So my friend is taking me and my boyfriend around the wall because people are standing around the wall. There's a big old table in front of in the dining room in order to get to the kitchen. And so we're going around the wall and we're introducing each other. Like he's introducing us to his friends and his family and stuff. And so we're like, hi, how you doing and stuff. And we're having a good time. So we get to this it's this bay window. And if y'all don't know what a bay window is, it kind of scoots back and it has a ledge right here, and you can kind of sit in the window still because the window is back a little bit. So we get to this lady. Everybody's normal having a good time, but we get to this lady, and she's sitting up in the window, and she has this old school cassette player, like with the little foam on them, and they go across your head like this, and it has like you can put the tape in there for rewind and stuff. So she has one of those up on her ears. She has one of those on her ears, and the music is blaring through the cassette tape. You can hear Tupac, ain't nothing but a gangsta party. So these things, it's so loud. It's so loud, and I can hear everything that Tupac is saying. And then so when I'm looking at her, she was saying, okay, so the song is like ain't nothing but a gangster party, but when she's singing it, she's like da 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 da, and this is how she's looking, y'all. She's going da 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 da. And so my friend is like, look, he's seeing how I'm feeling because I can feel it in my gut. My intuition is on point after that happened, especially. And so he's like, look, you ain't got nothing to worry about. Like, she don't move from this window. We have to come and get her. She's been like this for a few years now. I don't know what happened, but I'm thinking like, oh, that's a demon right there because why is she acting like this? But I'm thinking it's in my head. But then I still don't want to be disrespectful. She see me, speaking to everybody else. I didn't want to make her feel bad, So I was like, how you doing? I'm Ashley. Nice to meet you, So we go to the next person. So we go, okay. Everybody's kicking it after that. We sat down at the table. My boyfriend was playing spades. And so the auntie comes out and she's like, all right, everybody, dinner's ready. Y'all come in here and make your own plates and stuff. So everybody was rushing to the kitchen. So I told my boyfriend, I was like, I'll go make our plate once everybody clear out. He's like, that's cool. So everybody clears out. And so I'm like, I'm about to go make our plate. Whew. So I get to the kitchen. And so the doorway is right here. And the doorway, right in front of the doorway is the microwave. So I have to have I have to warm my food up every time, So I make our plates and I put one plate into the microwave. I turn around to the doorway and guess who's standing in the doorway? That lady that they said did not move at all. Somebody had to come and get her. She's been like this for years. And so when I turn around, she's just looking at me. She's just looking straight up at me in my eyes. And she took the thing off of her ears, and I can still hear Tupac blaring in the background. And she said in her voice, I'm scared. Could you pray for me?
Damn.
And she reached out her hands like this. And Roderick, I seen a video when you were doing something a while back when somebody was like, the thing in the airport. And they said, why are you praying for that? It's not human or something. Because that was one of those experiences. Because so she reached out her hands and she was like, I'm scared. Could you pray for me? And me, I'm like, I've been scared before. And I'm going to pray for this, pray this prayer because I know it works. And so, look, I did something I was supposed to, and I grabbed her hands. And I was like, I was looking at her eyes, and I was just like, all right, close your eyes and bow your head. I'm going to say this prayer that I pray when I'm scared. So I bowed my head. I was like, Jesus, I ask you to, I ask you to look out for this lady right here, whatever she's going through. I ask you to, send the warrior angels, and I'm praying and stuff. And then I was like, in the name of Jesus, I pray. Amen. Look, y'all. And when I looked up, she was like this with this big old freaking grin. It was an unhuman grin, and she was just staring at me right in her eyes, and she was like, "Thank you." And then she did, while she's staring at me, put the headphones back in, and then turned around and was like, all the way back to that window. And so I'm shaking. I ain't even put the other food in the microwave. I just grabbed both plates and went to the table. And so I'm shaking going back to the table because I'm like, now this thing done touched me. I know it was a demon now. You know, like I don't have nothing. Like I just know what it was. So I get to the table where my boyfriend is. And then I'm like, why y'all let this lady sneak up on me like this? And he's like, Ashley, what are you talking about? And I'm like, he sees me tearing up and stuff, so he knows it's real. And so he's like, I said, why did y'all let the lady sneak up on me? He was just like, what lady? I was like, that lady right there. But I wasn't trying to point. So I was just like, you know, trying to push my body language in that way. And so, because they family was at the table too. So, but the music was playing. I didn't want to be loud. I was just nervous, scared. All kinds of stuff was running through my head. And so he's like, Ashley, what are you talking about? I said, look, I turned around after I put my plate in the microwave, and that lady was right there. She asked me to pray for her, and she grabbed my hands, and I did it. And I was just like, we need to get out of here. And he was like, Ashley, we cannot eat and run. We cannot eat and run. And I was just like, dude, I'm gonna just have to leave, you know, because I just know that that's a spirit, and it touched me, you know. And then so he's just like, look, give me a second. So we ended up saying like something happened, something popped up, we have to go, you know, we just wanted to make our appearance here and stuff like that. And so in the car, I just let it all out, and I started crying and yelling, like, because I'm just like, I'm terrified, because I'm thinking like another thing that got on me after I didn't pray these prayers and stuff. And now I feel like something else is attached to me, or something else is around me now. So I'm freaking out. And so I ended up telling my mama what was happening. And she was like, Ashley, you got to watch who you touch you and stuff like that. And so I can remember it was like a couple days later. Because I didn't even want to go out the house. I felt like everybody had a spirit on them. Like I couldn't trust nobody. I couldn't trust anybody because this looked like an ordinary person. If she wasn't making this sound, you know, I wouldn't even known. And so it was really messing me up. And so I think it was like a couple days later, my mom invited me to this deacon's birthday party. It was at the church in the kitchen. And so she's just like, you know, Deacon Sam, like, you know, people that's going to be there. It's going to be okay. I was like, okay, that's fine, you know. And so we get to church. So we get to the church and we get to the birthday party. And we're in this line. And it's maybe like 50 people in line. The line is going all the way to the door. And then I see this man, a prophet. I didn't know he was a prophet then, you know, but he walks to the door and he's going from person to person. So I'm already getting nervous because I know he's going to make it to me, you know. And so he's like, how you doing and everything. So my mom's behind me and I'm in front of my mom, and my mom is holding my hand because at this point, I don't want nobody to touch me. Like I'm going like this in front of her, and she's just like, calm down. So as the man gets to my mom, he's like, hi, how you doing, sister? Like, I haven't seen you in a long time. They're talking and stuff. And then he glances up at me, and then he glances again. He was like, is this your daughter? And she's like, yeah, that's my baby. And he was like, can I talk to your daughter? She was like, yeah. And I instantly start tearing up because my gut feeling go again. And I'm just like, so I'm just like, Mom, no. And she's like, Ashley, I did not say anything to him. Like, we just hear. And so he's like, look, God is telling me to say something to you. And when I have to, you know, I have to do what he says. He was just like, now you didn't invite something into your life that you were not supposed to. He was like, and so you need to watch because the enemy sees that what you've done. And he was like, and now every spirit is gonna be coming after you. Like you have to protect yourself. He was like, be quick to lay hands on no man. And here comes the tears because I'm looking at Mom like, you told him. And she's like, I didn't tell him anything. Now you know this is from God. So I'm just bawling. I'm trying not to, you know, because there's a whole bunch of people around. I don't want people to come up here trying to lay hands and stuff, you know. So he's just like, look, I'm just telling you what God is telling me. And he was just like, you really have to protect yourself. And he was just like, the spirits, they see the light and stuff. So after that, we left and I'm gonna fast forward it because I just have so many stories, but I'm just trying to get to the good ones. So okay, so this is years go on. I'm a spiritual warrior right now, like prayer warrior. Like I've been through stuff, What? Hold on, Mom. I'm saying. What you say, Mom? Yeah, that's what I'm telling him.
She
Okay.
said, tell us the real shit, she said.
So my mom's yelling, like, tell her about Shane and the baby. Like, that's exactly where I was going. So at this time, I'm talking to my family, like they call me when they going through spiritual stuff, and I'm praying with them and stuff. And so meanwhile, this is when I was living in Vegas. My best friend, we've been friends since we were 4th grade, you know, we call each other sister. She ends up getting with a guy and I'm from a small town in Oklahoma, and she ends up getting with the guy that's like the menace of the town. You know, and I'm just like, Shayna, why would you do this? And so she ends up marrying him, and I already told her that he was just, I felt nothing good from him coming from him. And so so this, her husband, he has an uncle, and he went to jail because he stabbed his daddy like 70 times on the porch in front of, like, just in mid daylight, like he was possessed, right? So he ends up stabbing his girlfriend too, and killing her as well. But then they came and got him, and he's in jail as of right now to this day. And so his nephew, which is her husband now, it was her husband, he ends up going over there. You know how, like, they got to clean out their house when they get taken to jail. He's the only one out there. So he ends up getting a Ouija board from his uncle. And he looked on the back, and it had his uncle Woody's name carved in the back. It was burnt on the back of this Ouija board. And so Shayna was just like, why would you get that out of everything? You know, and he's just that weird, you know, like he likes all the, he named his son Adolf. And so he's that kind of weird. And so so she said, so at this time, Shayna had a 6-month-old or 7-month-old. She was like, the baby wasn't walking yet, and she was living with him and his mama. And his mom knows that he's bad. He's been a bad kid all his life and stuff, but that's her prized child. So everything he does, she don't believe it and stuff. So one night Shayna woke up. One night Shayna woke up, and she said she felt on the side of her, and her baby was gone. So she rolled over on the other side, and Raymond was gone. And so she got up out the bed. And she opened the door, and right in front of that door was a couch. And she was like, Ashley, I seen Raymond on the couch. I seen Shekinah in this arm. He was holding Shekinah like this. And this arm, he had a Bible in his hand. On the table, it was that a Ouija board. And he had a candle lit on the table. And she said when she walked, and she was like, and that's all she could see. Hold on, ma'am. All right. Oh. So she was like, that's all I could see. And so she said she walked around the front of the couch, and she seen his face was sunken in. His eyes were sunken in. She was like, Ashley, I know that was not my husband. I was like, Shani, he's possessed. You know, like, I'm so glad you got out of it. So she said she tried to grab, she was calling his name and stuff, and he wasn't responding. She was just like, he was just stuck, like he was stiff. And so she tried to grab the baby out of his arm. She said he had like a death grip on her, so the baby was twisting and stuff, trying to get out of his arm. So she went back in the room, and she's like, actually, like 30 minutes passed. I'm sitting up here patting the baby. I'm sitting there patting the baby, trying to put the baby back to sleep. I'm almost asleep at this point, and here comes the door opening. And she said, and Ashley, there's Raymond in the doorway. She was like, and I thought it was Raymond. She was just like, Ashley, I kept saying, Raymond, come in here, go to sleep. You know, I just put the baby back to sleep. And she was like, he wouldn't say nothing. And she was like, Raymond. And then he was like, I'm not Raymond. And he said the B word, you know. And so she said he rushed over to the bed, like, quick at that point. She said she got a little nervous because he's just abusive and stuff. And so she's kind of got nervous. And then she said when he came over there to the bed, that's when she still seen his sunken face and stuff. And so she was like, Ashley, I was scared because I knew that wasn't my husband. And so she was like, I didn't want to make him know that I was afraid of him. So I was just asking him questions. And so she's like, Raymond, if you're not my husband, then who are you? He was just like, well, I'm not Raymond. And he was like, And he was like, and you're and he was like, I'm not Raymond, and you're pregnant right now. She was like, no, we just had a baby. And he got mad, and he was just like, I'm telling you that I'm not Raymond. And he said the thing said his name. I'm not gonna repeat it, but the thing said his name, and he was like, and you're pregnant, it's gonna be a boy, and if you don't name it after me, I'm gonna haunt you for the rest of your life. And Shayna was just like, you know, like she didn't know what to do, but she was just like, she just said, okay, Raymond. And she said she called it Raymond again. And he drug her off the bed, and it started hitting her and stomping on her and stuff. And then she grabbed her baby and she ran to his parents' room, his mama's room. And so she was just like, can somebody please come get Raymond? And she's hollering and stuff. And she's like, and his mama came outside and was like, look, nothing's wrong with him. If you don't like it, you can just leave. So she had to run out in her nightgown to the neighbor and with no bottle, no baby stuff, and just tried to get away from that situation. So here we go. A month passed, 2 months passed, or something like this. I'm still in Vegas at this point, and I'm about to move back to Kansas. No, I was about to move back to Oklahoma, and I get a no. This is that I already had moved back to Kansas, and I get a phone call. I get a phone call from my cousin, and she was like, "Ashley, are you sitting down right now?" And I was like, yeah. She was like, Shayna got shot. Like her husband shot her. And I'm like, what happened? So she was just like, well, Shayna's been in the hospital for a couple of days now. You can talk to her. So I call my best friend. And she's like trembling. She's shaking and stuff. And she's like, I'm so scared. I was just like, it's over now. I said, we're practicing on getting better. We don't need to think about that and stuff. And she was just like, that's not the point I'm afraid about. She was like, Ashley, tell me why I'm pregnant. And she just started bawling. I was like, what do you mean? She was like, remember that day when I told you that it drugged me off the bed and it told me that I was pregnant, and if you don't name it after me, then I'm gonna haunt you for the rest of your life. She was like, I'm pregnant. And she was just like, I don't know how I knew it. She was like, that had to be a spirit because and she was like, I'm so afraid. And okay, so I come back and she told me that it was a boy and stuff. And now she's really terrified. And so I get back to Oklahoma, and her mother, she goes away. Her mama goes away for 4 days to take care of a client. And Shayna called me, and she was just like, Ashley, you want to come meet your niece finally and stay up here with me while mom is away? And I was like, yeah, I'll come up there. And so she lives all the way in the middle of the country, like just sticks everywhere. So my dad ends up taking me there, and he drops us off. Like, the signal's bad up there, but they still got a house phone and stuff. And so I get up there. This is first day. I get up there, and everything is fine. Everything is fine, and I didn't feel anything bad or anything. We had a good time the first day. The second day, some of her friends came over that used to stay in the house with her. Like, it was like a roommate that stayed there most of the time when her mom leaves. And so they came in there, and they were like, hey, girl. And they was like, we heard a lot about you. Shayna talks about you all the time. And I was like, oh, that's what's up. And she was just like, and then the guy was like, have you told her yet? And so my sister looks at me, and she looked at me, and she looked at him, and she was like, no, don't say nothing. And she was like, and so I'm like, okay, what are you talking about? Because I'm getting nervous now. He was just like, no, if she's going to be here, she needs to know. And then she was like, I don't want her to leave. And then so they was like, okay, I'm not going to say nothing because I see she's getting upset. But look, you will hear it come through the vents first. And I'm like, what you mean come through the vents? And they was just like, just keep that in mind. You're going to come through the vents. And matter of fact, it's getting late. We got to go. So they ended up leaving. So that kind of situation was kind of weird. So Shayna's like, you don't worry about them. They're just doing that to scare you and stuff. And I'm like, that doesn't sound right. But okay, so here's the next day. This is the third day I've been there. So we're sitting on the couch, and this is after her friends left, and her friends are kind of I just know that they do drugs and stuff. And so I thought they had gave her something, but at this time she's pregnant, and you can see the baby, right? You can see like she has a visible baby bump, big baby bump. And so this is the next day. We're sitting in the front room, and we're watching TV. We're sitting watching TV, and all of a sudden she starts looking out the window. She starts looking down the hall and stuff. And I thought she was kind of tweaking or something. And I'm looking at her like, are you serious? You know, like, what are you doing? And she's like, no, stop. And so like, I was getting nervous because she was just staring down this hallway. And then at this point, she lives in a double wide trailer. And so like the hallway is real long. And so she's just looking down the hallway like she sees something. And so I'm looking, I don't see nothing, you know, but darkness. And so she's like, okay, it's time to go to bed. So we're getting the baby together, and she gets up and she's like, this is what I want you to do. And she's still staring down the hallway. And she was like, this is what I want you to do. She was like, I want you to turn off the lights as we're walking to the bedroom. I said, and I was like, what do you mean? She was like, I just don't want us to be in the dark. I was like, you know what? But I'm not afraid of the dark. I said, so look, you walk to the room and I'll turn off this light and I'll just walk to you. And so she's like, no. And I was like, this is what's going to happen. So she walks to the bedroom, and so she's looking out the door, like looking at me. And I turn off the light, and she's like, come on, Ashley. Like, she's starting to freak out. And so I started speed walking because I didn't want her to freak out, you know? And then so she gets in there. And so we have me, a baby, Shayna on the end, and a dog that sleeps in the house. There's plenty of else dogs outside, but that's only one dog that behaves and sleeps in the house. So this dog jumped on at the foot of the bed and was sleeping with us. And so me and Shayna was sitting there talking and stuff. And all of a sudden, she just acts like she's asleep, like she's trying to go to sleep really fast. And I'm like, okay, because she's like, I'm asleep. And I'm like, okay, good night and stuff. And so she was telling me that she was like, remember I told you that she said, remember I told you that that the spirit said it was gonna haunt me for the rest of my life if I don't name this baby after him. She was like, at midnight around these times right now, that's just, she was like, I started to feel that feeling that I always get, she's like, at midnight she started to feel this feeling that she always get. That's why we had to go to bed. And she was like, it always comes in there around this time and messes with the baby in my stomach. I was like, what do you mean? She was like, I'll see it flipping and turning and stuff. And she was like, and it bothers me all night. I don't know how to get rid of it. So I'm just like, oh my gosh, this is wild. Like, you brought me up here. And so I'm sitting there. And okay, so I'm gonna tell you how we were asleep. There, the bed is against the wall. I'm sleeping next to the wall. The baby's in the middle. She's on the edge of the bed. So all of a sudden, I'm sleep like we're just sitting there, and I'm just thinking about what she's saying and stuff, and I'm just looking around the house. All of a sudden, I hear doom 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 in the ceiling. Instantly, that person that said that you will hear it come through the vents first, and then as you hear it in the vents, here goes the dog, jumps off the bed and starts whining, gets under the bed, right? So my stomach dropped. That feeling came back, and it was like, oh shoot, because animals are sensitive to spirits. And I'm like, it ain't nothing in here. I'm like, is this a raccoon? But it was like boom, and it jumped out the vents onto the ground. And this is a trailer, and you can feel the movements of the trailer. You can feel when somebody's walking. You can feel everything in this trailer. And so I'm laying there on the bed. And I'm like, my side is facing my sister and her baby and stuff, and I'm just watching the baby sleep, and I'm watching Shayna and stuff. And all of a sudden, I see Shayna's belly start moving, and you can see the baby being moved inside the belly, and then you can see where something was pushing the baby up against her skin, so I can see the shoulder, the outline of all one side of this baby. And so look, on purpose, I said, it's okay, Shane, because that's what she named her baby. It's okay, Shane. I said, it's going to be okay. And so as I'm rubbing her stomach, the baby stopped moving. And to remind you, there's another baby in the middle of us. And the baby is laying on her stomach. And the baby's not even walking yet. Okay, so the baby's laying down flat. All of a sudden, one leg of the baby starts being pulled up into the ceiling like this. And I'm just looking at her leg raise up, because I'm thinking at first I thought it was her, like she's stretching or something, until I seen her stomach started coming off off the bed. And then to the point her other leg started coming off the bed, and I pushed her down. I was like, and I knew that the thing, whatever it was right above us, because it was picking her up like this by one leg. And I was like, I pushed her down. I was like, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus. And I said, real quick, I was like, I plead the blood of Jesus around this whole room. Jesus, I should have sent your warrior angels and put them in each corner of this room to fight our battle, seen or unseen. And I was freaking out. And look, me being scared at that moment, and just I should have did it around the whole house, but at that moment I did it inside our room. So look, this thing was so mad at me. So Shayna's still over there acting like she don't know what's going on. She's like, I'm trying to wake up. She's terrified. She's been going through this, you know? So I hear, okay, so after I did the prayer, you can hear this thing running through the trailer. You can feel the movements. Okay, so it'll go and you will hear pow, chow, chow, and that's the cabinets. You'll hear the cabinets flying open, and you can hear plates falling out everywhere. It was like the whole house outside was being tore up. And I'm just like, Jesus, please help me, because I'm just like, this thing is so upset. It's going to come in here and get me. And so I'm just like, please, Jesus, keep the blood around this room and keep your warrior angels here. I was like, Jesus, please just do everything, And so I'm just still praying and praying and praying. And this thing is so mad because it runs. You can feel it run back and forth. And then it came right beside my head. Like I tell you, I'm against the wall. I'm the closest one to the wall, and you can feel like somebody, like you can feel the movements on the other side. I can feel this thing run beside me and go like this. And it was rocking back and forth, foot to foot, just looking at me like it wanted to tear me up, and it is mad because it cannot get past that bloodline of Jesus. And so after it sits there and rocks for like 10 seconds and I can feel it, and then it just takes off running, and it's all you hear is cow, 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 cow. And so all my life, with the Native Americans and stuff, my grandma told me about the witching hour and stuff. And from 12 to 3, that these things are most powerful. And so I'm just like, shoot, we went to bed around 10. This has been going on for a couple of hours now. I'm thinking like, oh, maybe if I can just make it until 3 o'clock, because I didn't know what was going to happen. But I just knew it couldn't get in here because it's not in here anymore, because I know that prayer works. And so, okay, so hours go by, and it's still like ain't nothing that's faced. Like everything's getting tore up outside. You can hear dishes falling, and then I hear and then I see sunlight. I see daylight starting to pop up, but there's still all kind of commotion outside. And I'm like, what in the world? I know daylight don't come up at 3. It's already late in the day. Like it's almost time for my dad to get off at this point, because okay. So while all the commotion is going on, all you hear, it started going down. It started getting smaller and smaller. Like you can hear one glass break over here. So I'm like, maybe it's slowing down, And this is daylight at this time. Yeah, I'm doing sage. I know that's right. So I hear one glass break every like 5 seconds, maybe. At first it was like pow, 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 pow. And so to the point I didn't hear anything else breaking. And then I seen the dog come off and underneath the couch, underneath the bed. And so I'm like, okay, maybe it's gone, because if the dog had been under the bed the whole time, but now that I'm hearing less and less, and now I don't hear anything, now the dog is back on top of the bed. And so when the dog got on top of the bed, I heard, it was like maybe 10, 15 minutes later after the dog got on top of the bed, but I was still afraid of coming outside this room and stuff. And all I heard was boom, 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 somebody banging on the front door. And I know when I'm in trouble, because my dad always calls me Ashley Nicole, like shoot. And I'm like, Dad. And so I yelled, Dad. And he was like, what are you doing in there, girl? I was like, don't move, because I'm like, I don't move. And so attached to her room is a bathroom. And through that bathroom, you can see who's in the front yard. And so I got off the bed real slow and stuff, but I got my courage up, because I know that this dog is out here, and the spirits are not probably around, because this dog is outside. And so so I got tiptoed to the bathroom. When I got to the bathroom, I seen that it was my daddy outside. And so I was like, Daddy, don't move. And so I ran to her bedroom door. And so I was praying before I went outside. I was like, Jesus, please help me. I said, Jesus, please don't let nobody, like nothing be outside this door. And so I cracked open the door and I looked both ways. Tell me why nothing looked like it had been touched. Everything was just like we had it. There wasn't no glass broke, no nothing anywhere. This whole night that it's been glass breaking. It's just, it was crazy. And so I'm looking, I didn't see nothing. So I just sprinted to the front door, opened the door, and I just reached and grabbed my dad. He was like, "Nah, don't hug me now. I've been trying to get in touch with you since yesterday." He was like, "Why aren't you answering the phone?" I said, he was just like, "Y'all told me to call the house phone because the signals is bad. I'm calling the house phone back to back to back. Now, I had to come up here to see what was happening." I said, "Daddy, I'm so glad you're here," you know? And then so he ended up, he was like, "Okay, are you going home today?" I was like, "Yeah, Dad, just stay here." And I'm in the camera. Yeah. So I was like, "No, I'm going home with you." So, okay, yeah, I'm almost done. So as I'm leaving, so Shayna, I go back in there to Shayna.
No, it's no rush. Sorry.
No, I'm just, so I go back in the front, I go back in there to where she's in, and she's in her room. And she was like, "You're about to leave? I thought she was going to stay here until Mama got off." And I was just like, "Nope, Daddy's here right now. You know, like I got to go." And she was just like, and then she starts crying. She was just like, "How did you get it to stop? This thing torments me almost every night." And I was just like, "Look, you know about God. You know about Jesus." I said, "You're the one that was inviting me to church when we was younger and stuff." I said, "Look, you got to believe." I said, "Shin, you have to believe." I said, "You have to believe." And she's just like, "It's just so hard, this thing. I can't see it." And just, she was just going off. And she's like, "Please stay with me." And I was just like, "I gotta go." So I was putting on my shoes and stuff. As I walked out the house, I instantly started coughing like I got sick. And Daddy was like, my daddy was like, "You might as well stay up here. Don't be trying to bring that sickness home and stuff." And I was like, "No, Dad, I gotta get out of here." And so on the way home, I'm telling him about the story. And he's just like, I was like, "Y'all are smoking stuff, Like, "No, Dad, this is really happened." But mine's like, I believe it until he sees it. But he's just like, "I know that you wouldn't just make up stuff. So yeah, I believe it. And I don't know why you want to keep going up here and stuff." But that was the first time I ever happened. Like, that's the first time anything ever happened, like when me and her being around each other. But that happened after her dude played with the Ouija board, and that's just like that witchcraft that I did in the bathroom, and then supernatural stuff started happening, and it's just like Ouija boards, witchcraft, all of that is just demonic, and we just need to leave it alone. That's how we invite things into our lives, and if you don't know how to fight them, they will take over. Yeah.
Well, I tell you what, that was. Whew. So hang on a minute, everybody. Okay, and someone says sage doesn't work. Yes, it does. You don't have to pray out loud. You can intend. The minute I pick my sage up, it has intention. But better believe that. And it already knows what to do. But anyway, first of all, let me give some shout out to Ava for the Cash App support tonight. Ava and Maya, my new business partner, who's partnering with me with the Live Pier. Rainbow Light as well. I want to thank you all for giving contributions tonight. If you find any value tonight, definitely would love to have your support. We're a few hundreds away for putting a system together for Project Black to do our webinars. And so I'm working behind the scenes to do that. And if you want to push us over the edge at any point, you can do that. But in the meantime, I got to once again let everyone know I am a brand partner with Lil Pier Coffee. But they actually have all kinds of stuff. You can, from weight loss to nutrition to whatever, you can go to that website, sign up to be a preferred customer. You get a real huge discount, but you also are going to support what we're doing, and definitely want to do that. So let me just kind of give us a break here for a quick second here. And where is my little commercial? So let's go right here. Project Black family, this is Roderick, and the first thing I want to start with, your eyes is useless when your mind is blind. Now we know the truth is not found in mainstream energy drinks.
Now then you have health authorities that will talk about sugar as being empty calories. In reality, sugar is very toxic. Roughly half of it is fructose, and the other half is glucose. Fructose is very, very toxic to the body. I would venture to say it's as toxic as alcohol.
Those are designed to keep us hyped and keep our eyes closed and our minds closed. They're not sharp enough for the work that we do. We deserve resources that are designed for truth seekers, for those who refuse to settle. That's why I partner with Live Here. Their coffee is different. It's got those cordyceps mushrooms for focus. It's even for immune defense, and we already know that is important these days. And stamina to keep you going, chasing those leads, whether it's out in the field or in the bedroom. Now here's the deal. Every purchase supports Project Black, the Black League of Alien Contact Knowledge. I'm just looking for 20 of you who want to upgrade your morning routine and to show concrete support for our community. Let's ditch the junk and fuel the fight for the truth, one cup at a time. Like I said, you can go to lyripperiod.com/Roderick. Make sure y'all support. And we have some latte. You see, there's that latte, that cream and caramel coffee. That's for you with it's coffee is what I'm going to tell you that it is. It's coffee. And so if you haven't had your coffee, get you some. If you need a sample, you can send an email, contact@whythebigsecret.com, and put me an address and stuff and say you want a sample, and I'll send you a cup of coffee. But outside of that, it has other stuff. And like I said, I just pretty much focuses on the coffee because I think everyone drinks it from there. I want to say this, and it is a time for me to kind of put it in this perspective. With the stories that Mark, Ashley, even though the Project Black League of Alien Contact Knowledge, it's all foreign, whether you want to use the word alien as you think we're talking about ETs or whatever is happening. And these are the discussions and pretty much that we will continue to have. And it sounds like I just got this overwhelmed feeling that, Freaky Fridays need to turn into Project Black Nights. Okay. And that doesn't mean you don't have to be black to tell your stories. We all just contributing to get more people to talk about it. I think if more people see more people coming forward, we can get more people coming forward, especially however the story gets when it gets to that. And I'm just saying that because it's just telling me that it is time to move it up a little bit. Now, do some of you have to be in a great headspace to hear these things, to be able to comprehend this or protect yourself from these stories? I think I'm a warrior anyway. I've heard so many, I've done it pretty much. And as we go further and further, it gets deeper and deeper when it comes down to what we're dealing with. But I think when other people tell their techniques or how they're able to deal with stuff, I think that really works too, from the courage of other people. And Ashley, Mark, like I said, y'all, I had a lot of questions. I'm really afraid to ask any,
and I have more.
Yeah, and I'm sure you do. And so what we're gonna do, we'll get y'all. I got some other people trying to come into the
No, that's no problem.
Yeah, but I think the whole point is I have a co-host here, and she just sleep today, but she's up. Now, so help me out. What do you think? You know what I'm saying, girl? Get in this conversation. And
girl, you got me. I
was get in that car and go.
I was checking behind my back. I'm like, I'm about to run out of here.
The question that I ask myself is, why me?
And Selena want to know why not her. So you get what I'm saying? Let's bridge the gap.
That story.
Look, it's very terrifying when stuff is happening to you. Like, I would never I wish something happened to me, because I'll be like, Jesus, please not.
Nah, you don't want that to happen to you. You really don't. And the thing is that if you get scared, you can't, because it's like you falling into a trap.
What
You
he
can't
said?
feel you can't get scared. You cannot get scared. You cannot how can I say it? Get paranoid, scream, run. You can't do that. You gotta face it. You gotta face it head on. Because if you don't, then they're gonna take you as a joke. They get their kicks out of it.
What he
See, I
said?
was getting ready to tell y'all long time ago. Remember, I kind of alluded to earlier that I got to a point where I would just fight them back, right, and be like, "Yeah, whatever." It's like a battlefront, and it got
Listen,
to the point once I
I
started
have
doing.
scratches.
Yeah, they just started leaving it alone. So
I have scratches. My legs too. It's not a joke. You believe me or don't believe me? Hey, it's all up to you.
yeah.
I'm too old to lie. I can't make this up.
Well,
And
no, I think it's. Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry. And I feel like now the frequencies are shifting because, like, with the 5G, and they're trying to go to 10G now. And I feel like things like the veils, like I think CERN is doing some experiments and stuff, and the dimensions are emerging.
Yeah.
Because y'all, I seen something last month. Go ahead.
It says Philly Cat says, I still want to know if the Bigfoot knew if I was awake. Yeah, but when it came out, I don't think that he knew that I was watching it. I guess he took a look after it because all he was doing tapping on the plastic and had a grin. I call him Joker. I named him Joker, and it just vanished. The same way it came, the same way it left. It just vanished. I guess he took a look at me and just vanished.
Yeah, I think it's just one of those things that we can do. But what I'm going to do, Ashley, where your mom and dad? Tell them to get in here. Where they at?
Dad, they're ready.
Yeah, we're ready for them. And Mark, next week, make sure you come back. We're going to do some more, man, because you got a lot of stuff too, and I appreciate you coming up. All right?
Yeah, no problem.
All right. Okay, so let's do that and put him in the chat too, and then we'll get a couple more because we got a lot of people waiting tonight. I'm getting a lot of people hitting in the area there, so it's like okay. All right, so now we got the Davises in the house. All right, so but anyway, once again, if y'all finding value tonight, we're trying to raise money. I'm not getting enough contributions tonight that I think I should because I think we're doing a good job. So if y'all wanted to, the Cash App is at the top or at the bottom of the screen. This is a publicly funded show, and there will be a day that I won't have to ask. Once we got 300 or 400 customers on this coffee, they're going to fund the show around 8 to 10 grand, and we can do our show. Man, we can do a lot. So I'm just letting y'all know, if you like the coffee, you buy it for you, and then they're going to support the show. And then, of course, those who are going to be joining me as my business partners, we're going to make some money working out, helping people. And then everybody needs to get them a UFO detector, all of this stuff. So I think it's whatever. But if you find in value tonight, go ahead and show your support. And thank you, Rainbow Light, putting that in the chat. So, I think Charles and them need their own hero music. I'm going to try to put something for them. They need their own music. We need like a hell of an intro music for y'all. So let me see if I got some here. Here we go. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. This is theirs. This is for them.
Yeah.
We have Charles and Helen coming up in a few minutes. The Davises Show. Get ready to get some laughs. Get ready to get some truths and a little love in the space of high strangeness tonight. So, coming up, we got Helen coming up. And we got Charles here with us. Me and the moon, which she's not shining that bright tonight. But that's okay. The moon is dim. But it does that sometimes. Even in eclipse, it'll make you fall out of nowhere. But I'm your host, Roderick Martin, and I, again, want to thank y'all for being here tonight. We're here late, but yeah, so we have them here. And so countdown to Helen. TikTok. Where's she at, y'all?
It's Davis.
That's the music right there. Helen is
Hey,
coming.
Liz,
Yeah.
just come show your face, honey.
Show her face. What do you mean? She doing a cameo? She ain't gonna hang out? She not gonna hang out?
All right, here she comes.
All right. So I figured we didn't
Oh,
want to.
here she comes.
I figured we want to change the energy a little bit because let me tell you something. Those two stories.
No, see, that ain't even fair at all.
What happened? She said it's not.
I've been laying down, Roger.
Well, I mean, come on with it. But you already, you know what? We sent the messenger to you all hour ago that y'all was up tonight.
My husband don't tell me nothing.
Oh, here we go.
Oh crap! But you know, y'all got that telepathy thing working. You know what I'm saying? And you know, y'all the UFO couple. You know, or the high strangeness couple. That's what we're gonna do that.
I don't know about that.
Give it a name and everything else. Pretty much. But we, you know, there you go. Y'all come on with it and pretty much. But she's all right though. Look, if you just woke up looking like that, girl, you go to sleep looking good.
Thank you.
If you waking up that way, you went to sleep that way. I mean, that's a good thing.
I did. I've been asleep since I got off work.
Oh,
or laying down since I got off work.
She's a federal government contractor now, Roger.
Oh,
Hey.
congratulations.
Yeah, she's seriously.
Congratulations.
Here, let me show you. And then we're gonna go into this story, but let me show you this.
Hey, let's get that. Let me get my
proud of my baby. Let me see.
No, you got to go. Yeah, you got to put it like in front of you. Yeah, there you go.
All right.
Hey, there we go. She got it going on. Let's roll it. Let's roll it. All right, we're proud of you. Go ahead.
She's a federal general contractor. Anyway,
forget about it.
Let me tell you guys. First of all, thank you for having us. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
we really enjoy this. We are so happy and so lucky to be family with Roderick.
Hey,
and
thank
all
you.
the family that's coming in here right now. We all together. We have fun talking. Some of the experiences we went through when we talk about it at that time, it was scary. But now we look at it because we're here.
Well, you know what, Charles? You know, our first Project Black webinar will be happening in a few weeks, and I was going to reach out to you. We've been holding your story for so long, but now it is time. In a few weeks, they're going to hear it on a webinar. Y'all going to hear one of the most intriguing. We're not going to tell them tonight, but they're going to hear one of the most intriguing stories out of Antarctica that he's going to share his experience with. And we're going to do it on our first webinar. And Charles is going to be there. I was going to reach out, but you know, we'll make sure we have it scheduled where if you can't be there live, then I'll record it, but they're going to hear it. So y'all make sure y'all get ready because Project Black is in now full effect. The website is about done. It's going to be a newspaper style site where you can get stories. And if any of you out there are writers and you want to be contributors to it, y'all will then get to contact me or either Nicole or Selena, one of them. Y'all will contact one of them to, you know, just kind of see how we can put that together for you all to contribute to the website. And so that'll be some stories, articles, you know, if you're good enough to have your own column, you know, we will be doing that. So we're going to put videos there. We'll put all of the stories people can write in. That's where I'll start having people sending their stories. If they email them, then we're going to post them into more of an article format. So more people can do that. So I'm just letting y'all know it's about to get real. It's about to get fun. We've been talking about this for months and months, and I appreciate Charles and Helen for their patience and always support what we're doing. Now it's time to get them those flowers for the stories that y'all going to hear the deep ones. But tonight we're going to hear from the couple themselves. And what do y'all want to share with us? I know we've been talking about, we got the True Loves is in the house. Y'all make sure the True Loves are in the house there. And y'all give them a shout out. They're my friends. They're part of the journey that I'm doing with Pure Life or whatever. And I met them actually at the first meeting that I went to kind of get the background of everything else. And they do so much out of Atlanta, so I'm gonna go down there and see them pretty soon at their and hopefully one of these days they can get on live too and share with you all about the energy healing center that they're working with and partnering with down in Atlanta. So we got a lot of stuff. In fact, you know what? Let me say it out loud right now. The True Love, Selena is in Atlanta. She lives there now. And so I did tell her that I may put y'all together so she can kind of go there and be my eyes and ears of what's going on. It'll be really convenient. And, she's on the same mental wavelength. So she'll see what I would see pretty much. But I'm going to make that connection happen because she can just ease over there and get some idea because she's, part of our team here too. So we'll be doing that as well. So anyway, y'all meet the couple. So the True Love, they're a great couple too. So they need to meet y'all for the wisdom. They're a young couple, but they have no clue of who they're meeting right now.
Really?
They have no clue of the contact. But I will tell you, you guys need this alien device at your house.
We do.
Yes.
It's the first of its kind. Y'all need that at the house. Y'all need coffee at the house. Latte. Now we had a lot of people, talked about the coffee. In fact, I'm just doing my promotion. I got to give up the testimonial video right quick, and then we'll hop into the story. Y'all fair enough? So I'm gonna play a testimonial. Y'all seen it, but listen real closely to what she says about the coffee.
Okay.
Oh crap!
I'm sitting here at work. I made the mistake of having 2 cups of the coffee that our dear friend Roderick is promoting. Oh my God, I've had so much energy today. My neighbor, my desk neighbor, observed me today dancing at my desk, singing, and this is not normal. It's not normal. Forgive me. I got caught in the rain today, so yeah, my hair's looking crazy. 2 cups, y'all. 1 cup is good enough, but it was so good. I made myself another cup. Don't do it. 1 cup a day. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to go to sleep. It's almost 5 o'clock here. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I guess I'll have to go home and clean up my house. I don't know. Yeah, that's it. Bye, y'all.
All right, so we're going to be getting more and more. I got a few more people going to be sending in their testimonials. These are people of our community, so you can go to the website. You'll hear some that you could maybe think they just put them there. But when you hear from the truth seekers that are talking about this coffee and everything else, and I'm just telling y'all, it is a beautiful, beautiful thing when it gets down to what we're doing. But it is supporting what we're doing. Our goal is to get 200 or 300 people. Now, I'm not going to lie to you. If we get a couple of 100 people buying the coffee, I will probably be from that company, maybe several thousands of dollars. Yes, I will eat from it. Yes, I will probably pay the light bill. So don't be thinking I'm making. No, I will do more so I can give more back to you all. Get us out there on the street, get our production company going, all of these things. But it doesn't cost you except for you do what you're already doing and then give you something better, something tastes better, more energy, more vibrant in the bedroom. We don't want the Davises to get the coffee because that'll be a little too much energy in their bedroom. But you know what I'm saying? They already don't need it, but boy, you talking amping it up. Boy, you know what I'm saying? They'll need this UFO detector for real. You know what I'm saying? and everything else. And so, all right. So somebody said, tell Charles, I think they know you. She said, tell him Anitra said hi. Anitra, yeah.
Rome.
She's married now. She's a true love, but
Jonathan's daughter.
She said, and his brother, tell him Anitra and said hi, and his brother Chai.
Okay.
I mean,
Okay.
you're on the spot now. You can act like you know him if you want to.
I do know him. I know him.
You do
How
know.
you guys?
You sure?
Yeah. How you guys?
Okay. Well, I'm just saying. I mean, this is a good day. We're truth seekers. I mean, we've heard some story. You can make some story up if you want to. I'm saying.
No, I ain't got to make none up.
Yeah.
You already know that.
Okay. Well, I know you're a truth seeker, but I'm just saying I put you on the spot, so I don't want you to have to be like, why Roger do that? I don't know them. No, but they're good people. If you would know them, you're gonna meet them though. They're great people.
Guys, one of the things that, like, when I first talked to Roger, I told him some stories and some things that happened. I told him stuff when I was growing up, things that I've seen and happened out here since I've been here. And some of these stories are, when you hear it, it's kind of comical because it's like when we were growing up, like we all grow up and we go through something, right?
Mm-hmm.
I was hoping that I could get my brother to speak to Roderick about us seeing the devil in our house. I really wish I could have. Because for Roderick, is it okay for those that don't know?
What the story in Antarctica?
No, the story about the devil.
Yeah, we'll tell them that. And before you do that, let's give a shout out to Ava. She went to the website. She got her coffee, and so I want to thank her for doing that. So everybody in the chat, give Ava a shout out. Heck yeah. That's what I'm talking about. When you got, action-oriented type folks that take action, and especially when I'm sitting here saying, buy some coffee. I can say send the money to me, but that's a little harsh. So I think, but make sure y'all can try the black. Make sure you get the latte, cream, and everything else. So Charles, let's hear it. Let's go.
This is when I think we were in our teens, early teens.
Mm-hmm.
My little brother, Kevin, myself, and Teddy, we slept in one room, and then the other two brothers slept in the other room, my older two brothers. But this one particular night, it was late. I say about 2 o'clock in the morning. And I sat up in the bed, and Kevin sat up at the same time. We both said, man, I got to use the bathroom. I said, okay, let's go. So we went to the bathroom. I told him to go ahead and use it. He went and used it. He came out. I went in and used it, came out. Then we said at the same time, I'm thirsty. I want some water. So we was going around to the kitchen. Now, mind you, imagine walking down a hallway, coming out the bathroom. You make a quick right. You walk about 15 paces to your right, and you go to your right again. You're going to come into the kitchen. When you come into the kitchen, you'll see the window that looks outside the dining room table. And when you step in the inside, you'll see the end of that table by the stove. Well, when we turned to go into the kitchen, we seen the walls look like they were on fire. I said, Kevin, look, something's burning in the kitchen. And we ran to the kitchen and turned, and the devil was sitting at the kitchen table. Imagine him like this. He's just sitting there. There's a glass on the table right here, and it's got flames coming out of it. There's a pitchfork against the wall like this. It was smoking. When we looked, we said, Kevin, look. And the devil sat up like this and looked at us. And we said, it's the devil.
Okay.
And we ran. Well, I ran and knocked Kevin down. And we was running to the room. When we got to the bedroom, we heard this. Well, first of all, he looked at us and gave us this look like, I'm getting ready to get you. And he stood up and he pushed the chair back and grabbed the pitchfork and got ready to take a step. We ran to the room, and we heard this voice like boom, 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 like somebody coming running right behind us. When we jumped in the bed, my grandmother used to tell us, if the monsters or something gonna get you at night, you need to put the cover over your feet, because they'll grab your feet first and then pull you into a hole. And when we got in the bed, we was trying to get the cover over my feet, and we was calling for our mom, and all of a sudden, then that noise got real close to the foot of the bed, and then my mother grabbed our feet and said, what are you doing? And we was like, Mama, did you see it? She said, see what? The devil, he was chasing us. And she looked at us and she said, I should beat the crap out of y'all. Y'all making all this noise. Ain't no devil in the house. Okay. The next morning, Mama screamed for my father and said, Willie, come here. So they was in the kitchen talking, and then Mama called all of us to come in the kitchen. Me and Kevin was the last ones, seven of us, was the last ones to go in the kitchen. And Mama is all on my pops. She just screaming at him. I told you about letting these kids play with fire in this kitchen. I told you about that. Her chair was an antique from my grandmother. You can see where something sat in there and burnt the chair. On the table, it was a burnt circle on the table where that glass was. And on the wall, it was 4 marks, like something hot was touching the wall. And Pop said, honey, they was probably here playing with fire. Said, Mama, and Kevin like nudged me. Kevin nudged me like this because she said every time I lie and say somebody with me, they're gonna get a whooping. So Kevin nudged me like, don't say nothing. But I told her, I said, Mama, it was the devil, and she whooped us. The things, you guys, just to let you know, that was at some of my younger years. My older years, as I started getting older, I experienced some things that, was really scary. Got in high school. We grew up in Compton, California. And if anybody's ever been to California and been to Compton, Compton High School sits on between two main streets, Compton Boulevard and Alondra. And we used to go from Alondra to Compton Boulevard to get to our house, but you had to go through Compton High School. And they told us we're not supposed to go through it at night because there was something there. And like kids and people would come up missing and it would chase you. So my little brother, it was actually my brother, Donald and Tone. We had snuck out the house and it was late. It was like after midnight and we was trying to get back home. And the quickest way to get home was to go through Compton High School. And we hopped the fence. We was like 16, 17 years old. We hopped the fence and started walking. And then all of a sudden, Tone said, hey, y'all see that? And we turned around and looked where the gym was, maybe it was about 200 yards away from it. But the fog was coming. And we looked like real close at the back of the building and we seen 2 red eyes just standing there looking at us. So we said let's run. So we had to run about 300 yards to get to the fence to get off the property. I mean, we was running. And we were running and screaming. We got to the fence and got ready to jump over. And as we were flipping over the fence, Tonto's finger got caught in the fence with his ring and it snatched his skin off and his fingernails and his ring was stuck on the fence. And he was talking about, let me get my ring. And we seen the thing coming toward us and we said, let's go. And we grabbed him. As soon as we grabbed him and ran back and felt that thing hit the fence like it was going to knock it down. And we got up and ran. We got home. And technically, all of us woke up our parents. And we got a whooping because we snuck out the house. But nobody wanted to go up to Compton High to see what happened because I told them, you go up there, you're going to see Tone, you're going to see his finger on the fence. And the next day, Mr. Williams and I think it was Joshua, they went up there. And they went to Tone mom's house and gave her his ring. And his fingernail stuff was still inside that ring. And they went and looked and they said they found some tracks that looked like dog tracks. But they were bigger than a dog. And after that, about 6 months later, we were spending the night over Miss Newsom's house. And it was a dog man. Like a werewolf was looking in the window at us. And it was myself, my 2 younger brothers, and one of my older brothers and her sons were we were all around the same age. It was 7 boys in her family. and 5 boys in ours. But anyway, we was all sitting down about 1 o'clock in the morning. My brothers have been telling stories about they seeing things coming out the graveyard. And we were sitting there and we looked at the window, and it's like it was a thing in the window that looked like not a werewolf. It looked like a dog. It had a long snout with pointed ears, and the eyes was red. But it was the upper torso is what you can see from like this part of his chest up to his face. It wasn't hairy like a werewolf, but it had hair on it. And it was like looking at us, growling, just like looking at all of us. And all of a sudden we called for Robert Earl and their mom, and she came in there, and my mom called her, and she came out the back door, and they, Bonnie and them all came in the house. And we said, we just seen a werewolf. It was looking at us in the window. We seen it. And they said, y'all just in here acting like silly kids. But the next morning when they got up, they went out there and they seen the prints that was right at the window.
It sniffed y'all out. It sniffed y'all out from the first time.
All right.
Ain't that right?
Yes. That's why y'all need the alien detector and pretty much. So anyway, Charles, I think it's you know, we what's the word am I looking for? There's just so much stuff happens out here, you know what I'm saying? And pretty much you know, go through how can I say this? I mean, when I was listening to Ashley a while ago, then you had Mark and then everybody's story. Do you think there's a connection that everybody in your circle is has or have had these experiences? You know what I mean?
Yes. Yes, some of them just don't want to talk about it.
Yeah.
And I think the reason why they don't want to talk about it because it's probably traumatizing.
Right,
you know,
right.
That scared me that until I really, truly put God in my life, I'm not worried about it anymore. It doesn't scare me because I know that we're all here to do. We're here to do an assignment for our Father. That's why we're here. What it is, we don't know, but I've always looked at it this way. Sometimes things that we're not familiar with are here with us, and because you get afraid, or you just feel like somebody's gonna look at you like you're crazy because you said something. You know, don't worry about that. If something happened, you need to tell somebody, because it don't have to keep that stuff bottled up.
Right, right.
I mean, I only told my wife. I told my wife something that I never told anybody, and she told me to talk to Roger, and that's what we've been talking about. Because when I do talk about it, sometimes most of the time I break down and cry because it scared me. And it's really hard to talk about, but everybody needs to know what I seen, what I experienced. But anyway, the other about 2 months ago, my wife was at work. Now this is her story. Okay.
All right. What you want to tell it, Helen? Come on now.
No, she ain't gonna.
We already told
unless
that
I
story.
start messing up. Everybody ain't heard it.
Okay, well let me just tell this story. What the whole show was supposed to be about in the first place was sleep paralysis.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Let's get into that first. Okay. Give us a little sleep paralysis, because I would love to hear. You know.
The what? What are you saying? I don't understand.
Tell about the paralyzed. When you were paralyzed, you couldn't move and you were asleep.
Y'all know what? Let me tell the story, because that's what I was going to say anyway.
She said she was going to tell us paralysis.
Yeah.
Y'all don't woke her up now.
Okay, this is what's happening, or this is what had happened. Okay, and I'm telling you the story from the beginning first instead of going to the end and then the beginning. So I'm gonna start from the beginning. Okay, things happened to me I know that they were caused by what I had done. Okay. The thing that I'm talking about is my friend's mom gave us a Ouija board to play with when we were young. And we would take that Ouija board to everybody's house to see if it was working in everybody's house. And every household that I played with, I always thought, and they always thought we were moving the thing on its own. That thing had power. I don't know if we were giving it to them, or I'm not sure how the thing worked, but we were asking the questions and it was telling us probably lies, but we were asking the questions. And I believe that experience, that us not knowing, but the lady giving us a Ouija board to play with it is ridiculous in the first place. And to me, now that I sit and think about it, she would sit in the room. She would walk around the room acting like she was cleaning up and watching us as we were playing with the thing. So that's making me think a whole bunch about Miss You Know Who now that I'm thinking about it. But I think that's what opened the door.
I'm laughing because I don't know who y'all talking about.
Well, I don't want, you don't want to put nobody's names out.
Yeah. No, that's good. That's good. But I'm just gonna laugh anyway. It's funny.
Yeah. So what was I talking about? I'm still sleepy now.
Y'all need this coffee. Y'all drink coffee? I'm gonna send y'all now.
I might need some of that.
Yeah.
Okay. But I'm talking about for real.
Was that work?
No, I wasn't at work. This was when I was a kid.
Oh.
Okay.
He didn't know that story. He wasn't around then, so.
Well, I've told him about it before, but he probably forgot. Anyway, the lady was up watching us while we was playing this game.
Yeah, you told me that.
And I told y'all that too, didn't I?
Well, you know what? There's some new people here. Listen, you could tell your story 25,000 times over here.
They want to hear.
You play the game now. You're back at consciousness.
What?
Someone got you you see your favorite, you're floating over the game.
No, I'm not even on that. See,
man, I can imagine what y'all be talking about on Thanksgiving. I can imagine on Thanksgiving.
They trying to make me tell the story they want to hear.
The turkey just come back alive and walk off. Y'all don't even know he left the table.
Wow, I need something.
There's some tea right there.
Okay, I'll get it.
But go ahead. Yeah, look, we don't.
Okay.
But we listening. We got you.
You forget what I'm talking about.
See.
You said the lady was watching y'all play the game.
Oh yeah, she would always watch us play this game in her basement. And I'm like thinking now, why would she do it? That's where I was at. Okay. And I had got grown, had kids, and I remember asking them how many kids I was going to have, and it said 2. And how many y'all got now? 2. But I don't know if that's gotten anything to do with that or not. But that's what it told me. And it told me who my husband's name was gonna be. What's your name?
Charles.
That's what it said. That it didn't say Davis. It's Charles. And so I know something bad about it anyway. Anyway, let me get to my point. My point is, I would take my children and move them all over the Kansas City area. And I would move them because every apartment that I moved to had a spirit in it. It had something in it that followed me. And I believe it because I opened that door with the Ouija board. Mm-hmm. That thing was following me. And so I moved in, like I said, almost every apartment or place that I could stay, because I said, I gotta get out of here because this thing is following me. And the thing would scare me so bad. And I don't know, it was like I would get in the bed and I would hurry up and get in the bed because I want to go to sleep because I knew this thing could come and get me. And this thing sounded like, it sounded like wind. And I could see the thing when it would come to my apartment door, and it would come to the door and it would float through the wall, and it was darkness. And it just sounded like, if y'all hear me, just say, it sounded like that.
You want us to say it? Or you? Oh, I think you said, can we hear you? But go ahead.
Could you hear me saying? Yes, that, yes. Yes, who is doing that? Okay, anyway.
I'm sorry, baby. Because you look like you was ready to get up and run.
That's
sorry.
Me.
I know, I can tell. Because it was scaring me a little bit.
I know.
I was getting ready to say, I hope that it wasn't. I thought I heard in the bedroom last night.
Shut up.
Anyway. I was playing.
Oh my God. Y'all go ahead.
Okay, I thought you part of that. Okay. See, you heard. Anyway.
Y'all tell Ava welcome home. She says she found her tribe.
All right,
Ava.
All right.
Welcome.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Back to me. Okay. I would be sleeping in the bed and I would hear that sound and I could see it. It was like I was seeing the thing go from my bed, from the front door and come through the wall and into my bedroom. And it would get to my bedroom. It was like I saw just darkness. I don't even know. It didn't even have a shape. It was just dark. And it would get on me. And I could not move. I could not breathe. I could not do nothing. I couldn't talk because I was trying to scream. I was trying to scream and I couldn't scream. I couldn't scream. And it was a spirit of fear. It was fear. And I was afraid.
It's okay, honey.
It's all right. It's all right.
Sorry. I was afraid that it was going to choke me to death. Mm-hmm. And the only thing I could do was say the Lord's Prayer. Mm-hmm. And when I started saying that and I called on Jesus, and I don't care who say what, about what, that's the name that made that thing come off of me. Mm-hmm. And I couldn't get it off because I couldn't move and it didn't have a body. Mm-hmm. I couldn't talk to holler it off or scream it off. I couldn't move my mouth. I couldn't move nothing. I was paralyzed. And so, thank you. And so, like I said, I moved all the time because that same thing would get on me. And I was just so tired. And I was so scared because I thought it was getting my kids, but I knew it wasn't getting my kids because I could only see it coming to me. And so, this was a yearly thing. This not yearly, but it happened every year. Not once a year. It was frequent. That's why I was so afraid of it. But like I said, it went on for years. And I had asked, I was working at some factory, and this woman asked me to go to church with her. And I tried to hide from that woman every time I saw her. I would try to go this way. She'd come this way. I was going this way. And I didn't want to hear it. I said, I'm just gone. So, because I was doing my thing, I didn't want to go to church. I didn't want to do whatever. Because I was
using the streets.
Yeah. Well, I wasn't in the streets. I was running them.
Oh, okay.
Whoa.
I'm just saying.
Correction.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
No, I'm serious.
I know you're serious.
No, you wasn't a madam or nothing, right? I mean, Madam Helen, no?
He was a certified head buster.
No, I used to run with a motorcycle club.
Okay.
And I just I wasn't ready to go and do right.
She didn't play that.
No, gotcha.
So I would run from this woman, and I said, I'm just going to go so she'll leave me alone. And I went to church with her, and I got delivered from whatever it was that was following me. Whatever I did, I got prayed for, and I got a release from what it was that was coming at me. Because, and since then, it hasn't happened. And I thank God, because I'm telling y'all, when something get on you and you can't get it off and you can't defend yourself, because the spirits don't have flesh and blood, you can't go get a knife and kill it, or you can't hurt it. You can't do whatever you can do in the flesh.
It'll make you hurt yourself.
So it's very fearful, and it makes you think you're crazy. Because for a minute I thought I was crazy. But listen to everybody now that I hear saying that this happened to me. I thought it was like me and only me, and you can't tell nobody because you think they think you're a freaking lunatic, So I thought it was just my dilemma. But I'm glad to hear that, not glad that it happened to other people, but glad to know that it's not just me,
Right.
And I'm grateful about that. And Ashley wanted me to tell you a story about when I was a child, about me being outside of my body. I was a little girl, and I think I told y'all this story before, but I was a little girl, and my mom used to work all the time. I didn't know where she was. She was probably running the streets too. But don't laugh.
Yeah, you better.
She was.
I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing at him laughing at you to get in trouble for laughing.
Okay. Well, my mom used to take me over to my aunt's, and I stayed over there every day, every night. I was always seeing Eula, and she was mean as the devil. But this time, I was laying on the couch, and I was so happy. I was happy because I thought my mama had came and got me from Aunt Eula's house. And my mom, in my mind, I was saying, Aunt Eula is at her house, but here I'm here with my mama. She's got me on a swing because I felt my body doing like this. And I said, she got me on the swing at my favorite place in the world, which is Wyandotte County Lake. And I'm sitting there swinging and swinging and happy and free until I start feeling a bump. My whole body was bumping. And I opened my eyes, and I was at the ceiling of my bedroom at my Aunt Eula's house. Mm-hmm. And I'm bumping and I'm feeling and I'm looking and I'm experiencing where I was. I was at the ceiling, and I turned over I turned over, and I'm looking at my little body, my little panties on, and had little beads in my hair. You remember back in the day, beads. And I'm laying on the couch, and I looked at myself. I said, "That's me down there." In my mind, I didn't speak it out, but I said, I guess I was just talking telepathy or whatever that is when you talk. And I was looking, and I saw myself, and I started getting scared. And as I was looking at myself, I'm starting to try to dog pedal, like swimming down to get inside my body. Because I didn't know if I was getting ready to go out the window or whatever. I didn't know what was getting ready to happen. So I grabbed myself like this, and I'm laying on the couch, and I get up, and I go running there, and I'm knocking on the door, my Aunt Eula's door. I said, "Hey, Eula, I was just at the ceiling." She said, shut up and go to sleep. You was just having a dream.
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't having no dream.
Nope, it was real.
When you out of your body, when you out of this flesh, you are existing.
Yep.
Once you have been born, you never die. This is energy inside of here. When I was out of my body, I could feel what was happening. Yep. That's how I felt when I was hitting the ceiling like this with my body, or other way around, up, that way. So when you are out of here, you're going to exist somewhere. I don't know where you're going. I didn't go nowhere. Energy never dies, it only transfers. Thank you, Ashley Light.
You know what? What she had was an out of body. Her spirit came out of her body, but it manifested in the house with her, because when you get called, the body doesn't go nowhere, the spirit does. And God called her, and when he called her, he wasn't ready for her.
I'm gonna say this. I didn't see God, y'all.
I know you didn't.
I don't think God
Your
called
spirit.
me. I don't think God called me that, because I'd have been gone if he'd have called me. Honey, look.
He would have put you back.
Look, if he'd have called me, he would have wanted me out, and I'd have been gone. All I knew was I was existing. I didn't hear no call. All I knew is that I was out of my body. I didn't at first I did not know I was out of my body till I seen myself up on the ceiling. Or see myself on the ground, on the couch. So I didn't know. All I knew was happiness, joy, and I felt this rocking. That's all I knew. And I didn't hear no voice.
Couldn't move.
I could move. I'm telling you, I was bouncing. I was hitting the ceiling like this.
But you ain't going out of the ceiling.
I'm hitting it like it's stopping me. It's stopping me from going.
See, that's deep, y'all. That's deep.
It is.
Yeah, I think it's pretty much I mean, like I've always tell everybody, you know, we don't know how now that I call it high strangeness, you know, how these stories go, you know, how deep the rabbit hole goes in the realms of where we are, you know, whether it's, you know, again, from the aliens to paranormal to you know, interdimensional, you know, this Pandora's box is huge. And it gets so huge that we can hear stories, and at some point we may not be like, wow, man, you know, that sounds over here, that sounds over there. But then once it begins to be confirmed by others who have no knowing or don't know these people or that person, they're on this side of the world, this one's on this side of the world, and you start experiencing similar things, then it's a whole different ball game.
Yep.
And that's where I get here when I was having that hotline going, because people will call, and I start hearing these stories. I end up cutting that thing off for a while. I'm just letting y'all know, because I was getting so many calls of high strange stories that, you know, it was just kind of crazy. And I don't know how we supposed to deal with this, but I do know we're going to find a solution within Project Black to give people the tools, especially the way we see things in our perspective in our community, the more spiritual side or religious side of things, give us the tools to begin to cope with these things. I'm not saying we're not trying to heal anything, because we're not professionals in those areas, but I will say that I now can come to the conclusion, or not just the theory or hypothesis, but the theory that it is something big, it's bigger, and it affects many people, especially those who cry about it in the dark, right? And that needs people to come forward with them to confirm those suspicions. And I don't know why I took that journey to say, okay, because staying in the UFO space, staying where I am, everybody's still focusing on spaceships and spacecrafts and all that. And then you still got everybody who's segmented into cryptids, or maybe it's Bigfoot. But there's a whole nother, like, thin part in between that's like, it's not gray. It's a dark area, right? It's traveling, and I think it all connects left, right. It connects. And I think we're not trying to someday, oh yeah, we're going to get a group of us and we're going to open up a portal. No, my ass is not going to be there.
No. You don't even know.
I mean, my hypocrisy just goes a little too far. It'll stop there.
Right.
Huh?
I don't know why everybody keeps saying, or you hear people say, I wish I can find me a portal so I can go through it and see what it's like. No, you don't.
I don't think they're ready for that. I don't think it's like, I've heard, and this is on a spiritual note. I was at church watching TD Jakes, and with the Potter's house is 10 minutes from my home. And I remember one time he was doing a sermon and he dropped his handkerchief. And this person jumped over there and picked it up. And it was like, they had his anointing. That's what the person, he took, and the security took the handkerchief back. And he was like, you know what? He says, I don't know why he was talking, and he started talking to the audience. He says, why somebody would think my anointing is in this handkerchief, And where I'm going with this, he starts saying, okay, I'll tell you what, he says, so many people come up and say, I want your anointing. I want your anointing. He said, I'll tell you what, I'm going to lay hands on you, brother. He was getting ready to tell the guy to come up. And before the guy was coming up, he's like, I'm going to wish that your life goes through the stuff that I went through, that you lose your car, your mother died. Oh, he was just going through. He said, no, come on. You want this anointing. You want this anointing. Come on. I will wish that you have to feed your kids with a diaper and you ain't got no money and they repoint, the lights is off and everybody's cold and hungry. No, come on. No. You want this anointing. You want this anointing. Come on with it. And he was like, I want you to know, he goes, please. He said, what justice would it be for God to give you in a flash what I had to go through hell to get here? He said, the devil is a lie. So I'm only using that to say, on both sides of the fence, there are some hell areas in there that we're going to uncover. But do we want those answers? That's do you really what you're asking? It's like people want to know. I want disclosure. Do you really want the whole truth about this whole alien, extraterrestrial, ancestral stuff and all of this stuff? Do you really want that? And what comes with it? And I tell people, because the more and more I find out, and I don't know everything, but I know more than most. I can say that. I'm like, I don't think, and that's why people get mad at me. I'm like, I don't think y'all need to know everything. No, I get why it's a big secret now. I get it.
But Raj, I know for a fact that I used to always say I wanted to see him, and one day I did. And when I seen them, it's like they always stayed in contact with me.
Oh, now it's going to get good now, y'all. We ain't even here. We just watching them now. We can't hear y'all. We can't hear that. Y'all keep talking.
Okay. What I was saying, I'm sorry, you guys, because I had to talk to my wife first, and I don't want to say something that either she don't want me to say or I heard her feeling saying it.
Well, how did y'all just solve that? We need give some of these young folks.
Okay, the way we solved it was
y'all were doing coded stuff. We give us a.
I wasn't going to say something that I
body language.
About. Okay, so here's what I was getting ready to say. My wife, before we got married, she had ideas of stuff, but she never seen it. She never seen it in the contents that she seen it when she was with me. Because I would say things and do things and show her things, and my daughter and my son, about UFOs, there they are, they right there, but they couldn't see it. I could, because I know what they look like. And one day she called me and she told me, she said, baby, out of the sky blue, I seen this thing up in the sky and I was looking at it. And it was kind of weird because it looked like it was just something flashing. And the next day she went to work, she seen it again. And this time she said it was like moving or making different shapes and colors. And then the next day she seen it let's just say for a week, and then going into the second week, she figured that it ain't gonna be here, but it was there, and it kept doing the same thing. Only now it's showing her how it can miraculously shift
colors,
and go in sizes, disappear, come back,
like this,
move around, and make a different shape,
disappear, and then come back together.
And now mind you, she watched this for almost 2 weeks. And then she called me one day and said, honey, listen, I was getting ready to leave. I walked out the office. I looked up in the sky, didn't see nothing. And then when I got ready to get in the car, I said, well, it's probably gone. She looked up and boom, there it is. And she said it started like making different shapes and stuff. And she called me, she said, baby, it's right here. I'm looking at it right now. I can see it. I said, okay, what do you see? Honey, I see a UFO. I said, okay, well, what's wrong, baby? Don't be scared. She said, I'm not scared. It's just that it's like, why is it I'm the only one that can see this? I said, because that's what they want you to see them. All right, they're not trying to do nothing to you. I said, listen, listen, baby, listen. Okay, if you see it right now, tell it to come home so you can so your husband can see you. And she got in the car. She drove home.
I said that though. Don't forget about that.
Okay, she said, she told it. She said, listen, okay, my husband told me to tell you to follow me home so he can see you. Okay. So she comes home, she pulls up in the garage with Choppy. She said, you want to go get something to eat? And I said, yeah. She said, you know what, baby, I did what you told me to. What? I told her to follow me. I didn't see it when I got out the car. I said, okay, well, honey, it probably did. I don't know. And then I said,
I didn't say that till after.
Okay, she said, you want to go get something to eat? I said, yeah, what you want? I said, let's get a burger. So we went to Whataburger. And when we got there,
we heard helicopters outside of
Whataburger. We ordered some food. And
this is in the evening. It was dark.
It was like we heard it had to be at least 4 or 5 helicopters, and they were Black Hawks, and they were all black. You couldn't see them, but you could hear them. And they were flying around Whataburger. So Helen let the window down and make the order, and she said, where's helicopters flying over here? And then she looked out the window and she seen it. And she said, baby, I said, you see it, don't you? She said, yes, how do you know? I just told her to come so you can see it. It's and I said, it's out there. And she said, how do you know? Okay, look. So I let the window down. I leaned out the car and I seen it. And it was in an oval shape. I said, this guy looked like it's got little dots in it. And she said, oh my God. And then right after that,
I got mad.
The helicopters got real loud, and then you can hear them going up, like they're trying to see what it is.
I got mad because I was wondering why my dear sweet husband would tell me to tell some UFOs to follow me home. Why would he tell me that? And it happened. So why would he tell me that?
And why would you tell me that? The reason why I told her that because I wanted her to realize they are real and you can see them. Okay.
But don't do that.
Well, honey,
no, we can't.
The point of what I'm making everybody is that they're real. They exist. Okay.
Well, don't tell me to tell them that because they'll follow me and not follow you. You know what I'm saying? Don't tell me to say something. If you think something can really happen, maybe don't tell me to say it. Because I know I ain't gonna say it no more. You can say it now, but I know what not to say.
You guys see, this is what we're talking about. All right, our lives, we're happy. We ain't perfect, but I could tell her things and say something to her. She might get angry, but she knows I'm not doing it to hurt her. or the scare. I'm doing it so she can understand why, and some of the times why sometimes I'm talking like I'm talking up to outer space and ain't nothing out there. But now she realized that they're here. I don't know, and I said this to Roger, and I'd be glad when I can go ahead and say this so you guys can hear this. I don't know. I didn't know why I was called to go to the South Pole. I'm not. Baby, I'm not.
You know what?
I'm
you
not.
play too much.
I'm not. I'm not.
Tony, Roger.
I'm not.
You play too much.
I mean, I mean, I'm gonna give him next week or no, 3 weeks. We're gonna be talking about that story, and I'm sure everybody's gonna want to hear that pretty much. But but other than that, I don't think he meant anything about telling the UFOs to follow
I didn't
home.
mean anything to hurt her. I didn't.
Yeah.
I just wanted her to know, if you're seeing it, baby, I believe you. I believe everything you're telling me. Just okay, listen. So you can see. Tell it to follow you home so I can see it, because it's showing you what I see.
Right.
Oh, you were just being facetious.
No, I
you
wasn't.
Just didn't need to say anything.
No, I wasn't, honey. I wanted you to see this. My reaction wasn't. I was. Oh my God. Oh, my reaction was just the opposite. It was like, I know.
Tell us to come on. Tell us to come on so I can see.
Listen,
See,
listen.
okay.
That,
You trying to play me?
No, I'm not, baby. No, I'm not.
Yes,
that was his love language. That was his love language. That was your love language. Let her know. Yeah.
Baby, I love you.
Quick. No, that ain't. No, seriously.
For real. Seriously.
Come on now. Give me in.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, I accept your apology, but don't do that to me.
Do it again.
I know you won't.
Because I know it's gonna happen. Project, it's gonna be some furniture moving around here.
Hey, I tell you what, that's I think it's pretty much. I don't know. I'm just kind of. I'm glad to be here. I love everybody. I love of course you all. I love just everybody, and I think it's just an interesting thing. I can't wait until we put this thing together where everybody's in a room and we got an event, and we got a high strange ass event, right?
Right.
And boy, I think that's going to be the good one there. And just put
my sisters and brothers, nanu, or whatever.
Yeah. But we ain't having nothing because I don't get enough donations to even get this thing off the ground. So hint to some of the listeners. Yeah, not y'all. Y'all don't y'all worry about it. Look, no, don't. I know y'all could have cashed out me something. I know how y'all look. Don't even do it. I'm saying for the people out there, we're crowdsourcing, and they can buy coffee, they can buy health products, they can be part of Operation Thrive, and they can do all of that. Whatever. Live here, just do what they're doing. They can do it all. But yeah, we are trying to get more donations though. So so anyway, it's I think it's again, let me try to put my phone here because it's a lot of stuff. But anyway, so if y'all if y'all finding value tonight, or even entertainment, because Netflix and all that, or you could have went to the movies tonight. Remember I used to offer my popcorn to people.
I remember.
You was around by them days?
Yeah.
I remember when I first started watching you.
Okay, yeah. You know what? I'm going to have to do that right now. I'm finna find my damn popcorn. Y'all wait a minute. 1 second. All right, Selena, you up. 1 second. Go ahead.
I just love your stories that you guys tell, but tonight was some scary stories. Y'all almost had me running out the house tonight. I was like, okay, I'm about to get out of here.
It's scary for real.
I don't know why people don't talk about it.
Right. People should. But you all open up the door, and many others that tell their stories open up the doors for people to feel more comfortable, because I think the whole thing is just people think that other people don't experience these things.
Right. And I was one of them people.
Right. Right. I believe it. I believe it. And I think
Who would believe me? Who
And
would believe me?
bad energy works on fear.
Yes,
Yeah.
it feeds on fear.
And if
yes.
you're scared, if you don't know the right words to say in your heart, it's not in your heart when you're saying it, then
Mhm.
yeah, you're gonna have problems. For
Yeah.
real. But
Yes.
when you turn it over to, because God told us it's not our battle, it's his.
That's
We can't
right.
fight a spirit. That spirit was here long before we got here.
That's true.
He,
And
he
they
gave
are
us
familiar spirits.
and he gave us the power to fight them.
Right.
But you can't be scared.
Yeah.
Because I tell you this, I did an exorcist at a exorcism at a soup kitchen here in KCK, and it was witnessed by over 150 people plus 2 law enforcement officers. And this guy was possessed, and he went into the director's office and just waved his hands up, and everything on her like this cabinet like this, and the table, everything blew off, but he didn't touch it. And she was so scared, she ran out of there. And the minister that was in there with her, he beat her running out the room. And he's supposed to be trying to fight this spirit.
Right. Right.
He wasn't saved. I put it that way. He
Yeah.
wasn't saved, and he didn't trust God's word. I don't know, that's what I think that happened. Because at that moment in time, it's scary.
Yeah, I believe it.
I was with we were going to meet because I was gonna speak. I was gonna be a speaker, and I was bringing 2 ministers to speak. But when that happened, she came and met us as we were coming through the door and said, "Minister Davis, I have to ask you a question." I said, "Yes, ma'am. What's wrong?" She said, "Are you prayed up?" I said, "Yes, ma'am." She said, "Are you filled with the Holy Ghost and you sanctified?" I said, "Yes, ma'am." What's wrong? She said, "Come to my office." When they got to the door to open it, she was shaking so bad, I had to take the keys from her to open the door and walk to her office. It was Miss Penn to walk to her office. And when I said, "Somebody broke in here," she said, No, Reverend Davis, go look at my windows. All my windows are locked from the inside. That's what happened. She said, "There's a guy here. His name is Jeremy, and he was just in here, and Elder Michaels ran out of here because it scared him so bad, and it scared me. And I'm a holy woman." I said, "What did he do?" He just took his hand and raised him up like this, and everything flew off the table, and his voice didn't sound the same. And I was like, "Really?" So I said, "Where is he?" And she said, "Come on." And as soon as we walked out the office, was going to the front door, it was like he ran by. It was like a figure running real fast. And she said, "That was him." "Where?" "That thing you just seen run by the door." And I said, "Okay." So I started walking to the door, and I walked out. And me and Sister Virginia, she said, "Reverend Davis, look over there. Look at that guy standing by the tree." And I turned and I looked at him, and I was like, he's possessed. Because his eyes were black. He didn't have no white pupils. His eyes were black. And he was standing there. His sweat was just running off of him. And as I walked toward him, he looked at me and said, "I know you."
Don't talk that talk.
He looked at me and said, "I know you." But that's what his voice sounded. And as I walked, I said,
La 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 la.
Right.
La la la.
This thing down.
He said, "I know you." He said, "I know you." And I said, "I know you too, and you're not supposed to be here. What are you doing in that body?" And then at the same time, it was like 9 other ministers coming up the hill, and he just went off. He was saying, calling me everything under the sun. I said, "Look, you guys, don't touch him. Get that girl away from here," because his girlfriend was standing by him, and they pulled her out the way. As I was talking to him, I was putting my hand out, and I started praying, and I was praying the Lord's Prayer. And then I went to Psalms 23, and we were holding our hands up, and I told all the ministers, make a circle, but don't join hands. Hold your hands to your side and extend your hands out so you can make a circle that the power of the word of God will not be broken. And we started praying. And as we prayed, the circle surrounded him. And as we prayed, I said, keep your hands. Now take your hands and point at him and let the word of our Father in heaven hit him. And I said, you do not belong to this body. You need to leave right now. You need to leave right now. In the name of Jesus, you need to leave right now. As I touch you, you will leave right now. As I touch you, you will vacate this body. You're a vagabond. You are not supposed to be here. Leave now. When I put my hands on him, it's like his body was like shaking. And I moved my hands back and he started levitating. He levitated off the ground about that much. He was just levitating on the ground. When the detectives pulled up, they jumped out the car and Miss Penn and them stopped them. They standing there looking. And one of the detectives got back in the car, and I guess he got on the radio, was calling for help. But this guy, I was standing away from him about 2 feet, but my hands was extended. His body was just floating, and all of a sudden, it sort of bent down, like his legs were going to the ground, his head and shoulders were going to the ground. And I said, release him now in the name of Jesus. Release him now in the blood of the Lamb. Release him. And when I did that, he hit the ground, and the ground just said boom, and a big mound of dirt just raised up, and right where that tree he was at went right to that tree, and it just spread it out on the ground. When it hit the tree shook. And then he laid there for a minute, and we walked over to him, and it was like he was choking. I said, turn him on his side. We turned him on his side, and he started spilling out like black and green goop was just coming out of him like vomit. And he laid there. And then we got some towels, and I started wiping him off. And then we put blessed oils on our hands, and we all laid hands on him and started praying for him. And then all of a sudden, after we turned him over and sat him up, he opened his eyes up, and his eyes were regular. I said, what's your name? And he told me. I said, where you been? He said, I was at a party. At a party where? I can't remember. They told me that him and his girlfriend went to this rave over in Missouri off of it was off of Paseo and 18. It's a building right off the corner. It was an old black, like a warehouse building. They used to have rave parties in there. But everybody was saying they were practicing devil worshiping. And I said, that man had a spirit in him. And we exorcised it out of him. But I don't say everybody needs to do that. Because if you don't know what you're doing and you're not prayed up, you don't want to touch a spirit. You don't.
Yeah. I mean, I'm with you on that. I think I don't know. I mean, I haven't had all those type of experiences, but I think, what's bad is good, good is bad, who knows? But at the end of the day, it's how it affects the person that it's entangled with, the spirits. And I think that everybody has their own truths to them, pretty much. And with that being said, I got the virtual popcorn out tonight. If you are enjoying it and you're having a great show, you want to buy some popcorn, it is virtual. So what I'm saying is you got to imagine yourself, if you like butter, you can sprinkle as much butter as you want. I mean, just go over here. There's virtual butter over here, virtual salt. If you want to be a diabetic like me, whatever, you could, you can use as much salt as you want, as much butter as you want. This is organic, or it is regular popcorn. It's up to you, but it's virtual. So what that means is you could just really make this into what you want, but we sell it here. Just like you was at the movies tonight, this is where you are. You can get you some virtual popcorn. The Cash App is right there. Buy you some popcorn and support the show from there. I will tell y'all because I got it. Or, this is virtual popcorn. So also, I have 3 pole dances left that I can do. I just don't have no more energy to do many more. So
really,
if y'all really, if they want some coffee, like some latte, y'all got to go order it on the site because I should have been giving more shout out tonight. I should have been shouting out at least 10 of y'all tonight. We are, let's see, to hit our 30, 40, 50 customers. We need to do that, and I can't do it without you coffee drinkers. Or wait, let me bag up for me. I'm finna raise the ante here. Hang on, I'm finna do it right now. We're gonna see where y'all at. All right, so Y'all see this shirt right here? This is the exclusive Coffee is Universal. That's an alien coffee, high strangeness shirt. Now, I've been waiting on shirt blanks for 2 months. I finally got them in today, and I got to send out everybody else's order. Some people have been waiting a month or 45 days. But anyway, y'all see this shirt. Anybody that buy coffee and I see your order, then you pay just for the shipping for my shirt, which is normally 30 some bucks or whatever. And I'm going to send you out a shirt. It may take a couple of weeks because I got to make them, but I got the blanks here and I can do it. But coffee is universal, but you got to buy some coffee and you got to order it on the website and become a preferred customer so that you can get the discount as a preferred customer, like Ava did tonight and everything else. But if you want to buy popcorn, pole dance is for the ladies only. Okay. Just put that out there. Single ladies only.
Is it recording or are we getting a live show? What is the deal?
Well, I mean, what would you prefer?
I mean, either one.
Say what? Did I get your tongue? What did you prefer? I mean, what are you talking about? Y'all see that shit? You see that? Y'all see how she went? Sound like crickets. You hear it? What do you prefer? You know what I'm saying?
I said it though.
I didn't hear you. What did you say?
And I said something immediately.
Well, it sound like you're away from the phone because it's a little low. That's why I asked. You can't.
So let me get closer.
Okay, now we can hear you. What did you say?
I said I would take either one.
Oh, watch out now. All right, so yeah. Well, anyway, yeah. Anyway, we don't even know what this lady looks like. Yeah, we only just see a video picture of here. So you know, y'all don't get me trapped like that. Don't get me trapped. No, you can get catfish these days. Y'all know that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Oh Lord.
Yeah. She might got a good voice, but she could be, like an alien because she have 6 legs or something, you know. But that don't mean I can't pole dance for you though. That doesn't mean I can't.
You know what? You know that picture on the T-shirt with the alien?
Yep.
There was a kid. I don't know if I told you this story.
Yes.
A kid got his head ran over by a truck named Inky.
You told him.
Right.
And the alien's eyes on that picture, Inky's eyes was like that, and the little white part toward the top of the eyes,
right,
that's where his eyeballs.
Let me put my picture back up. There you go.
Okay, see the little white things on the top of his eyes.
Yep.
That's how Inky's eyes look, and he would look like he's looking at you with his head down a little bit, right?
Right.
Like look over your glasses.
Mm-hmm.
And that's exactly how Inky looked. That's how big his head was.
Oh, okay. Well, big old head. That's what they said, big head, little bodies. You know what I'm saying? So real quickly, if you go to the website, you order the coffee, and then you just pay the shipping. I will say $9.95. That'll get the shirt anywhere. And I will send you a coffee shirt. But you got to become a preferred customer and go to the website. And I'm only going to do this tonight. I'm not going to do it tomorrow or the next week or nothing like that. So if 4 or 5 of y'all want to get your coffee, if that don't do it, if a personalized high strangeness alien coffee cup shirt, don't go with your latte or your black. But if you want me to pole dance for the shirt, you have to do a little more than that. Come on now. I mean, this is not going to be a normal pole dance. When I pole dance, you're going to know it. You know,
coffee, Roger. You don't need to be pole dancing, bro.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to save that for my special person in the future, so she can get all of that energy and stuff, But right now, it looks a little bleak, and so you just kind of like, you know what I'm saying? You got to, I always said I was just going to be a straight guy, but I think I'm going to have to be a hoe out there. I don't know, I just want to be, straightforward.
That's
to the
why
women.
you got a good show, okay?
But I'm thinking I tried it the other way, but that don't work. I tried to tell him, hey, I'm your guy. That doesn't work. You know what I'm saying? It's like, what else you got to do these days? So it's like, and I don't have a cape anymore, so I can't come in as a hero. You know what I'm saying? I got rid of that the second marriage. Shit, burnt that cape. You know what I'm saying? So who knows? I think it's just pretty much. But I think, and It's all good though. It's all good. But I do have two. Let me check. Let me see if somebody taking me up on my order, because it'll come in the email instantly. Probably not. Maybe. Geez, I think my Cash App is broken. It hadn't worked in a while.
Hey, the coffee ain't $300, is it?
Huh?
The coffee's not $300, is it?
No, the coffee is like, if they become a preferred customer, the coffee is like $30 some. It's like $1, a couple bucks a day. It's cheaper than in Starbucks. It's healthy. It's got cortisone, where the natural power secret for energy and all of that stamina and cognitive function. Immune system. People have been talking about how powerful it is and all that. And I'm just shocked when it gets down to a point where somebody was posting comments. Now he's just trying to sell coffee. I was like, come on, please. I'm trying to build something here. It just makes no sense, but I get it. So I got virtual popcorn. Huh?
Those are the ones that don't listen to me. They hear you.
I think it's fine. But you know what? Those are some takers, and I get it. And then I know that everybody can't like give cash out money directly to the show. So that's when I said, okay, maybe. And then there's people out there we're going to be partnering with, like Maya, she joined to partner with me. And so we're going to spend a lot of time on the phone training, talking to people and help do this thing. And so I think it's going to really be doing that. So, I'm excited that, across the board that having some partners. So if any of y'all want to partner, now when we talk about partners, this is a business opportunity. You can share coffee and stuff with everybody else. I'll help you. We'll help you. We're going to do some special things, and it's still going to help the umbrella of what we're doing. Y'all probably know that. But at the end of the day, you don't have to. I just want people to find some value in what I do and in the popcorn. So I got 3 boxes of popcorn right here, virtual. Please know it's virtual, meaning you can make it taste like anything you want. They can really make it caramel popcorn, chocolate,
kettle corn.
Yeah, and you can actually make coffee latte caramel cream popcorn right now. Yeah. But now I do need to address the elephant in the room. If you are an elephant in the room, you need to lose weight. We got something called magic. Okay. If you need to lose some weight, like me, I'm big for my age, but I think this stuff here is really working, man. It's called Pure Magic. I'm telling you, it'll speed your metabolism off the chart. I'm telling you. So we just got to get in some better shape. I mean, y'all gonna watch me get smaller over time. Otherwise, I'm gonna be the laughing stock 6 months from now, because y'all can play this back. He was just talking yet. But I don't want y'all to laugh at me.
No, 6 months from now, you're gonna be pole dancing, bro. Come on.
Yeah, well, 6 months from now, I should be off the market. Somebody's gonna scoop my ass up in 6 months. At least FaceTime my ass. You know what I'm saying? Shit. Give me something. But
no bonnets, right?
Bonnets?
No bonnets.
I'm gonna have to give in. I think I'm gonna have to give in, because the bonnet's coming with all kinds of attachments to it.
I didn't see that.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
So
I didn't see that down there.
What she said?
I see the bonnet warrior. I didn't see that.
Oh, well, she fighting for her bonnet. Shit, let me tell you. She fighting for that bonnet. I'm telling you, her bonnet, goddamn, it's like glue.
I feel like I just stepped in it, right?
that bonnet's like stitched on there, like. It just folds back. You know what I'm saying? It's like a convertible bonnet. It's there, then it pops up and pop on. So it's pretty much. But let me see in the chat real quick. Yes, Roderick, you said Monday the bonnet won. Yeah. So we have Rod with Malik. You do? Did you buy? Yeah, I have it. The Magic right here. It's called Magic. I got it. Oh, I got the Pure Magic. Is the one
I got a shout out to Philly Cat, because she spent some money. She got some coffee today, and she said you owe her a t-shirt. So shout her out.
No, the t-shirt.
All right, Philly Cat.
Yeah.
Bullshit. Y'all, wait a minute. I'm saying, listen, hold on a minute.
Been buying.
The deal started at $1 15 or 10 Saturday, April 20th. It wasn't Friday deal. This is
You owe her a t-shirt before. I recall her saying that you owe her a t-shirt from a while back. Am I right, Philly Cat?
You must haven't had your coffee if you got a memory like that. Hang on, where you hear that from?
I do remember it. Philly Cat, tell me if you mentioned he owed you a t-shirt from a while back.
We're gonna let the court of the Davises handle this. Y'all, they the judge and the jury. Do y'all believe that one, or what evidence do y'all need to believe that I told someone about a coffee shirt that I have not had yet?
The coffee shirt. I said a shirt.
She's talking about that. She ordered a Project Black shirt, which I was behind. I got the blank, so she's one of the ones that's going to get sent out. If that's what she was referencing to,
yes, that's what she was talking about, Roger.
That's what she was talking about. The shirt that she already ordered a while back. Yes.
Plus, she wants you to mention that she purchased some coffee, just like everybody else.
Did y'all hear Selena use the word but? She hadn't been around when that song Conjunction Junction. What's your function? You know what I'm saying? That whole Conjunction Junction, but what? That shit don't work.
And button R.
You know what I'm saying? Hey, she ain't old enough for that, so we learned that as kids. We used to learn that on TV. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
You should see that going to school.
But yeah, so all right, here's the deal. If y'all think here's how we're gonna do this. If anybody thinks Philly Cat deserves the coffee shirt, buy a box of coffee and I'll send her the shirt.
She bought the box of coffee.
No, I'm saying we got to see love from the community. If y'all bagging her up out there in the chat,
well, I tell you what, I get a box of coffee next week.
Well, that's fine. That's fine. Next week we'll be.
Friday, matter of fact, I get 2 boxes.
Yeah, that's cool. I'll. You know what? I appreciate y'all.
Coming through. I love, girl.
What'd she say?
Love. I was telling her that she got love. You know.
Well, I mean, you want. Well, all I'm saying is, all I said was.
I know what he was about to say. Did y'all hear that? How he was?
Yeah.
He was about to let something smart slide out.
Well, now you see. Now she said she paid $10 on David. You don't have to. It's not reciprocity. It's not what you gave that to David out of heart. You don't. That's not a reciprocity. You didn't do it because it has to come back like that.
Oh yeah, David. Yeah, he deserved it because I sent money for David too. He hooked up on the readings.
Yeah, and I was gonna have him do it. He should have read the Davises tonight. Do y'all want to read it? He's asleep now. Though. I don't even think he here.
He's asleep. Yeah, he disappeared.
Yeah,
he disappeared, didn't
he? Yeah.
He out of there. But if he was here, I would have him to come on up and do a reading for y'all. And the guy's really good.
Okay. I'm cool like that.
Yeah, y'all cool like that. But all right, so who's going to buy coffee? Go to the internet. It's in the description. Buy you a box or whatever. Get the latte, get the caramel cream. Make sure you're a preferred customer, and then we will get Philly Cat her shirt. Fair enough? No, if y'all buy next week, y'all can bless somebody else. We talking today on Saturday, April the 20th, 1:16 a.m. Central Time.
It's one.
Now, I'm okay. Here's what I'm trying to figure out, y'all, and y'all help me with this one. There's something in the chat says me and the moon says I want a t-shirt too. Now I don't know if we're dealing with split personalities or if that's the person that's on the phone with us right now, but you got to explain that to me. Why clothes now get fit? That you will text you on a shirt, but you won't say it out loud, but you put it in the chat.
Quiet thoughts in the chat. My quiet thoughts go in the chat, so I say a lot of stuff in the chat.
That's why I told you got to be careful with those bonnet wearing people. You gotta be careful with them bonnet wearing people, man. You don't know what time it is. Now, could you imagine dealing with? Well, who's wearing the bonnet? Well, that's Selena. Well, who are you? Oh, Selena. You know what I'm saying? Selena is wearing the bonnet tonight. But Selena, is a different story. Telling y'all, you got to be careful with that. It's all right though. It's all right. Much love to everyone. All right, so obviously I'm not doing any pole dancing. Obviously I haven't sold any popcorn. You know what I'm going to do? Watch this though.
Uh-oh.
I'm gonna buy coffee for myself. I'm gonna love me. I'm gonna love on me tonight.
I know that's right.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna show self-love, and yeah, I'm gonna show self-love, and I'm gonna order. Boom, bam. Roderick Martin ordered coffee to himself.
Look at that. Which
Hell,
one is it? Now that's the question.
I got the caramel latte.
Okay, you got the latte.
I got the latte, and then
I can't wait to try it.
oh, sugar honey iced tea. I already got a box. Damn. Now I got two.
Oh.
I got a box too.
Okay.
But it's all good. No, Charles, y'all can try it, next week, whenever. I'll send y'all some samples first, though. I'll send y'all a sample.
Okay.
And then y'all can get that out for there. We're behind, though, as a community. We should be already at 50 customers, and we're short behind. I bragged on us. I was like, yeah, we can do this, I bragged on it, blah, blah, blah. And I'm not disappointed because I think a lot of you have supported, and I'm really blessed. I mailed out 8 boxes today just from here.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah. So
I see you drinking something. What was you drinking?
This was Love Potion number 9.
Wow.
Yeah. Hell yeah. Watch out now. Y'all see that? Oh, y'all hear that?
Be on that pole if you.
He came off that right off top, straight up top.
I'm just saying, this is Love Potion. I'm getting ready. I'm getting ready for someone. I really am. And I'm saying this to say that, how could I put this in a clever way?
He's trying not to laugh.
What I'm saying is, listen, it's cold as ice right now. You know what I'm saying? It's not a hot thing. It's not a hot thing. But no, listen. I'm a good catch. I really am. I'm a good catch. But it's just gonna take somebody special, not Yellow Bus special. It's gonna take a special woman, but not Yellow Bus driver or passenger. Short bus. Yeah, I'm not saying she got to be Yellow Bus special. But you know what I'm saying? Could you imagine? Listen to y'all. I know this is late, but could you imagine some pillow talk with a UFO investigator? And we thinking about the Davises, the shit y'all talk about it in the pillow. But imagine, and I know it get real over there, but just amplify that about 3 more times. I mean, I look over her and I'll say, "Hey, baby, if you just heard the shit I heard today." You know what I'm saying? I heard ghosts in the house and the baby jumping up in the sky, and then another dude, the table is burning. You know what I'm saying? Baby, you just gotta hear what I heard today, baby. You know what I'm saying? So imagine having that. But I'm saying she know that's what I do. But the fact that I tell her and she says, "How was your day?" And I'm like, "Oh, you ready for that?" All right, cool. So it's gonna be a special woman to be able to sit there and say, "What? You don't say, huh? What? You don't say, really? Right. You don't say."
You must be a special lady.
There you go.
Yeah.
You got me sitting on top of the world. There you go. Yeah. Must be a special lady.
'Cause you got me sitting on top of the world.
Sitting on top of the world. There we go. I told you I was Love Potion number 9 in here. I'm telling y'all, it's what it is. Y'all think I'm playing? That's cool though. Y'all gonna do it. We're gonna do the first extraterrestrial dating site. We're gonna do like alien dating. Yeah. We're gonna get some people hooked up out of this world.
What would that be like? People that can exchange stories or something, or
I think it would be first of all, it would be people who want to have astral projection mating process. They're beyond physical touch because things maybe things don't work like they used to. You know what I'm saying? Maybe things don't work like they used to. You know what I'm saying? And look, the true love says we can help find, like, they the true love. Shit, come on, that's the name. They like, we can help find you love. All right, okay, cool. Yeah. Look, see, somebody told me I'm gonna end up marrying your aunt, Charles. Ain't that something? Somebody in the text says Rod is going to end up marrying Charles's ex-aunt.
What?
I have no clue where that comes from, but it's like that. She said we can find some candidates. Whoa. Hang on. Here. Let me put it out there right now. You know, if y'all are going to spread the word about me, you can say that he is a God-fearing man, but just make sure they don't think it's in the context where I'm going to go up and walk into the church Sunday. You know what I mean?
Why not?
And because and make sure she can be powerful enough to explain what her man does. Because if she's not headstrong enough that she can go with her girlfriends and say, and they all sitting there on a Sunday afternoon brunch and everybody's talking about, you know, for the love of this and that. And she says, what do your man do? Well, my man talks about life after death. Huh? What do your man talk? Well, he talks about unicorns. What do your man talk about? He loves the Lord. And I'm not saying I don't love the Lord, but I'm just saying I have a different lifestyle. I talk about mermaids and, you know, I'm aliens and UFOs and, you know, angels and possible demons walking into bedrooms. You know what I'm saying? This is what I do.
Don't forget about dog man.
Explain that to her friends who won't tell her that you done met something different. I don't know. You get what I'm saying? You know, like, you know how y'all matched up, right? Y'all matched up perfectly. Yeah, except for when you trying to tell her to bring the UFOs home. I wouldn't do that.
Yeah, that ain't good. Not a good.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that. But
No.
yeah, so I'm just saying. I just think it's. She says, "What's your type? What are you looking for? Who's looking? I'm looking for who finding me. Shit, I want to get hit in the head like the caveman days. Drag my ass off. You know what I'm saying? You know, bam, knock me in the head, and I wake up in the morning like, oh, I'm with you now. Oh, okay. You know what I'm saying? Just you know, surprise me. You know, just you know, you want the woman that keeps nudging you in the back. You don't know it till finally you stop, and then you realize she's been with you the whole time. You just didn't know it. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
That kind of shit. You know, just like, oh shit, baby. All right, I got you. Because most women, I think, are looking for husbands and not husbands.
What? Hey, what did you just say?
Most women are looking for husbands. You know what I'm saying? Drop the D, put a K. They looking for a husband, not a husband.
Oh, money.
Yeah.
Money. No, that ain't true.
Gold diggers.
Yeah, there's some of them out there like that. That's all. They would just want a husband. You know.
There's some out there like that, but not all.
No, I don't. I mean, I'm not going to attract that. You know, not at all. Not even close. But I know that's a. Somebody say, how tall are you? I am taller than I was when I was 6 years old. Listen, I'm not 6 feet tall, but listen, I do the work of 6 feet tall men, 6'5", 8. I mean, I can do the work, so that's not the problem. And you know, that's not the problem. And plus, I got to be careful, Jennifer, that you know we're in a space. You give out birthdays, dates, times, all that shit. People try to access your acoustic records and. Man, they'll be all in your space, and you have to be really having your team block stuff out. Yeah. You said we need to coin that phrase, husbands. No, it's husbands. HUSBAN.
No, that's what I typed, but it auto-corrected mine.
You sure? You sure?
I'm
You sure?
positive.
I mean, you've been really spot on for a while. You sure? You up?
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
I'm hanging.
I am hanging.
I'm not 6 feet. I'm 5'8". Good Lord. Y'all just need to know. And a half. Yeah. 5'8". Charles, I mean, you know what I'm saying? Y'all met each other. Did y'all know y'all? Well, I think y'all told the story, but y'all knew y'all was right there for each other when y'all finally figured it out, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Right.
We knew that we were brought together by our Father in heaven. We
Yeah.
wanted to make sure it was the right time. In the right time, it was means.
Yeah. I mean, I've dated a woman that was 7 foot tall before.
How tall?
8 foot tall. She was 8 foot
Oh,
tall.
you said 7, and then you changed it to 8.
That was an extraterrestrial.
Yeah.
She always looked down on me all the time.
Helen said it was a Nephilim.
That was the best. Listen, I was in the right position at all times. Believe that. Y'all figure that out later when you wake up.
This comedian said that when he was in Chicago, they were playing that night, and I think he said he was going to be at no, it was Harlem.
Right,
they were
right.
going to be at what's the stage? Everybody goes to a rub on that piece of wood. They come up. They used to have the guy dancing and take you off with a cane. What's Apollo?
Okay.
Showtime.
Okay. And he said that he was playing the Showtime at the Apollo, but he was at the hotel. And this girl who met him at the club, at the hotel down in the lobby, said she was going to get her friend and they was going to come back and take him out on the town. So he said, okay. Well, he said when the knock came on the door, he opened up the door and he said the girl he met downstairs at the bar walked in, and then this 8'4"
okay.
Poor lady walked in shorts with a backpack on her back.
Oh my God.
Her arms was dragging on the ground. Said they walked up in front of him and she looked at him. She said, "This him?" And he said, "What the hell is going on with y'all?" He said that she did like this. Yeah, I can handle this one.
Okay. Hey man. Hey man, it's now. Somebody said you've been dating aliens and holding out on us. No, I mean I haven't, Ann. I haven't dated any aliens and stuff, but you know what? I learned my birds and the bees from Captain Kirk, though. That watching all those shows, he was like green women, yellow women, all kinds of stuff. So I got used to saying, okay, the possibilities are there. You just kind of, do those things. But but you know what? Listen, I'm gonna really throw it out there, y'all. Watch this. See, the woman for me is gonna buy coffee. And hers is not.
You had to laugh at that too, didn't you?
She gonna make her ass known. She gonna buy 2 boxes of coffee. You know what I'm saying? I would know her different from all the others. She's gonna buy coffee, and she's gonna be like, "Here, baby, here's your coffee for the day." I don't know. It's all good though. It's all good. Well, I'm sure y'all will figure it out. The popcorn, the other stuff, and just kind of go from there. But anyway, yes, I'm almost out of love potion number 9 tonight. And what happens is after you drink this and you go out the door, the first person you walk up to that's a female and you say hello, it go, and then it's on from there.
What?
Yeah, but it'll go away once I go to sleep tonight and wake up.
Wait, what?
When I go home, go to sleep tonight, and wake up, it no longer works. It only works within one time frame. Jennifer says she 5'10". I mean, that ain't bad for a woman. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Let me put that up here. She said, I'm 5'10".
That's not bad for a woman. Why you say that?
No, I'm saying that I think she was trying to say like she's tall. That's too tall or something. Or whatever. And I was like, no, that's not, And don't get me wrong. I would date a woman taller than me anyway. It doesn't matter. I don't think it matters. It'll be, love is love. She'll get a lot of love though, regardless. Yeah. Love is love. He said, Captain Kirk was a pimp. He sure was. Pretty much. What if the first person you see you want to run from? Well, you just keep your mouth closed.
And I was thinking the same thing.
You just keep your mouth closed. You don't open your mouth to everybody anyway.
But you said the first person that you walk up to. That's what you said.
And say hello.
Oh, okay.
Remember, I put that disclaimer in there and say hello. And then you do that. Yeah.
But what if it's a man walking up to you, Roderick?
I hope they get ready to pump gas or something. I mean, I don't give off those vibes anyway. I don't think. I you know, I don't even worry about that. I just don't get off those vibes. That's not something that, you know, at this point, I would even think somebody would even say, "Hey, man, you know." I mean, they're not gonna walk up me telling me, "Man, you got a 6-pack." Not today. You know, I'm not attractive to a man. You know what I'm saying? I don't think, you know, fuck that. I'm man proof.
You know, I'm gonna make you choke on this candy.
Shit, I'm good. It's all good. I'm a lion. Shit, I walk the jungle. I mean, you know what I'm saying? I'm roar. You know, shit, I wake up roar when I get up in the morning. Shit, I'm roaring. You know what I'm saying? I'm a hunter. You know what I'm saying? I hunt. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? I don't work in packs. See, I don't do that. I'm a lion. I'm a king. I hunt. Yeah. So it's all good. But you know what? Let me see if let me show y'all something. I think I got it. Oh, I deleted it. I sure was, but I deleted the picture, but I had it up here a long time ago. And this was before I started making babies. Let me see if I had a picture here.
Oh Lord.
Yeah, I think it was before I started making babies. And I make pretty babies, just so that y'all know. Oh yeah, I produce pretty babies. Although I choose not to do that anymore. Okay, so here's a younger photo when I was just chilling. I'm gonna put it up. Bam, there he is.
Wow. Who is that?
That's me. That's when I had my first gray hair right there to the right, down at the bottom chin.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Good night.
Yeah. I'm going back to that now.
Picture. New edition.
Yes.
What you got to say, me and the moon? What do you think? What do you think about my pictures, man?
Or point.
I know, new edition. No, there wasn't no Bobby Brown stuff back then.
Like a little Gerald Levert.
Yeah. Let me tell y'all. One time I was at Six Flags or something. Me and I was married to my children's mom. We was on vacation, and so we got on this water thing, and this guy walks up. He says, "Hey, you Gerald Levert?" And I said, "Yeah." And by the time I got to the end, down at the bottom was people around with my autograph. Oh, that shit was funny as hell. Oh my God, it was so funny. I was like, yeah. So I'm like, yeah. But yeah, I heard all that too. Now I don't you know, I'm me now. So it's just pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
But I just think that, you know, we're gonna do some stuff. Oh, by the way, my book. Let me say this right now. Hang on. This is what I got in the mail today. I'm not going to show y'all the envelope. But this is my bestseller book. Okay. The editor and people that was just going over it. Billy Carson is my publisher. And it's going to sell thousands of copies. This thing is so good. So much research is in it. So this is it. It came today. Yeah. And yeah, it was delivered today. So I got to go over it, read it, and then we'll start working on covers and all that. And hopefully I'll do a book signing at the awards, the Conscious Award. Excuse me. And it's going to be in August, the 3rd through the 5th in Miami. And so that will be happening, and it'll be there. And so, yeah, it'll be, at that time. And I think it's going to be a beautiful thing. Matter of fact, if y'all haven't voted, let me put that on the screen. There is a link in the description. If you have not voted for me, go vote. Category podcast category, and Forbidden Knowledge Conscious Award. There's a link in the description of the video, you can click it. You might have to vote for other people you may not know. That's cool. But vote for me. And then my sister Erin right here, if y'all know her, she's going to be part of Project Black First webinar. We talked again yesterday. She's excited. She's going to teach some light language, everything. Y'all know her. She's powerful. But if you don't vote for me, vote for her for show. You know, I don't have to be the winner, but you vote for her. One of us can take it. She's not going to be there. She win. I'm going to accept her award because she's expecting her baby in August. So, Yeah. So she'll be doing that. But either way, I'm just reading some of the comments. Yeah. But either way, I think it's let me see now. Let me see. And do I have anybody showing love tonight? Man, there's no love. Okay, that's cool. That's all right. Y'all don't have to give. You know what? That's cool. That's cool. I don't feel bad. I feel bad, but I don't feel bad. I feel bad, but I don't feel bad.
It's coming.
You think so?
Yeah.
So, all right. So, as y'all know, Selena is working on becoming part of the co-host program here. We're just trying to, test the water. How's she been doing lately? I need some honest, and don't y'all just be talking crap. Y'all be honest. Give us some brutal, make sure it's all positive though stuff.
Wait, you said
I said give brutal, positive stuff. Truth. No, we don't do no negative here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So.
But you've been bashing me all night, saying I was asleep. I must be tired. All this stuff.
Listen, when you first started tonight, you was talking, hey, this is Roderick. I mean, Selena. Now, hey, you bashing me all night. You bashed me all night.
No, because it's 2:39 here, so I went way back. I get up at 6 o'clock in the morning.
I know. I know you do sacrifices. So listen, here's what y'all order her some coffee. Yeah, all roads leads to the coffee. Y'all know that, right?
I've been staring at my box. I want to open it up so bad, but I don't want to do it to myself because the way Judith said that it had her wired, I'm just terrified to drink some.
Hey, you know what? I mean, it is. I mean, just kind of, you can do like the Hulk, just drink the coffee and lock yourself up so that you don't go out and, turn green and stuff. But just because there's a lot of energy, it really is.
So they can turn green?
No, I was just talking about the power in these cordyceps that it has here. Cordyceps mushrooms. It's got some good stuff. But okay, I don't see anything. And I only see one person that says she's great. Everybody else hasn't said nothing else.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, nobody said nothing about Selena here.
Yeah, she's good. You're good.
Somebody told me I need the camera up.
Oh, boy. Am I that transparent? Shit. Okay.
It's coming, y'all. It's coming.
Look, am I that transparent? Okay.
He couldn't wait for one of y'all to say that, so thanks a lot.
Somebody says, me and the moon, she knows I was intimidated toward the end of the date. I didn't call back. I don't know what he.
Oh, no, him and I were just talking about somebody he dated that was almost 7 feet tall.
Okay, so we dipping into a conversation.
Yeah, that didn't apply.
Yeah, we dipping. All right, so yeah. So other than that, I'm just scrolling through chats, making sure because we'll get out of here in a little while. I'm going to, yeah. All right, so what is this? Rod Rodriguez. I don't know what that means, but okay. And all right, so yeah. There's no single people out there tonight either. I can feel it. All y'all are not. That's cool. All right, so I'm not gonna keep y'all up, Helen. I know y'all, unless y'all hanging around with us a little more longer. We're gonna stay here just a little more longer though. Y'all
I don't
good?
know. I can't hang with big girls and boys.
Right. Oh, look, she was just waiting. She was just waiting for somebody to say something.
You was waiting on that, weren't you?
Hell yeah. She was just waiting for somebody to say something.
I was trying to whisper so I wouldn't be loud.
Oh, okay. There's some single people in the house out there. Yeah, there's a few people out there saying, listen, I'm not your guy. I'm telling you, I'm not the one. And here's why. I'm telling you, it's going to take something special. I'm just letting y'all know. It's take something special. It's all good. Huh? No, I'm not saying that that she doesn't exist. I mean, all that stuff.
And sometimes the good ones might be waiting for you to find them. instead of
Shoes, man, they so shy these days.
they find you.
You know what I'm saying? These women are so shy. They so different. Why are you laughing back there? You got jokes.
Roger, they might catch you coming out the studio one day and say, hey, I've been listening to you, and then I sing you. I want to talk to you.
She walk up on my ass out of here, she gonna get popped. I carry a 9mm with 22 gun round.
Come on, Roger, that's wrong.
This is a high security place here. This is high security. If I can show y'all the stuff behind here, let me see if my phone will pick up. Let me see that. I'm gonna show y'all something. This is a high security place here. You can't. Yeah, she's standing outside. She's done.
She's done.
7 feet tall.
She's done. I mean, it's.
But what is she 7 feet tall?
She's 7 feet tall. All she gonna say is assume the position, and I'll be right in the right spot. But I'm saying, y'all get that later. No, y'all get that later. Until we hang up, somebody be like, "Did he say that?"
Wait.
Y'all get that later.
When did
you walk up to you and say, "This here"?
If she's 7 foot tall, she gonna say assume the position because I'm in the right spot already. So you'll figure that out. You'll figure that out.
She's gonna say you just my height.
Well, what can I say? It's I mean, that's the whole point I'm trying to say. I mean, love is love, right, y'all? I'm gonna see if I can get in here, and I'm gonna see if I can click this thing on my phone and then see how this works for y'all. Hang on. And I'm entering to the studio. Open this Safari. No. I guess I can go back. I wonder if this thing works on Apple. I didn't know if it works on Apple. Anybody done? Okay, entering the studio. I'm entering my phone in the studio so I can.
Okay.
All right. And then let me cut the mic off here. It says unsupported browser. I gotta download an app. What the hell is going on? Oh, there it is. Let's do it. Enter the studio. All right, so I'm in my own studio. Let me bring me up on the screen here. Y'all see me?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. So back over there, see all those important files back there?
Uh-huh.
And so they just can't come in here. We got too much stuff in there.
Is it anything in it for real though? Or
Yeah,
is it
stuff in there. Yeah. Yeah, they can't see all those things. So we got high security here. That's not something they could be doing. Oh, listen, we got is that a Cash App? Yep. Look, we getting support. That's what I'm talking about. See, people are listening to my cry.
they always do? Though.
Yeah, and so appreciate it, Robert. He said here's $20, man. I appreciate it.
Nice. That's so nice. Thank you.
Yeah. That's it. So let me take this off so I'm gonna be redundant here. Yeah. But yeah. So, I'm not saying if she comes out and she's waving a white flag and like don't this is me, I'm the one, then they can do that. Jennifer says, Rod, I am single. Okay. Mm-hmm. I hear you.
Hey, Jennifer.
And she's listening.
Hey, Jennifer. Where are you from?
You said where's she from?
Yeah, where does she live?
Well, hell, I mean, Earth. She live on Earth.
Did he say Earth?
Yes, he did.
You act like this is a UFO show. Where are you from? Like we already there and shit. Oh, I'm from Planet. Kookaroo somewhere. You know what I'm saying? we ain't got there yet, sweetheart. We ain't got there yet. You know what I'm saying? I'm not galactic yet, but I will be.
Oh my God.
I hate to say this, Roger, but she waiting with you. She waiting for you with a ship, bro.
I know, right? No, she must be from Earth.
Take you on a date out to the stars.
Yeah, but I'm just saying it's pretty much. Audio Rob 46. I'm sure audio Rob. Yeah, he's single. Yeah, my boy Robert is single, y'all. So for the ladies, y'all saw him up here. When was this? Me and him. When was he here with us? Friday?
Wasn't it?
No, Monday or Wednesday? Wednesday night?
Monday. I think it was Monday night. Wasn't it?
It was Monday night. Yeah, yeah. So Rob, he's single. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, engineering background.
How old is
He's too old for y'all daughter.
he? Really?
No, you know what? Let me stop that because I remember that I don't know how it went, but never mind. But anyway, I think he's 25 times 2 plus 2 or 3 or 4. No, 25 times 2 plus 9.
Didn't he say?
So he's 70.
No, he's 25 times 2 plus 9.
That's 50.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so he's 34.
He's 59. 25 times 2 is 50 plus 9.
Times 50.
No, he's 58. I was wrong. So he says he's 58.
But why did you have to do all that though?
What do you want me to say? 58?
Why didn't you just say that?
Because I'm an infotainment. I'm an entertainer. I mean, why would I make things simple like that?
Most younger women like older men because they think they're more mature.
Now, some of these women, I don't think they get it. I mean, I think some of them don't know what comes with that, huh?
That is true.
Let me tell y'all something. I'm going to be honest with you. I've talked to a couple of younger women before, and I was married. Now, the she-wolf that I was married to was 15. She'll be 36 or 37, 38. She was 15 years younger or something. But, and don't get me wrong, she was a full-grown woman. She was spoiled 3 times. So I wasn't breaking any rules there. 3 kids. Oprah, y'all didn't see Color Purple? She had 3 kids. Okay. Remember he said on The Color Purple, he says she's been spoiled a few times. That's what they called it back then in The Color Purple.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just speaking movie quotes. It wasn't nothing negative at this point. I married the woman, right? So, yeah, so she was younger. The only thing that I found myself doing, true thing, I found myself living several experiences twice.
What?
Yeah, because there was things that I knew we shouldn't go through because of wisdom. And I'm like, no, baby, let's not do that. But she was so honorary that she had to have these experiences, and it cost us all the time. Whether I knew not to do this is not a good investment. This is not this. I've done this. And I just got tired of saying, wait a minute. And she wouldn't work off the wisdom of her husband. You know what I mean? Mm. And I was paying a price. I got to a point like I just can't. I know better. I can't do this just because you're retaliating or whatever you want to do. It just didn't make sense to me. I could never. It was crazy.
That's stupid.
Yeah, and you'll get that if their whole point is trying to live their experiences, which is cool, but don't go with the fact that y'all are a partnership and that wisdom as well as everything else works in unison. You know what I mean? And you can get ahead, but sometimes that's not something that's understood out there, and everything else. So,
what's the solution to that? Is it that you don't want people that age group, or what?
You might want to get closer to the phone now. We missing you. But go ahead.
I said, so what does that mean? What's the solution to that? You deal with people in your own age bracket, or what?
No, I know. I'm saying you deal with old souls or people that have matured enough to say, I respect your experience. I mean, you could be younger, I mean, I can use you for example. You're younger, but if I trust your experience of something that I have not done, or maybe a better way that I made a mistake earlier, that's that partnership, right?
Right.
Yeah, and so you can deal with that. But if it gets to a point where the decision that this person is going to make, and you already know that is a trap door, that's where the conflict comes in.
All right.
Yeah. Yeah, that's where the conflict comes in, because the other person wants to believe they're invincible, that I'm not you, so it's not going to happen to me, but then it's a we thing, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, and so that's where the problem is going to lie. or that's what I ran into. And I wouldn't use the same data on everybody else, right? Right, the Davises, right?
Yeah.
Look,
Wait a minute. What did you say?
Well, let me back up for a minute. Were y'all trying to hook y'all daughter up with Rob?
Is he working?
Is he working? Hell yeah, he works. He got his own money. He got his own money.
No, do he got a job?
He said no money.
You
I'd
can
rather
have
have,
money,
you
yeah.
have a job and no money.
Okay,
you
you can have money,
and
but
no
you
job.
might not have enough to take care of somebody.
I mean, so y'all trying to kick her out already? I mean, he have to take her now?
No, we'll never do that.
Oh, okay. I thought you trying to like he got to go ahead and just take the farm right now. I mean, he can bring 10 cows. He can bring you 10 cows for her.
10 cows.
How many you want?
That's a dowry, honey. That's a dowry. That's what I'm about.
Boy.
How many you want? I mean, 50 head of cattle. You know,
my house with a cow. I'm definitely letting the dog out on it.
No, honey. He got some ends, man.
Yeah, he got some ends all right. He gonna have SIBO some ends.
Let them cows come on.
Him and that cow gonna be running down the street. Soon as you turn that corner, I'm gonna call the dog back. SIBO, come on. Let him go.
Well. Oh, he said he got Becky on his mind. Oh, shit. Snap.
Say it. Becky, where are you? I haven't seen her.
I don't know what Becky had today, but I don't know if she's listening to this one, though. Okay. We need to get her on stage then. Shit. Where's she at? He said he got Becky on his mind.
I know that's right.
All right. Okay, well, who got me and the moon on their mind out there? Go ahead.
How did I get into it?
Shit, we're going for 2 for 2 today.
For this.
We're going for 2 to 2 today.
Oh my gosh.
It's the dating game. That's all right.
Hey, all I'm saying is, yeah, he said Becky. All right, we're going to get Becky in here. She was here earlier, though. She was here earlier.
She was?
Right.
That was a couple of hours ago.
I didn't see it.
He said she's at an event in California. He already know where she is.
Cool.
Shit. He said Becky is in an event in California. Dang. Okay. And then, you know what? I'm sorry to tell you, nobody said they claiming you tonight.
They already know. We done been through this already.
No. We got new people here. Everybody haven't been here.
Everybody I see has been here.
Oh. So somebody else said you got to cam up for they do not want to be.
Yes, we know. We know.
Oh my God. No, so yeah, he so what type of man y'all looking for your daughter?
A man.
I mean, man.
Respect her, first of all.
Respect?
Respect her.
Oh, okay.
And respect her parents.
No hands.
No
a
hands.
Man that ain't gonna come over here and sit in my front yard and blow his horn for her to come outside.
No.
You just want to come, knock on my door so I can meet him.
You just want to beam her up in his spaceship or what?
Nope. I want him to come knock on the door.
Okay.
So he can meet his parents.
Okay.
Her parents. I'm sorry, honey. So he can meet her parents. And yes, I am. I'm gonna drill him.
That's good.
Work out who your parents.
Mm-hmm.
Who your people?
Are you ever been to jail? I'm gonna run your name. I got people down at the sheriff's department.
Yeah.
But shouldn't it be her choice though? Shouldn't she?
Serial killer, are you?
Oh, it's cereal.
All right, I want to make sure. Because if you are, you're gonna disappear. They ain't gonna look for you.
Baby, terroristic threat.
That ain't terroristic.
But shouldn't she like?
I'm gonna drop you in the deepest ocean in the world, and that's the Mediterranean.
Don't say that, because we might have to do that.
Yeah, he might be listening. They ain't running now.
Right.
Okay.
You got him scared and everything.
Good.
Yeah, that's
I'm
good.
old. I'm an old school dad.
Well, that's what they say. When you marry a woman, you marry her. Everybody.
That's
But I think women need more, men in their lives like that, because I think sometimes, like the idiot men, they tend to look for prey on women that don't have that that male support or male figure in their lives so they can take advantage. You know,
Well, I mean, what do you say when a woman?
Where they at?
But what do you say when a woman call him daddy anyway?
See, here's the thing that I see with most men. It's like you get a young lady, a nice young lady, and you talk to her for a minute. Y'all go out. Now he want to go to bed with you after a couple of weeks, and you don't want to do that. You just want to take it nice and slow. But no, you get predictable and want to get angry because I'm spending all this money and ain't nothing happening.
You said a couple of weeks. Come on now.
Hey, a couple of weeks. That's right. 6 months. It still ain't happening. Because my daddy said, ain't nothing like that going to happen unless you're going to put a ring on my finger. So don't blame me.
No, y'all know my stance. Y'all know my stance, but y'all not going to judge me. But you saying ring on the finger before he drive the car?
That's right.
Yeah.
You're not driving this car and then go get you another one. Okay, that ain't happening.
Yeah.
Because that's my baby girl. And if she comes to me crying, I'm coming to find you.
Well, I mean, couldn't you just make sure he knows that, I'm gonna bring gifts. He's pre-qualified. He's pre-qualified, that he's gonna buy the car at least. He's pre-qualified.
This ain't no car lot.
Oh.
This ain't a car lot. This is the Davis's house.
That's right.
And the Davis house got rules.
Yes.
And when Miss Davis says, Daddy, handle this. Okay. That means I got the green light. Ain't that right, honey?
Yeah. That's right.
So, but what?
We from the old school.
Yeah.
All y'all brothers out here listening, that's how it is.
Yep.
That's how it is.
Now, what if Ashley is operating on different rules? What if she says, 3 months is good enough for her?
Because I know my baby girl ain't gonna say that. She got more respect for herself and her parents.
Okay, I'm with you on it. Somebody talking about I bought an Uber. Forget the car, I ain't getting an Uber. So, well, I'm just kind of like, here's the deal. I've dated a woman years ago that, she was, what's the word? Abstinence is the word?
Abstinence.
Yeah, abstinence or whatever. I can't even pronounce it, but this went on for a while. I mean, it was hot, heavy. Oh no, maybe we can't do this. Oh, but get off of me. Well, I just want to be held. Get off of me. What are you talking about? I mean, you know what I'm saying? It was like, it was this weirdest tug of war. You know what I mean? And then when we break up, the next dude get her pregnant. What kind of crap is that? I put it all at work. You know what I'm saying?
Let me tell you why.
I put it all at work and made, being a nice guy when I should have put my foot down and said, hey, it is a terrible price to pay to have to marry you, to have sex with you. The devil is a lie. I'm not doing it.
But then you turn around and you could have sex with her as soon as you want. Then you feel like, oh, I'm cool. I don't want to proceed with a relationship. And now she done gave it up to you trying to trust you.
But it's not the prize. There's more to that than that. She's got to have more to offer than just that.
I'm saying but sometimes it might take a little while for you to figure the whole package out. Then you get, then you can, you locked in. That's
okay. All right. So is it okay we get past the crying game? I get to at least see it. Hey, can I verify it?
Nope.
This is why women hold back sometimes. It's not a lot of women that do this, but I understand the ones that do it because that is a way to figure out if you are truly here for the long haul, or is this a short term?
Not just for a kiss good night.
Exactly.
And I forgot what movie that was where he said, I done spent $45 on you and you think it's a kiss good night? Oh, I don't think so.
Yeah, but then what if what if all of a sudden, and I know this firsthand, okay, because I got a brother that went through this, a cousin, I mean. He married a woman that they dated for a year, almost 2 years, and a year and a half, I think. And when they got married, she revealed to him that she had this bad encounter, that it really, sex is not really important to her. And it's like, it's not going to happen all the time. And I mean, we talking every month or two for him. And he is aggravated right to this day. But yet he's, honest. I mean, he's faithful to it. But shouldn't that been some kind of discussion along the way that, my 12 months out of the year versus your every 2 years or 6? I don't know. But I think that's something that she should have informed him, that the reason she was abstaining wasn't because she was trying to be right. She just didn't feel comfortable with it, and it worked for her. You know what I mean?
Bad experience.
She should have stayed by herself.
Yep.
Right.
She should have stayed by herself, and don't torture a person. Don't put a person through something that you went through, sort of, kind of, and then make them feel like there's something wrong with them. And then instead of you telling them that little deal that you went through that has your mindset where it is now, you should have told them that in the beginning. Okay, I had a bad experience. This happened. I want us to be intimate, but I just can't do it like you want to do it. Give me time. If we can't do that, then what's the use? Because that's just telling me you just want to have sex with me, and that's it. That's all you want out this relationship. I don't want that.
Yeah, but then that woman want you, or the man in most cases, to be all husband to them in the beginning. They got a weapon, whether they're gonna provide, whatever, they got to show all of that before this. But where's that line draw where, no, listen, that's a husbandly duty tonight, I'm not doing that.
Because if a man raises his daughter right, if he raises his daughter right along with the help of the mother, that's exactly what that daughter gonna say. I'm not like that. And I don't want you looking at me like these other floozies you've been messing with, or these girls that run in the pack and talk about, oh, this girl and that girl, and when they see me with you, they want to come jump on me because you supposed to be all this and all that. I don't want to be in that group. I want to be in the group. The man that's dating me, he's going to spend more time with my parents and I than he is with me alone. Because my parents has to get to know him and spend time with his parents. Because if it's going to go that far, I'm the dad. I'm the one giving her away. And if you don't meet up to my standards, then you might as well keep it moving. I'm gonna go Compton on you. Sneak off with my daughter. I'm gonna go Compton on you. I'm gonna go where I grew up at.
Romeo and Juliet.
No, I'm gonna take you. I'm gonna strip you down to your drawers. I'm gonna duct tape your hands and your mouth. I'm gonna throw you in the trunk with a bunch of rats.
There's two things here I want to use metaphorically. You see this box?
Yep.
This box of coffee is wrapped and never been opened. This represents dustiness and other stuff. If the woman is a new box of coffee and ain't nobody been in that wrapper, okay, that may be worth marrying before you go. But if she just dusted cobwebs because you don't put it up for a few years because it's been used and stuff, and you need to slow it down, that is not the same value.
You better leave that coffee on the shelf and go to the next store.
What I'm saying, if you got an unwrapped box, because the experience of a new box unused is totally different from one that you just dusting away the cobwebs.
Well, why is it though? I mean, someone can still have values just because they had sex before and they choose to shut it down doesn't mean that there's no values.
I'm not saying the value's not there. I'm just saying, if you're going to approach me as a virgin, be a virgin. If you're going to approach me as a condition of things, then allow, the stuff. I don't know. I'm just saying maybe because I've been down the road a few times, and I think I'm in the winter of my life. I'm not the winter, but I'm in the fall. And so I just don't want to get hoodwinked no more. If you're going to, go out there and kill and destroy and conquer, you want to make sure you come home that flag is planted. You know what I'm saying? And that's it.
But you got it messed up because you think just because you have sex with someone early that means that the bullshit doesn't follow. The bullshit can still follow with
Boy,
sex.
I hit a nerve. I hit a nerve now. I'm Kevin Samuels talking. Go ahead. Shit.
Right.
She done came out with the bullshit.
Right.
Now, when you start saying the word
My
bullshit,
wife said the same. My wife says she right.
Yeah,
all women say that's right. That's true. And I grew up in a family full of women. I know. My mama told me, whenever I was talking to a girl, you better treat her right.
No, I'm not. No, don't get me wrong. And now y'all not hearing me say not being a gentleman and all the things that come with it. I'm saying you're going to display. I'm going to display the kingship and the queen of possibilities of what we're dealing with. So that's going to happen naturally for me. I'm not saying that, but there is a level of an understanding and that conversation of what's really happening. And don't get me wrong, because I'm not saying that, oh yeah, she's going to do this or I'm going to do that, or it's going to be this or that, or just whatever. It's just understanding the landscape, and that is not the ultimate value that come in that relationship. That's all I'm trying to say.
I guess it just boils down to just finding someone that matches with what your vision is. Because I just feel like, I think when it comes to that, sex just becomes the main focus. It's like, forget the other.
No, I get that.
Yeah, and then
What
everything.
What are y'all saying over there?
It's should be a duty of the older women also to teach the younger girls that when they husband want to have sex, don't be playing no games.
Okay, so now she comes packaged and she understands those rules and she done laid it out, and then you can go through the pedigree, and I can go interview the dad, his great grandfathers, and the whole pedigree of this woman says she's not gonna play those games. Then you got good pedigree. That's how we buy stuff now. But yeah, so go ahead. I'm with you.
Yeah, because really, sex is a need of both sexes. That's why it's so hard for us to turn it down or not do it when people think we ain't supposed to, or it's deeper than what we think.
Right.
It's not just sex. You are tying your soul to the person you are opening your legs to or poking into.
Yep.
Right. So you need to think before you poke. Think.
And if you don't want to make this everlasting, and you do the wrong thing, and now you got a child, you bringing a child in this world, you can't walk away from her and that child. That child is you, and everything in your life stops, because now the most important thing for you is that child.
Yeah,
that's what you're living for.
And even before that, if you poking and stuff, and then you catching stuff, that's two stuff that you don't, want to have to deal with.
That's right.
Because some of the stuff you catch, you gonna keep,
and you can't get rid of it.
And don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong.
It ain't like penicillin can't help everything like it used to.
Yeah, I get it today. You need to boil people first. Yeah.
What you talking about? Boil them like a tea bag?
Shit, there's so much shit out there. You got to boil their ass first.
They got some stuff that'll tell penicillin, come on up in here. I got some.
That's that one thing I tell you. I got some homies, man. I got some homeboys that when they got to go tell their wives, baby, you got to go get checked. Oh my God, that is a conversation. I don't even hang out with them. I like man, y'all.
Back in the middle 70s and late 70s, when all them guys was overseas, over Vietnam, they were told, don't mess with them girls over there. A lot of them didn't listen. A lot of them didn't come back because they died. A lot of them didn't come back because they got black cyst, and they can't get rid of it.
Got that nasty woman's disease.
That or them Vietnam women put them orange peelings and a razors up in there, put it up in there. So when he go in there, just cut it off 4 ways.
Wow.
What? She must be ready to die right there.
They did that.
Dang.
They did that.
How did that keep that from getting them tore up?
They had it in the orange peeler. They take an orange peeler and they push the razors through it like you putting in cards or cardboard, and you make it where the blade is the corner of the blade is covered, but the middle of it's not. So when you go in there and you push yourself up in there, it's gonna slice you just like an onion slicer.
Yeah, but it's gonna slice her too.
No, it ain't.
No, because the back of it is a pill, yeah.
The oranges are pushed up in there to protect her.
Well, how's she gonna get it out of there?
I don't know how to get it out.
Well, it's gonna cut her too.
No, honey, they get
It's cutting
something to pull
her.
it out.
It's cutting her, probably going in, and you know it's hurting her when it's pushing that thing is pushing up in there and pushing it all the way up. And then in order for it to come out, somebody gonna have to get up in there and get it.
That is.
Yeah, I just heard about the stories. Okay, I don't know how true it is. That's the
That would be,
stories I heard.
that ain't even a woman, man. If she's willing to do that, that is a.
But that's like their own warfare. That's kind of like warfare.
See what you do is
they did that to the soldiers to hurt them, so they wouldn't fight no more.
Right.
It was psychological.
Yep.
now what you do is you go in there with your pistol and you just like this with a lighter, you just sit it right next to her head. So I'm getting ready to go in, and I'm telling you, if this doesn't work out, I'm setting your ass on fire right now. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna burn you up with this bullet. Quick. Now if she says, me so horny, me a die anyway, then you don't do it. You don't do it. That's a code word. Like, this motherfucker crazy. It's a setup, dude. It's a setup. So you just look at it. So, yeah, I mean, you got to have a backup plan in situations like that nowadays. But I mean, don't get me wrong, y'all. I mean, I can't tell you what circumstances of out there for anybody and what somebody would and would not do. But I would hope that when I meet the relationship and everything, it's just an understanding of what is happening. As long as everybody has an understanding, I think it works for whatever it is, and that's the best part of it.
Yep.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, I think it's the best part. And but all right. So I'm not gonna hold everybody up tonight. It is.
Hey, I enjoyed this.
Yeah, we had a great time. We did. I think we had
my wife came here with us.
We missed y'all.
Yeah.
Monday and Friday.
Huh?
We look for y'all every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday.
We're gonna try to be more. Miss Davis.
I've been taking
she's been taking classes, and as a general contractor, she is really doing it. I'm serious.
Yeah, I'm happy for you, Miss Helen.
I went out and we made some contacts today that, like, boom, they ready. I was just smiling. I was smiling at my wife. We tag teamed them.
What you
We
said?
tag teamed.
What you said, babe?
We said we were talking in the car today. We said we're getting ready to help Roger.
Hey, I heard that. Then come on with it. Oh, good. Now it's all special though.
You can't keep nothing.
Oh,
you can't keep nothing.
That's all right. You know what? We don't have ships. We got spaceships. So loose lips don't sink ships around here.
I know that's right.
Yeah, we do some other stuff. And all right. So I think I gave a shout out to everybody. I gave a shout out. We did an all-time high tonight. 6 new members.
That's excellent.
All right now. All right.
Yeah, we did 6 new members.
Hey.
We did the coffee thing a few. That's cool. We had some great stories tonight. I think we made some.
You said you were scared.
Oh,
Yeah.
I hope I can.
Ashley scared you, didn't she?
I gotta get some sleep. I hope I can get to sleep.
Yeah, I think it's it. And but y'all, I'm gonna be all right, y'all. I'm gonna be all right. It's gonna be cool. And then again, like I say, me and the Moon, she's gonna prove to the world one of these days. she'll be on camera with us, and you know, it's cool.
I'll work on my setup this weekend.
Bullshit. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm allergic to bullshit. I'm sorry. Yeah, right.
I gotta remember that.
What? Yeah, it'll make you sneeze there, baby. I'll tell you what. All right, and we'll give a thanks to everyone who, like I say, shared their stories. We'll do more. I think I'm gonna end up start doing Project Black as a Friday show. You know, I know we call it Freaky Friday, but we can start getting more and more just testimonials and get people share stories and kind of do that. Yeah, I think we can and pretty much do that. What do you think, Selena?
I think we'd be sitting right here, me and Miss Davis and Ashley, and the extraterrestrial be sitting right here between us.
That'd be a good show, you know.
So. He'd be, yep, sure did, yep.
I just can't wait to watch the paternity court. And the lady says to the ET, "You are not the father," and he get back on the spaceship and be pissed off.
Yeah.
When we get to that, that's gonna be on. It's gonna be on. In the case of Lil John, even though he looked like the alien, you are not the father.
When you just said that, I started thinking about Men in Black when they told Men in Black 2 when he told Will to go in there and get the baby.
Oh, when she was like, it was gonna be a regular delivery. Then
You remember that, don't you?
Yeah, that octopus or whatever it was. Shit, that baby wrapped that dude, whatever it was. But yeah, that was funny. Yeah, we can do that. All right, so all right. I'll let y'all go. Thank y'all. We'll talk and pretty much appreciate you.
Guys. We appreciate you, okay?
All right. Y'all have a good one.
Good night.
Good night.
All right. All right. So Selena, you want to have some final words to any and everybody? Any final words?
Everybody who was brave enough to share their stories, we need more like you, more examples, because you know, it's a lot of people out here that have to tell their story and they need to feel comfortable to do so. And you guys are opening up doors for other people to come through and do the same thing. So I truly appreciate all the stories, all the brave soldiers, and appreciate all the people in the chat. What about you? What's your last?
I think to say that, yes, I echo what you're saying. I think it was really brave for some of the people to share their stories tonight, and to come up here, you know, and pretty much to do that. And I think if we can get more and more and more, no matter what they sound like, when I say this, because some people may not, you know, connect with this one or with that one, but the fact that people are brave enough to talk, and the fact that one person may relate to something that they said. And I think that's the beauty of what we're doing. And if we can keep doing that, then we're going to work our way to, like our webinars, but we're going to work our way to the first live event where people can hug and meet people firsthand like them.
Yeah, I think that's a good deal.
Yeah. And so I think that will work there. So, in the chat, I want to say thank y'all for being here tonight, and pretty much everyone from there. Make sure if all of you still in here right now, hit that like button right now. If you have not tonight, hit the like button. Please share our videos at some point. You know, I know sometimes it changes a little bit from where we are, but we're working on our formats and things, and pretty soon we'll be just stellar, getting in, getting out, and you will just get so much value from there. But that has been a plum pleasing pleasure as well as a privilege. And I'm gonna station out. Selena, you hang on a second. Let me get them out, okay?
Okay, good night, everybody.
All right.
Why did Ruby shoot Oswald? Was there a conspiracy?
In a world shrouded in darkness and obscured by deception from the big secret keepers, a burning question ignites in the hearts and minds of truth seekers. Why? Let's dive into the abyss of the unknown. Challenge the limits of our understanding.
This bizarre sequence of double killings raised great questions. Who actually fired the shot that killed Kennedy?
pierce the veil of secrecy.